Welcome, everybody, to the 2023 TWitWoW Year End Awards. And oh my goodness, has this been a weird year in professional wrestling? And I would argue an even weirder year for us here at TWitWoW. We have seen passions wane. We have seen companies go uphill and downhill. We have seen our favorite company start out hot and then cool off hard by the end of the year. We have seen a lot happen in wrestling this year. There's been some very unfortunate and untimely deaths in pro wrestling this year. It has just been one hell of a year, and this is the show where we reminisce on as much of it as we can fit into one commentary. So, John, what are your thoughts on the 2023 year as a whole as it pertains to the world of pro wrestling?
I think you articulated it perfectly and succinctly. Your economy is always so sexy in your speech.
Ooh, we're starting this
Um,
already.
I know. But no, I definitely agree. It was a very revelatory year for me personally because, as I said, to kind of close out week in review last night, which normally I'd be like, oh, go and check that out on the channel, and you should. But I mean, you should just sit tight right here with us for the next couple hours because this is the big kahuna. This is year-end awards. I definitely know that with this business, I've got one foot out the door. But the other foot is still very firmly in this business because there is a lot of beauty, a lot of talent, a lot of genius, a lot of just extravaganza and pageantry. But it was a hard year. It was a hard year because not just injuries or anything else from the mill stuff of the business. We learned again just how seedy this business can be and how disgusting this business can be and how much cleaning up it desperately needs. But we also saw some inspiring things, some new initiatives taking place, some new initiatives that we hope in the coming year really develop, including an all black owned wrestling promotion. So there are positive things happening, but you know how Twitwell likes to do it, guys, at the year ends awards. We begin with the worst and we end with the best because there's no better way to punctuate a year than on a high note, and that's what we try and do. Again, it's been a very tumultuous year, but there's been a lot of good too, and I'm looking forward to us canvassing all of it. So, with that said, partner, how should we start this off?
Well, my friend, I have a little bit of foresight sometimes, and in my little spreadsheet that I keep track of our personal awards in, I have your worst match of the year category highlighted green, meaning you are opening this bitch.
Yes, I was hoping I would because I also wanted to open overutilized talent of the year, and the fates have smiled on me because I can, given the order. I did it in my head before we went live, and I'm like, I would need to go first. So this is this is gonna be interesting. All right, let's rip the band-aid off. Let's get into it. Worst match of the
We should
year.
probably clarify to everyone that this is not just going to be 5 hours of us roasting wrestling that we didn't like. This is like literally the first third of this is negative awards because the entire foundation of TwitWow was built upon the concept of get the bad out of the way first so that you can fully appreciate the good. And that is what we do here. We have a grand total of 13 or 12. We have 12 negative awards out of 57 awards total. And the reason I say the first third is because we do tend to drone on a little longer about the negative stuff because it frustrates us and we get more passionate about it. But that being said, John, now that everyone knows that didn't know before, because we do have some people, some new people in our audience this year. The TwitWow universe expanded this year, even if our YouTube subscriber count might not necessarily reflect it. We added quite a few new members to the TwitWowverse this year. We got Umbra, we got Amari, we got Liam. I mean, we brought back people and we got new people that have been around for a while that joined the Discord, like Rotten Butter and King Coheed. It's been a great year for TwitWow as far as I'm concerned in those terms, and so as far as the community goes.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Community was one of the actually better aspects of this year.
Yeah.
But now that you've explained everything, and
Yes.
everybody should understand,
Yes.
let's get moving. Honorable mentions for me for worst match of the year. MJF versus Jay White, Full Gear,
Yep.
November 18th, 2023.
Yep.
MJF versus Adam Cole. This was probably all in
Yes, it
August
was.
27th, 2023.
It was.
Mirai versus Mai Sakurai, Cinderella Tournament Finals,
Yep.
April 15th, 2023. John Cena versus Austin Theory, WrestleMania 39, Night 1, April 1st, 2023. And Mark's Ultimate Award winner was my final honorable mention, Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar, SummerSlam of August 5th, 2023. But my award winner, and my God, this is the beginning of a trend, which is why I'm glad I'm opening. Mina Shirakawa versus Tam Nakano, Stardom Flashing Champions, May 27th, 2023. I fucking loathe this match. Not just because Mina lost the Wonder of Stardom title after only having one successful defense, but because Mina's entire offensive repertoire, which when you think about it a bit more deeply, is like her story
Yeah.
about how much she's improved and refined as a professional
Yeah.
wrestler, got utterly fucking buried by
Buried.
Tam, and then
Yep.
she hulks up in the second half. Violet Screwdriver. I take both titles and then I throw it in her face.
This really did feel like Ospreay beating Ibushi for the God belts back in 2020, or was it 2021?
Yes.
Yeah, it felt very much like that, but for Stardom, which is just awful.
I don't even care if this is hyperbole. This is our year-end awards. This is where we kick back and just let it all hang out. This was the worst Stardom match I've ever seen. Because while Tam is certainly a better worker than a Natsuko or Ruika, since compared to like a good bit of the roster, it's not about work. It's about repercussions. It's about story. This was absolutely fucking heinous what was done to Mina here. I feel like all of her momentum got reduced to fucking nothing. And when you really think about it, Mina never really fully recovered from this. Like, I know she would do other stuff this year, but it just never really felt the same after this moment. It felt like her winning the white belt was a crescendo that, like, I thought wasn't the ultimate peak because I still believe that Mina can be a world
I
champion.
agree.
Stardom apparently disagrees.
I don't know about that. Maybe not yet, but I think it might still happen.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, though, this was an awful fucking match. No sense of psychology, no deeper sense of story, which is what Tam normally excels at.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna hold off on some of my other remarks for later. But yeah, I utterly abhorred this match. This was absolutely awful. This was the first time I could ever remember really hating something in Stardom. And that's why it definitely deserves pride of place as my worst match of the year. Now, my friend, I turn it over to you. What were your honorable mentions and what is your ultimate award recipient?
So I had two honorable mentions, and you already mentioned both of them. They were Mirai versus Mai Sakurai from the Cinderella Tournament Finals, and Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar from SummerSlam. So those were already taken care of. You mentioned them already. I just should basically mention them for the sake of doubling down. Those matches both sucked.
Yes, absolutely.
But I have to thank Curtis. I don't even know if he's here right now. He hasn't said anything in chat yet, but I have to thank him because he is the reason that I watched my worst match of the year this year.
Oh, God.
And I have him to give credit to because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have had this. I would have had to pick one of those two matches probably, or I would have had to come up with something else. And I wouldn't have had a unique worst match of the year this year because what I'm about to say is one that you probably haven't even seen. I'm guessing you didn't watch this match, but I ranted about it in the Discord and I hated it. This to me was everything that I hate about pro wrestling summed up in one awful match. Are you ready for it?
Oh, I'm ready for this.
It was the survival of the fittest match from Ring of Honor Final Battle 2023.
And who was in it?
It was a 6-man match. And the participants, let me pull up the list of participants because I only remember the final 4. So the 6 participants in this match were Commander, Brian Keith, Lee Moriarty, Dalton Castle, Lee Johnson, and Kyle Fletcher. Now,
Damn. Okay.
it's weird because I like most of those guys, right? Like, I like Commander,
Right.
he's fine. I like Brian Keith. I love Lee Moriarty and Dalton Castle. Those guys are both great. And I'm kind of ambivalent about the other two guys, Kyle Fletcher and Lee Johnson. But, bro, when I tell you that this match started out in a way that gave me hope and made that hope die so fast, I felt like I was getting whiplash. I don't even know what else to say. So let me set this out for you. So the first elimination. The first two eliminations, as a matter of fact. Actually, before anyone was even eliminated. The first few minutes of this match, it was your typical, it's a 6-man match, so everyone's kind of pairing off. It's a clusterfuck, whatever. There was one singular story being told that had like a through line until the guy got eliminated, and that was Dalton Castle getting thrown out of the ring. Dalton
Right.
Castle would charge up, he would run towards someone, and they would throw him out of the ring. This happened, I think, with every single one of the other 5 guys, right? Eventually, he managed to reverse it, and throw the other guy out of the ring. I think that might have been Kyle Fletcher. He did that too. I don't even remember anymore because the rest of this match pissed me off so much. And so, like, Dalton Castle is clearly the most over babyface in this match, right?
Yeah.
There was a point that Lee Moriarty did manage to submit Lee Johnson. So, Lee Moriarty getting the first fall was cool. I liked that. I was into that. And then there was a moment where after Dalton had sort of overcome the I'm getting thrown out of the ring every time I try and do something curse and actually managed to throw someone else out of the ring, he got thrown out of the ring again by Lee Moriarty. And it actually got heat on Lee Moriarty. Like the crowd started booing Lee Moriarty, right? And
Right.
so that was like the first sign of like, oh, this isn't right. Something's going on here. And Lee ended up being the one to fucking eliminate Dalton Castle. So, like, I'm having mixed feelings at this point because it's like, okay, I love Dalton Castle, and he's been the only guy in this match so far getting a positive reaction consistently. And he just got eliminated by the only dude in this match so far getting a negative reaction at any point. And the only reason that Moriarty was getting that negative reaction was because of Dalton Castle. And now Castle's out, so what the fuck are they going to do? So what do? Immediately have Brian Keith eliminate Lee Moriarty.
Oh God.
Yeah, Moriarty got the first 2 falls and then immediately got eliminated by Brian Keith with a Tiger Driver. And this was less than 5 minutes later, by the way. And then less than 2 minutes later, Brian Keith immediately gets eliminated by Kyle Fletcher.
So it's like nobody really has any momentum within the match because anytime momentum gets built up, it gets squandered. That's how it sounds to me.
That is
That's
correct. And
ridiculous.
then, again, because I mentioned that this match had everything I hate about pro wrestling, the first 4 falls were completely emotionless. Where, like, right when you start to build up a little bit of a connection with the crowd with one guy, he gets eliminated, and then you get a little bit of connection with one other guy, and he gets eliminated. That's, like, one aspect of wrestling I hate is that there's just, like, especially in AEW, it's like they're just telling stories for the sake of telling stories rather than actually building a connection with the crowd. That's what happened here. But then the next part was somehow even worse because after those 4 guys get eliminated, it comes down to 2. It's Kyle Fletcher versus Commander, right? And you'd think,
Yeah.
oh man, these 2 guys, they're both good workers. They're going to put on a good match. When I tell you, John, that the last 9 minutes of this match was the most bullshit Ring of Honor garbage I've ever seen. I am not joking you. I shit you not when I say, let me actually, we're gonna bring this thing full circle, John. What was the first thing that you ever saw in ROH that made you hate ROH?
The turnbuckle brainbuster thing.
That got
And it
kicked
wasn't
out
it
of?
wasn't
Yeah,
fun.
that happened in this match.
Oh my fucking God, are you serious?
I don't even remember who did it to whom, but one of these guys kicked out of a brainbuster on a turnbuckle.
That's I hate Ring of Honor, man.
Dude,
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
telling you, I swear, you can probably find it at some point. Commander did it. Commander kicked out of a brainbuster onto the top turnbuckle.
Wrestling. I don't even know. Jesus. What what you said the last 9 minutes and this was part of those 9 minutes. Anything else obscene happened in these last 9 minutes?
Yeah, I want to say Fletcher kicked out of Commander's 450 as well.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
That's
he
great.
did. Commander hit his 450, and Fletcher just kicked out of it. He hit it. By the way, I should add, Commander hit a 450 off of I believe, the middle rope onto the apron. Like Fletcher was lying across the apron, and Commander hit it on him there. And then he pulled Fletcher into the middle of the ring, hit another 450 on him from the top rope, and Fletcher just kicked out at 2.
Bro, that's utterly ridiculous. What the fuck?
And then Commander proceeded to kick out of a brainbuster onto the top turnbuckle, which Fletcher had the energy to even execute after getting hit with those 2 450s back to back in the first place.
Wrestling. Or Ring of Honor specifically. That is just utterly fucking ridiculous.
It was
Oh my god.
absolute garbage, dude. It was horrible. Like, I I really, really hated this match to the point that it compelled me to actually rant about it in the Discord. Now, how often, first of all, how often do I go out of my way to watch matches that you and I don't react to? That's something in and of itself. The fact that I was like, you know what, I've been hearing enough about this, I want to go check it out. And then, second of all, the fact that it was something that I watched in my own time that I hated enough to rant about on the Discord. I was
Yeah,
tempted to
that
go on a
yeah.
tweet rant about this. That's how much I hated it.
God, well, that just really shows that you had the perfect award winner then, because for you to want to expend so much energy on something you hated like this, yeah, that says everything.
Yeah. So that was
That
my
yeah.
worst match of the year. Let's move on to our next award, our worst feud of the year. And I got to be honest with you, man, there were a lot of options here. I have 3 honorable mentions because I just feel like they stuck out above the rest. My 3 honorable mentions, I'm going to work my way up from the bottom because I really tried to kind of treat this almost like a fave five, where even the
Yeah.
honorable mentions are kind of ranked in a way. So
Yes.
at the very bottom, basically my 4th worst feud of the year, the 4 pillars of AEW.
Yes.
MJF versus Darby Allin versus Sammy Guevara versus Jungle Boy. That was horrible. It was literally, the idea of it in and of itself was horrible because most of the other 3 pillars didn't feel like they deserved a title shot. And then Tony probably saw that and was like, oh, we have to make them feel more credible, and proceeded to put on that garbage ass, fake ass tournament that meant nothing. And then we just got back to the 4-way anyway. It was terrible. So number 3 then would be the Outcasts versus Britt Baker, Jamie Hayter, and Hikaru Shida. Nobody was made to look better out of this. It made Ruby Soho a fucking God, I'm actually losing the word here. They turned Ruby Soho into a, and then the word is escaping me. Where you follow what everyone else is doing.
Patsy.
No.
Where you follow what everybody else is doing. Any other way you could phrase that?
Conformist. A conformist.
Okay,
They
conformist,
turned Ruby
okay.
Soho into a conformist because
Yeah.
Ruby Soho was like the one standing out of like, oh, she's the former WWE girl that's not going to just jump into the league with the WWE girls. And then she just fucking did anyway for no goddamn reason. It just made no sense. Yeah, it was really trash. And then my actual like top honorable mention, so basically second place, goes to MJF versus Samoa Joe, because this has lasted
Okay.
since like All In basically. I know for a fact that this dates all the way back to September at the very least, and it just blew off last night, and it's just not been entertaining at all to me. There have been very, very few good things about this feud. But my actual worst feud of the year, because I have memories of us laughing at how bad this was, despite one of the talents of it being so good, Jericho.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that's an amazing pick. See, picks like this show the deficiencies in my year-end awards. Now, I'm proud of it, given that I was under the gun through complete fault of my own. But yeah, that should have been an honorable mention for me. I will tell you right now, that is nowhere near like my selection, but that is an excellent pick. Go on.
Well, I mean, first of all, their match, I've seen people list as a contender for worst match of the year. The only reason I didn't put it as a contender for me was because I don't remember it. And to me, if a match isn't memorable, it couldn't have been that bad. You know what I mean? But I have seen other people list it as a candidate for worst match of the year. So that tells me that it must have been pretty shitty. And
Yeah.
I also very distinctly remember the one segment where Jericho refused to lay a hand on Britt Baker, so he brought out Saraya to cane her instead, and Adam Cole acted like she was dying, even though we've literally seen her get put through fucking thumbtacks.
Yeah, dude, you're so right. Oh my god, that's such a great pick. You beat me on this one for
It
sure.
was just
Yeah,
so
this is great. That great fucking pick.
bad.
Do you have anything else you want to say about it?
No, your turn, your turn.
I have no honorable mention. Actually, no, I do. Honorable mention goes to Trish Stratus and Becky Lynch.
Oh, that's a
I
good
feel like,
one.
yeah, I feel like nobody really got made in this feud.
They tried to make Zoe Stark, but she just lacks the talent to be made.
Exactly. But I'm just gonna cut right to the chase. My worst feud: Tam Nakano and Mina Shirakawa.
Oh, okay,
I
that makes
fucking
sense.
hated this. Yeah, I fucking hated this. Again, I just you're gonna notice a trend here, guys, if you haven't noticed it already for my worst category. Um, because really the feud, even before Flashing Champions, you could tell they were planting the seeds because Mina was growing more distant from Tam, which I found to be an interesting wrinkle. Like I remember the Cosmic Angels anniversary, and she calls Mina in, and I remember you and I were just freaking out because Mina did not give a fuck. Like she had that look like, God, why am I here? I'll do the pose. And then she immediately leaves. And then they do the tag match, Cosmic Angels versus DDM. And Mina tries. She really fights for the group. She did not turn on Tam the way that we thought she would. And then she amicably, like, breaks it off with Tam. And,
Yep.
like, oh man. And Tam's the one that is right, like, oh, but you promised me we were going to be champions together and this and that. And Mina's like, we're still going to do that, but we have to do that, like, on our separate ways. So again, and this is why I hated this feud because I feel like Tam Nakano, see, I should have seen it all along. She never really grows as a character, not really. And like every time I feel like she's put under the gun and like a change is forced, like a John Cena or like a Hogan before her. And that's not entirely a bad thing because in a way, like Tam is a very quality performer. She earned her time as the top performer, but we'll get to that a bit later. It's like, no, instead of changing, I'm just gonna go through it and, overcome it, whatever. And then Flashing Champions and then all that. And then when they did the dream tag thing where they tag together and it's like, oh, Mina, you could come back to Cosmic Angels, but you'd be like fifth behind me and everyone else.
Fifth,
I'm just
yeah.
like, this did nothing for Mina. This could have been so fascinating for Mina, even if you wanted to make her a heel, which I personally wouldn't have agreed with, but it still would have been something. And like, just nothing happened. And the only good thing that came out of it, honestly, when I really think about it, and I'm really honest about it, um, Waka, I think being a Club Venus member was really cool
That
and
segment
Ano
was
joining
great
Cosmic
when
Angels.
Waka was like, I gotta go with her.
Yeah. Yeah, that should have told us, oh my god, if Waka, who is like innocence embodied, is like, Tamantha, I can't.
Yeah.
But no, the best thing, honestly, was Ano joining Cosmic Angels as a result of this.
Yeah.
That was the only positive I really see that came out of this. But yeah, other than that, this feud fucking sucked.
And really, Anno
Um,
joining Cosmic Angels could have happened without this feud happening.
yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, I'm just very angry about this even all this time later. But with that said, I guess we'll go because it stays with me for worst storyline of the year. Um, I don't have any honorable mentions for this either, but the award winner is a doozy, and I'm pretty sure if it's I wonder if we even share this one, bro, because I know you hated this as much as I did. My worst storyline of the year winner, Unamisa Mori has to lose weight to
Yup.
join Cosmic Angels.
Absolutely. Same one. We nailed it.
Excellent. Then you know
I
what?
did have one
I'm gonna
honorable
say my
mention, but it was just the four pillars again. So,
yeah. No, because again, there's a trend here. It was an awful fucking year, like booking wise and stuff for Cosmic Angels and for Tam Nakano, because now you're doing Fat Phobia. And here's the thing, guys. You guys know, and normally I don't like to talk about this shit, but I am going to talk about it in this case because it's actually relevant. You know that I'm a philosopher. You know that I do philosophy. I have a colleague named Kate Mann. She's got a book coming out. I recommend all of you guys pre-order. It's going to be coming out January 9th. It's going to be sent to my Kindle. I'm going to try and make time for it. Called Unshrinking. And it's this whole critique against fat phobia and diet culture and all that. She had a great article in the New York Times recently about this phenomenon on TikTok called food noise because appetite suppressants like Ozempic and others are like, oh, and if you hear that food noise, which let's break it down, folks, food noise is essentially the rumbling of your stomach, your body telling you I'm hungry, feed me, right? Just ignore it. It's just part of the drug. You want to lose that weight, right? Diet culture and fat phobia are fucking insidious as shit. We know also that they infect the medical industry. I've heard stories about people that were overweight coming in with pain. I will never forget this story of this woman coming in and being like, I'm in so much pain. Like, it really fucking hurts. Oh, just lose weight. She comes back. It's gotten so bad. I can only eat a few spoonfuls of food, but eating hurts me. The doctor says to her, maybe that's a good thing. Turns out she had stage 4 colon cancer. I bring all of this up because pro wrestling is a part of culture. Culture can transform reality. We've seen what powerful movies, powerful art, powerful books can do to a society. Wrestling, what I've always wanted from pro wrestling, and I felt like Lucha Underground could have been the start of this, is I want it to take its role as a cultural artifact more seriously. This isn't it. Because what you're doing is you're reifying the very worst aspects of our culture.
Yeah.
When you take Yuna Mizumori, who is this amazing power wrestler, and you body shame her, and a very capable, very likable performer. I've always affectionately called her the pugnacious pineapple. And you go and she leaves Nanae, which is an upgrade because fuck Nanae Takahashi, and she says, I want to be a cosmic angel. And then Tam and Poi together poke her stomach, pretty much dress her down, like staring at her and dress her down verbally, being like, don't you think you're a bit too big to be a cosmic angel? And just weight shaming and body shaming.
Mm-hmm.
And you treat it like a triumph. I can't express how utterly sickening that is to me. Now, look, I'm not a saint. I have judged people in my life on their appearance. We're all attracted to different things and unattracted to other things. But here's the thing. I've never used a pulpit to shame another person. If somebody's ever come to me that I wasn't attracted to for whatever fucking purpose, I'm amicable about it and I leave it at that interpersonal interaction. I don't get a microphone in front of a whole crowd of people and talk about why you're not good enough because you have a few too many pounds. I also don't bring a scale into the ring, have them step on the scale, and when they don't have a weight that I like, even if it's only playfully, thwack them in the head. Oh, yeah, let me beat you because you have too many pounds that I don't like. People need to understand how fucking disgusting this storyline was.
Yeah.
Because this wasn't, oh, ha ha, let's have a good laugh. You know, Yuna, she's a little too big to be an angel. They treated her like shit.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely fucking awful. And when we talk about so many cultures, and Japanese culture is no exception, where there is bullying, where there is minimizing, criticizing, all this stuff. What father did you think you were giving the same type of people that, bully other people into suicide, as we saw happen a few years ago with Hana Kimura and the
Yeah.
other stuff?
Yeah.
I don't. Now, this is where I want to be careful, and I take, our responsibility as a public show and a public platform seriously. I can't speak to any bullying that Yuna Mizumori may or may not have suffered. I don't know. What I'm saying is, when you do a storyline like this, you open the door for that to happen.
Yeah.
You make it a potentiality
Yep.
because then fans of like Tim or whatever being like, oh, Tam's right to be skeptical of you. I mean, stuff like that. Now, I don't know if anybody did or didn't, but you invited the possibility, and that's enough to me. This was one of the worst storylines I've seen, not just this year, but in a good while. I'd say at least the last 5, because this was utterly heinous and completely unnecessary. You shared this award with me, though, and you
Yes.
already said your one honorable mention was The Pillar.
Yes.
Um, so please, sir, I didn't want to hog up all the air, but I thought the recent readings and stuff that I've done,
Yeah.
I also wanted to talk about that because fat phobia is a bigger conversation we're happening, and wrestling is lagging behind. So, what do you have to say about this storyline?
Oh no, dude, you said everything that needed to be said and more. You said far more than I would have about this storyline. It was disgusting. I mean, really, yeah, one thing I will say is my mom was a huge fan of Tam and Poi prior to this, and this storyline literally got her to turn on them because of how disgusting it was. So like,
She's not the only one.
yeah, you gave all of the like, objective reasoning as to why this was bad. I'll give more of like a subjective sort of personal anecdotal reason as to why it was bad, you know?
Right. Yeah.
So we can move on though. Worst pay per view of the year. This was also really easy to me, thanks to Curtis. My honorable mentions: Wrestle Kingdom 17 and the Cinderella tournament opening round. But my worst pay per view of the year was Final Battle 2023.
Damn. You want to run down the card like we usually do?
Oh yeah, sure. Let's do this. It's honestly mind blowing that they thought that this was acceptable to charge however much they charged for it. Because I had to actually look it up to make sure that this was actually a pay per view, and yeah, it technically it was. I mean, it was on Honor Club, but it was technically considered pay per view. Um, so pre-show doesn't really count. We'll skip the pre-show, right? But the main
Yeah.
show, Hijo del Vikingo versus Black Taurus. That was probably the one match on the show that I would consider makes sense to be like an undercard pay-per-view match, right?
Right.
ROH World Six-Man Tag Team Championship. We've got the Mogul Embassy in action, right? That's exciting. It's Bishop Khan, Toa Leona, Brian Cage. All right. Um, so they went against TMDK, which like, oh my God, Shane Haste. That's so cool. Teaming with Kosei Fujita and Bad Dude Tito.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, so the next match was an I Quit match. Those are always epic, right?
Yeah.
Tony Nese versus Ethan Page.
Ew, why? What the fuck? Why would you do that to me? I was like, "Oh, cool, I quit match. Who's the blood feud?" And then it's those fucking jokes? What the hell?
Oh, but hey, Tony Nese had smart Mark Sterling by his side.
Oh, God. Oh, God. I feel like Gerald from South Park, you know, Kyle's dad, I feel like I want to internet bully this entire show. Oh my God, that's bad. What was the rest of the card?
Oh, you knew that this was the show that was main evented by Athena, right?
Oh, that's such a shame because she's really good.
You did know that. I
Uh,
thought you knew that.
well, it's probably pretty obvious, but yeah, I wasn't thinking about it at the time since
Okay.
you've been running on this
Well,
card.
it was main evented by Athena, but Tony Khan just could not let a pay per view go without having a disrespectful, way too short women's match on the undercard. So Nyla Rose beat Vert Vixen in under 3 minutes on this match card.
Oh wow, okay.
Then we had Survival of the Fittest,
Right, your worst match of the year.
right? Then we had Wheeler Yuta defending the Pure Wrestling Championship in a Pure Wrestling Rules match against, get ready for it, John, Filthy Tom Lawler.
Ew. Oh God.
Then we get to an actual redeemable match, Keith Lee versus Shane Taylor, which I can't even give full praise to because apparently this re-aggravated Keith Lee's injury.
Safest company in the world, everybody.
Then
Ugh.
you're gonna love this. We had a Jay Briscoe Memorial Fight Without Honor, and this, not the main event, ended up being the longest match on the card, by the way. We had FTR and Mark Briscoe versus Danielson, Moxley, and Claudio.
I don't want to shit too much on that because I know Jay Briscoe's death shook a lot of people up this year, but yeah, just
And
you know,
finally, the
yeah.
semi-main event, the ROH World Championship Proving Ground match. They put a Proving Ground match on a pay-per-view, John.
Oh God.
Eddie Kingston beat Anthony Henry in under 6 minutes.
Oh jeez. I
And
don't
then
even.
we get to the
Do I
main
even care?
event, which was Athena versus Billy Starks, which I was also really disappointed by because I actually watched this match in full. Bro, I was going to say it. Billy Starks is not very good right now. I mean, I don't say right now because she's like 18 years old, I want to say, maybe 19 by now. She got plenty of room to grow, but right now she's not good. She's just not good at all. I don't want to go as far as to say she's bad, but like she kind of is bad.
Interesting, because I know I saw her like this was several months back, like in a pre-show. I think it was for the Owen Hart tournament for the women, and she seemed pretty solid to me then. So yeah, I mean, I'll take your word for
Dude,
it, but that's
she wrestles
disappointing.
like she was trained by Osprey.
Yeah. Okay.
She
That
has
that
like
explains
all
a
of
lot.
the exact bad habits that you would expect somebody to have if they were trained by Osprey.
That really sucks.
She doesn't sell for shit. She takes bumps like she doesn't know how to bump. Like
Yeah.
it's like I actually commented on it.
Damn.
Um Apparently, oh yeah. She tried to do Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So, Billy also did something really distasteful in this match. So, you know how when somebody gets concussed, sometimes their body can have that fencing response
Yeah.
where like one of their arms will stick out and it'll like stiffen up and stuff.
Yeah.
Athena headbutted Billy while wearing a protective mask, and Billy sold it by trying to do a fake fencing response.
Oh God.
And like it looked like a fake, like she was trying to do a like it was very clearly fake because it didn't look anything like an actual fencing response. It looked like somebody who's only ever seen a fencing response one time a few years ago trying to do an impersonation of a fencing response.
Yes.
At one point in the match, Starks tried to do a buckshot lariat, but in the like rather than a lariat, she tried to do that style move as a spear, but she wasn't athletic enough to do the full flip and land on her feet right and do the spear.
Yeah. Okay.
So she ended up just completely all of her momentum died when she landed, and then she just kind of did like a slow spear to Athena afterwards.
Right.
So like, yeah, there was a lot in this match that I Billy Starks just kind of got exposed to me in this match because I've been kind of like ambivalent about her previously, where I've just been like, oh, she's young, she's all right, she's pretty good, she's not too bad. But this match was like, oh no, she's actually bad. Like she's actually not good.
Oh, that really sucks.
Yeah,
Oh man.
yeah. But and then there was also like the actual booking of the match was terrible. They had Athena get drop kicked in the back while she was like leaning over the ropes so that she fell face first onto the championship. Like
Oh wow.
the championship was laying on the apron. Athena was leaning out over the ring, and Billy kicked her in the back so that she would basically like flop forward and land face first on the title. And then Billy hit her finisher immediately after that spot, and Athena just kicked out.
Oh, okay.
That's just it.
Wow.
Athena just kicked out right there. Boom. So title shot to
Yeah.
the head, immediate finisher, kick out.
Yeah.
And like
Uh,
Athena is in this story, Athena is more portrayed as the heel type character in this story.
yes.
And they had Billy be the one that kind of basically cheated by using the title shot to the head by drop kicking Athena's face onto it.
Right.
It was just horrible. Like the match itself, like I said, this match wasn't horrible, but it was very underwhelming relative to what I expected, knowing that Athena was in it. And like in my mind, it was like, okay, Athena's fucking incredible. Billy Starks is like a net neutral, so this match is gonna rock. This match is gonna slap. This is gonna be great. And then it
Yeah.
turned out that like Athena could not carry Billy to a good match. It just was not
Yeah.
happening.
Damn, that's really disappointing.
So yeah, worst show of the year to me, worst pay per view of the year. What was yours?
Worst pay-per-view, just continuing this trend of Flashing Champions 2023.
No
Because
honorable
here's
mentions.
no honorable mentions for me on this. And here's the thing about Flashing Champions. I won't count the pre-show because I know you didn't. You're like, pre-shows, whatever. Most of this card isn't even really bad. Where I really take offense is the final three matches. So, okay. First official match that again isn't a pre-show match. We have Queen's Quest opening. So the fan in me that's biased, I'm like, how do you have Utami and Saya like opening a pay-per-view and not be higher up in the card? But and Hina, Utami and Saya beat Young OED, so Kid, Ruaka, and Rina. Then you have stars, so Mayu and Hanan, um, and FWC,
Right.
Asuka and Koguma defeated Club Venus, and this was, when it was Mariah May, Xena, Jesse, and Waka. So hated that Club Venus again was losing, and I feel like Jesse was getting bullied by Mayu, which I know we noted this year.
Yep. Dude,
Micah,
I
Suzu,
legitimately thought about making Mayu an honorable mention for face of the year until I remembered how much of a bully she was to Jesse, and I was like, no,
uh,
good baby faces don't do shit like that.
exactly, and you know what? The club thanks you. That would have been really awkward dancing with that revelation coming to light. Um, Micah, Suzu, and May, when we thought they were gonna be a faction, defeated Neo Stardom Army. That was the right call. No problems there. Saki did win the high speed title on this show against Osmi and Fugi, and that was probably like the big bright spot on the show.
Yeah.
But then so we get new eras defeating Goldship, Natsuko, and Momo Watanabe. And the only problem with that is that Natsuko straight up called Mirai out, and she was right because she said the fans don't care about you, which they didn't at that point. The only thing that was over was her clap. So pretty much like I don't want to call it a gimmick. Like I call it a gimmick in the broad sense,
Right, I
right?
get you.
Um, and yeah, they just retain and like nobody cares. So I think this is the start of Mirai really getting exposed, which makes her winning the Wonder title all the more perplexing, like later in the year. Body
It
Body
wasn't even.
Bombers beat what?
I was just gonna say
What'd
it
you say?
wasn't even that much longer after this, was it?
No, I don't think
Like it
it
was
was.
within like a month of this, I want to say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, really wasn't that much longer after this.
Because Tam
But
won the Wonder title and then dropped it literally like, yeah, it was like 5 weeks later to Mirai.
exactly. So the really heinous thing beyond Tam, consolidating those titles, Body Body Bombers begin their title reign here because
Oh, they
Julia
beat
Tekla and
Restart
Nice Talk
too.
that I
Yeah.
beat
Oh
fucking
God. Yeah.
Restart.
Julia with the carry job. I remember.
Exactly. Kyrie, Poi, and Ano, a team that I could have believed reigning for a fucking year, don't even hold the titles that long. And Sakurai, Julia, and Tekla are still holding these fucking
Dude,
titles.
you realize they didn't have a single successful defense with those titles at all?
That is so offensive to me, it's ridiculous. And not even just because of Kyrie, but also because of Poi and fucking Ano. Like, it's a stacked fucking team. And yeah, fucking Buddy Bombers are still the champions to this day going into 2024. And of course, Tam beating Mina in my worst match of the year. So yeah, flashing both of our worst pay-per-views had our worst match of the year, which I think is always a good indicator
That's
of where
great.
that category is
Yeah.
going. But yeah, fuck flashing champions. Um, and I guess continuing right along with overutilized talent of the year, I do have honorable mentions for this, which I'm glad because I want some build up.
Dude, I have a massive list of honorable mentions for this one.
God, when you say that, I almost want you to go first. Um, okay, honorable mentions for me. Now, I do want to clarify about my list. I'm not as coherent and as put together as Ashton. Like I know he said earlier, his honorable mentions, he kind of treats like a fave five. I do not. I just kind of fill it out, and I'm
Gotcha.
like, these are just the people I was considering. I don't really like. Maybe going into 2024, I would try for more of a hierarchy, but I did not this year, so I wanted to make that clear. Overutilized talents for me, honorable mentions: The Judgment Day, emphasis on JD McDonough, Austin Theory, Nanae Takahashi, and CM Punk. Because
Dude,
CM Punk even
oh my god, I almost put CM Punk and my mom talked me out of it because he was barely on any television at all this year.
But the idea that he even got a job is
Yeah,
being overutilized.
yeah.
Fuck this dude. Your mom may be sensible. I am not. Uh, so my overutilized talent of the year, and here's the crescendo: Tam Nakano.
Nice.
What 2023 did for me, and I'm being
Dude,
completely
literally
serious
all
right now,
five of your first five awards revolve around her.
dude. And that's the thing. My big revelation that wasn't loving a wrestler, but a revelation about me. Tam Nakano is ruined for me. That's what I learned this year.
Yeah.
The bloom is off the rose, and it's really a fucking shame because Tam is a world champion. I was excited for her. Did I agree with her beating Julia? No. You guys can go back and you can listen to the audio. I was very much against it. Javaris and I were the two biggest people that were like, Julia should win actually, because Tam, I don't know. I just want to see her go through that struggle because she's an amazing storyteller. But the thing about amazing stories is there's always some pronounced conflict, whether it's person versus environment, person versus person, or my personal favorite, person versus self, which is the story I wanted to be told with Tam. Tam, on the other hand, said, I'm going to have a think about that. Go fuck yourself. I'm winning everything. And she does. And nobody really benefits. She takes the Wonder title from Mina. We've talked about that. That was a horrible decision because Mina had so much emotion and so much passion about winning the fucking white belt, and she loses it like a month later. And then Tam Nakano on the press conference before she humiliates her like this has the audacity to be like, "Oh, Mina, you're too greedy. You want to do everything." Oh, I'm sorry. You're criticizing her because she's ambitious and she doesn't feel content serving under you. Didn't you not feel content serving under Mayu because you
Mm-hmm.
felt unvalued? You fucking hypocrite. Um, and then with the world title reign, I'm gonna be honest. I would have liked it to end properly. I won't even get into the stuff that we've potentially had come out about that. And I do want to emphasize potentially because, I don't like making declarative statements about things that I don't know, even if I feel it very strongly in my gut. My gut ain't my brain. It was underwhelming. The Megan Bain matchup, I'll get to that later, believe you me. That was like, what the fuck? What else? Natsuko, she got injured in the match with Natsuko, and that was, like Natsuko is a fine challenger, sure, but that was whatever. We ended up skipping that match actually because that's when we started being more selective. So we didn't even want to see that match. I even forget some other defenses that she had. So it really hasn't stuck into my mind. I still remember Julia's defenses. I still remember her Maya Yukihi defense when she was champion. With Tam, I can remember some matches, but I'm actually sure there are other matches that I'm forgetting. Yeah, making her a double champion, making her a Hulk Hogan style world champion. I wasn't here for it. I definitely felt like she was overutilized by the company in that way. Tam's strength to me was being a scrapper, always fighting from underneath. Fighting is almost like she needed to come up for air to breathe. When you make somebody like Tam be on top, you take away her greatest gift. You can't tell. That's why history kind of is boring sometimes, right? Because if history is always written by the winner, well, how do you think it's going to sound? That's why you need to hear other accounts from history, from the downtrodden, from the crushed, from the oppressed. Tam as the oppressed is much better than Tam as the oppressor. And Tam as the oppressor, which we got this year, fucking sucked.
Yeah.
This was awful. This was the worst content she's ever produced. And again, that's a really damning statement because before all this happened, I was you and me both, and I know I was joining you, really thought that Tam not only was in the conversation for best wrestler in the world, but she might have been the center of that conversation at times.
Yeah.
I will not take away this woman's in-ring ability
Well,
or her
that's exactly
psychology
why
or
I
anything
didn't
else.
put her in this category. Is precisely because of what you just said. Like, I can't put
Yeah,
somebody in overutilized when I legitimately consider them to be in the conversation for best in the world.
and I feel like it was taken out for me though after all of this because I'm like, a real best in the world has that versatility, and I realize now that Tam's kind of birth of ability, BERTH, kind of that spaciousness. It's more limited than I thought because sometimes you're a better challenger than champion. Some people make great champions. I feel like when you're truly great, you're both. Tam is not both. I don't like her as a champion. As a challenger, she's far more compelling. And yeah,
She was a great white
this
belt
was a
champion, though.
that's fair enough. First time around, yes. Second time around, I mean, it barely even got off the ground and she dropped it to fucking Mirai.
Well, no, I
So
mean like her
yeah,
epic long white belt
yeah.
run.
Her epic line, but even even she would tell you people were still more focused on Julia. But yeah, that run was solid, and she put over Kamitani.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like that's why I was excited for her to be world champion. And then that happened, and it's like,
Dude, it's
no,
funny though because even in hindsight, she put over someone that she trained.
yeah, and there you go. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I really felt like I learned a lot about Tam this year and a lot about my relationship with Tam, and none of it was good. I definitely feel like the company should have simmered down. And here's the thing. I'm not even saying that you could have avoided all of this by having Mina win at Flashing Champions, because for all we know, we would have hit the exact same problem, but with Mina, and honestly, in a way that would have been even worse because I don't want to hate Mina. I fucking adore her. But you shouldn't have even done the match in the first place. And if you were going to do it, you should have done a draw to continue the feud at a later time to keep Mina hot and to keep Tam hot in a different way. But no, Tam had to be fucking Galactus and just eat and devour and just destroy everything. And well, she did. And now here's where we are. She got hurt because all those eggs were in that basket. I'm not blaming her for getting hurt. I'm blaming the booking for giving her all of that. And now title got vacated, which there might be a story there, there might not be. We don't know definitively. And now we got Suzu and Micah. They fought for it. We're gonna be right into that next Thursday. But yeah, I definitely felt like they overplayed the Tam Nakano hand this year, and I really didn't enjoy any of it. I mean, you see my categories,
Yeah.
a lot of blunders here. So who was your? I always love when we get to this category though, because you always think outside the box for like overutilized and stuff like that. So you said you had a shit ton of
Oh,
honorable mentions. I didn't forget that.
dude, I think I might have
Please,
20 honorable mentions here.
Jesus Christ. I remember once you got on me last year for my match of the year contender list for honorable mentions. And like, because it was a lot, but you say you have 20, maybe it's not that much. I'm assuming that's hyperbole.
I think it's over 20 actually.
Jesus Christ. Well, I'm not going to get on you for it. You clearly had a lot of thought about this. So, floor is yours.
I'm working my way up from the bottom, so the last name that I say will be the next closest thing to my actual prize winner before I name the actual winner. Nick Wayne, Preston Vance, Action Andretti, The Dark Order, Julia Hart, Sky Blue, Britt Baker, Mirai, Evil, Soraya, Yoshihashi, Will Osprey, PCO, Bully Ray, Dominic Mysterio, Orange Cassidy, Joe Gacy, Charlotte Flair, Cody Rhodes, Sammy Guevara, L.A. Knight, Mai Sakurai, Jungle Boy Jack Perry, Ilya Dragunov, Chris Jericho, and now we're getting into the real pieces of shit. Chris Jericho, Austin Theory, Gallus, Nia Jax, and JD McDonough.
I mean, excellent choices, but with that laundry list, who was your winner?
MJF.
Amazing.
There is nobody in pro wrestling today who makes me change the channel faster than MJF. There is nobody who, when their music hits, I either immediately reach for the mute button or reach for the remote to change the channel faster than MJF. He is the number one guy. And he's on every episode of every show pretty much. If he's not on every episode of the television show, he's at the very least on one every single week, bare minimum. Now, he's not going to be going forward because apparently he's going to take some time off for injury, whatever. He jumped onto a broken table and got injured. Way to fucking go, dude. So yeah, MJF to me, just he has go away heat with me is really what it comes down to. And now he's
Yes.
going away, and I'm not going to say I'm happy about it because of the circumstances, but I'm definitely not going to complain about not seeing him for a while.
Yes. All right. All right. Let's continue here. Next would be overrated talent of the year, and sir, you open on this one. So, who are
I
your
have
honorable
far
mentions?
fewer honorable mentions for this because it's really hard for people to fly under the radar nowadays. Like, if you suck, people usually know, but there are
Yeah.
still quite a few shitters that people don't know about. My honorable mentions: Tiffany Stratton has an oddly large fan base, and there are genuinely people that I talk to that actually think she's really good, and it blows my mind. FTR still have fans somehow. Will Osprey, people still think he's good somehow. LA Knight, obviously Super Blue loves him. We have other people in our fan base that like him. I think he sucks personally. MJF is actually my top honorable mention here, not my award winner.
And your award winner is?
Ilya Dragunov.
Ooh, saucy. I like that.
I'm gonna be real, man. I just straight up think he sucks. I think he is
Yeah.
he is literally the definition of what Kevin Nash would call a vanilla midget. He is boring. He is small. He is not believable. He gets way too intense to the point that it feels like he's faking. It feels like he's playing pretend. It feels like he's role playing basically. And he's just garbage to me. Like, there's nothing good about him. I can't get into his matches because every time that he does something and a bigger guy sells for him, I'm like, oh, come on. You know what I mean? Like, he's just
Yeah.
he's just everything about him feels fake, and I can't stand being taken out of it when I'm watching wrestling, and he takes me out of it no matter what he does, whether it's in the ring or on the mic. Everything about Ilya Dragunov feels fake and phony and not convoluted, just superficial, not even, I don't even know, but like, it's just disingenuous. That's the word. Everything about Ilya Dragunov feels disingenuous. He's MJF, only worse.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm just gonna respond to Javaris like in the commentary, not in the chat. Bro, I wish you were here, man. You missed all my rants on Tam because I think I'm tapped out. I don't think I have any more rants about her because like all the
Well,
big worst
luckily
ones.
for Javaris, our videos, when we go live every single time, I always make sure that we support DVR. So you can rewind and you can re listen to what John has said. And by the time you get through all the TAM stuff and get back to this point in the commentary, you can just catch up and you'll be good to go.
Absolutely. So for me, for overrated talent of the year, I do have a few honorable mentions. I'll just go through
Nice.
them very quickly. Um, Cody Rhodes, MJF, Tam Nakano, Will Osprey, and LA Knight. My award winner though is CM Punk.
Nice.
I
I
fucking hate
actually
this dude.
probably should have put him in my honorable mentions at least.
Bro, I'm gonna be truthful with you, okay? When I read that he was breaking all sorts of social media and viewership records for his return at War Games, it made me physically sick to my stomach.
Yeah.
I'm like, why?
Yeah.
This dude's 45 and fucking washed. Like,
He really is,
why?
though. He really is.
I just, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, everybody was so excited to see him back. I mean, mainly Chicago, but I feel like he's been getting good reactions and good YouTube comments and stuff, like on WWE's page and stuff. And I'm like, why is everybody happy to see? Like, has nobody been paying attention to what this dude's been doing? Has nobody been paying attention to like what a toxic liability this dude is? And clearly the answer to that is no. Because again, like everybody's just like so hyped. WWE did like a video package, like splicing real time reactions from certain fans. Oh my god, it's CM Punk, people crying. And look, I don't want to go after fans because again, I've definitely had my history of poor choices, and I should definitely be held account for that. And I feel like we have been held account for that. We, as in like the fan community of people that I've been a fan of. But like, so enjoy what you enjoy. But about Punk personally, I don't get it. Again, he has no athleticism. He tried to big league Hangman and ended up fucking hurting himself. His niche is fucking Chicago, which will lap up anything he gives for him. And I really don't even think he puts his best foot forward there because like he did that fucking Rocky speech in AEW, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Dude,
Um,
I almost forgot about that, honestly. That's funny.
it's like there was a time when I thought he was a really good in performer in a promo, but that was like over 10 years ago. So you know, there you go. And I just don't get it, man. I don't get where all the love all this time later. And DBK even said Punk is still in the top 3 best sellers, best merch sellers in the company. Now, I will say the shirts he's gotten have been pretty dope. And he should give a big thank you to that merch team because whoever designed those shirts deserves a fucking raise. But yeah, like the idea that people are buying them and financially supporting him after everything. I'm like, man, I have never felt a bigger disconnect since I think a Charlotte, and even currently, like with an LA Knight. If CM Punk didn't win this, LA Knight probably would have.
Right.
But the thing is, LA Knight, for as much as I hate him and I think he's a fucking talentless ripoff of other vastly superior acts to when the business was in a golden era, I never heard about him getting in fights or like openly politicking or tanking a company at a press conference or kissing the ass of the same company that you said made you sick in the first place. So, like, he gets a pass. He's mediocre. That's his crime, but so are a lot of other wrestlers. CM Punk is a special kind of trash to me.
Yup.
So, yeah, overrated talent. You already said yours was who was yours again? MJF, was it? Was your winner?
No, Ilya Dragunov.
Alien Drive, that's right, because MJF was an honorable mention. That's right. So yeah, CM Punk for me here. And then we go to worst superstar, and I think this continues with me, right? Because you went first.
Yup.
So I have no honorable mentions for worst superstar of the year. I'm just going to say that my worst superstar of the year is MJF. Um,
He's my top honorable mention.
Yeah, I mean, literally hurt ratings as world champion. I don't think really improved the gate much for AEW. Oh my God, Super Blue so happy that LA Knight didn't win the award because of CM Punk. Uh, uh, yeah, I thought he was terrible as a babyface. Still did a lot of like the same shtick that like isn't endearing. I felt like as a person, as somebody like that's a figurehead of a company, I didn't like the way that he handled. Oh God, what is her name? I feel so bad that I'm blanking on her name. Remember that woman that, like, blew the whistle on AEW? I know she's, like, a more famous
Lufisto.
wrestler. Thank you, Mephisto. I didn't like how he responded to that
Lufisto.
situation. Mephisto.
With an
Um,
L. Lufisto.
Okay, you were kinda cutting out on the okay, Lufisto. Yes, that's right. I didn't like how he handled that situation. I haven't liked how he's kind of answered to AEW's controversies with the more, like, mealy mouth, like, "Oh, it's not whatever, and yeah, I just feel like his promos, they all bleed together. You could record one and just play it over and over because it's essentially the same thing, just swap out the names and the circumstances. His in-ring, I don't think is bad, and especially compared to people that are so overly reliant on like flippy shit, I would actually put him a cut above in that regard. But it's still really nothing to write home about, especially when you come up on the kind of wrestling that you and I came up on, and I know a lot of our fans came up on. He's like he's. I would give him maybe a 7 out of 10 for in the ring, and I think that's being fair. But yeah, like it wasn't a good year for him. He finally got to be the top guy. In a way, I feel like it took too long and they were kind of jerking us around, and that didn't help either. But then he got it, and it just really kind of fell flat for me. The start of the reign, I feel like wasn't even that bad. Him taking out Regal was still one of the best parts of his title reign, due in large part to the excellent acting and selling of William Regal. But it never really went to the heights that I think a lot of fans would have
It's
liked it
funny
to,
though
in my
because that
opinion.
also happened in 2022, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, well, because he's been champion for over a year, so when you look at the whole title reign and you look at parts of it for 2023, eh, very lacking,
Yeah.
but just really kind of a mid-year for him, and so he's my worst superstar of the year because the expectation versus the reality, the disparity is just oof. So, who are your honorable mentions and who is your award winner?
So my honorable mentions are literally just Charlotte Flair and MJF.
Okay.
And sneaking in at the very end of the year to take the award out of MJF's hands, Chris Jericho.
Oh, wow. Alright, I'm guessing this is in large part due to recent events too that kinda
Uh,
catapulted him?
Not in large part. He would have been in my worst superstar honorable mentions regardless, but recent events have swapped him and MJF, put MJF on the bench and put him in the spotlight, you know?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
Jericho did a lot of absolutely awful angles this year. I mean, he was part of my worst feud of the year to start things out, right?
right.
He had the whole thing going on all year where it was like a will they won't they with him and Sammy Guevara. Like are they a team? Do they hate each other? What the fuck's going on?
Yeah.
Am I remembering this correctly? Was it this year or was it last year that the JAS all came out in the matching suits?
Oh, that was last year
Was that
when they
last
did
year?
when they did that one. Yeah,
Okay. Well, regardless, Jericho has been. This might be the worst year of his career from a quality standpoint, as far as like
yeah,
match quality goes, even like promo quality. He's just been really awful. And then you back that up with, oh, yeah, by the way, he's probably a sexual abuser too.
yeah.
Fuck him.
Fucking oof. Alright, my friend, you still have the floor, though, because now we're at one of my favorites in the worst category, worst promo of the year.
So honorable mention here goes to Tiffany Stratton's inauguration on the 5:30 NXT show, which I showed you already.
God, I love your memory because I think I repressed it actually, which shows you what a great candidate that is because I actually buried it deep in the catacombs. Um, continue.
But my number one, and this is by a country mile, like I would rather listen to three Tiffany Stratton inaugurations before I go back and listen to this again, was the soulless, effortless, passionless reiteration of Steiner Math by MJF.
Oh, great choice. Great choice.
He is literally sitting in the trainer's room because of Samoa Joe, because Joe injured him. And he proceeds to recite word for word, basically, with very few changes, Steiner Math to Samoa Joe in the most bland, monotone way you can possibly imagine. And
Yeah,
again, it continues along the lines of like why I hated the match last night, the way that it just started with a lockup. Like this dude just fucking injured you. You should be pissed off. Why are you locking up with him like this is any other match?
exactly.
The storytelling in AEW is so lackluster, it almost hurts. And this was just another shred of evidence on that pile that keeps getting bigger and bigger with every week that goes by it feels like that they don't know how to tell stories because MJF probably went to Tony Khan and he was like, Tony, oh my God, I'm in a feud with Samoa Joe. I should cut the Steiner Math promo on him. And Tony was like, oh my God, Max, that's such a cool idea. You should do that from the trainer's room tonight. And they never even thought about the context of it at all. They never even thought,
No,
like, oh, wait, like, you're going to be in the trainer's room because Joe will have just fucking injured you. Maybe you should be angry and cut a promo from the heart rather than this copy paste bullshit for the meme.
yeah, for the meme.
So yeah, I fucking hated that. Like that pissed me off so much.
All right, I've got one honorable mention for mine, and that was Hangman Adam Page's almost kind of work shoot promo on Swerve November 15th from 2023.
Who? Wait, who's work?
Um,
Wait, this was an honorable mention,
yes,
and you said it was Hangman Page.
yes, on Swerve Strickland.
On what was the date?
November 15th, 2023.
Which one was this?
This was the one where he said he was going to steal Prince Nana's weed, and he was very like racially insensitive to Swerve and Prince Nana. But he was also talking about like, oh, you broke into my home, and I think I don't know why I called it a work shoot because I think he also talked about like Swerve's place in AEW, or like, oh, he said something because Swerve said to Hangman at one point in their first promo, like, oh, how you've like lost it. And I think Hangman kind of threw that back in his face. So maybe ward shoot isn't even the right word, but just the promo that he cut saying that he was going to beat up Swerve and then steal Nana's weed. And like, yeah, it was just really, really fucking weird. And again, like AEW has a race
Yeah,
problem
they do.
and particularly how they treat black wrestlers and shit. And this did not fucking help. However, because I'm a petty fucker, that was only an honorable mention. My worst promo of the year actually happened 12 days after this one. It was CM Punk's I'm Home promo on WWE Raw from November 27th of this year. Wow. What a fucking sellout. Jesus Christ. To go from this was the place that made me sick in the first place, and I couldn't get better going back there and I needed time, to a wise man once told me, to just take the time off and this has always been home and I'm home. I hate you, dude. I hate it was you want to talk about soulless and passionless? You were 100% right for your award pick because I've noticed that about MJF's delivery. His idea of passion is just screaming really loud certain things. This was just soulless though because I didn't believe a fucking word that came out of his mouth. I'm like, you're here for the money. You're here because you want a payday and because maybe your pride didn't want your wrestling career to end with that dumpster fire AEW run. But don't fucking lie to us. You know what I would have respected so much more, and I thought would have been such a much more interesting story if I could fucking speak, is if he would have come in almost with like an NWO style mentality of like, I fucking hate this place. I hate all of you, and I'm determined to destroy it.
Yeah.
And then when Seth piggybacks off of Hangman's promo on Punk and is like, I'm gonna defend this place from you, it would have actually had a context that like I would have rolled my eyes, sure, but I would have rolled with it. The idea that Punk wants to be like, I love him saying that he loves the fans is so cringe because he never even did that in 2011 when he was cool. Like, I love you guys. It's great to be back. Go fuck yourself, you old piece of shit. Christ.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so soulless and it's such like sycophantic suck ass
Drivel.
bullshit. Exactly. Exactly.
Dude, you know
My
what the
God,
funniest thing about this is?
what's that?
My quote of the year, last fucking year, in these very awards was CM Punk to MJF on Dynamite from January 5th, where he said, and I quote, "Listen, pal, if you think the grass is so much greener on the other side, be my guest. Go ahead, leave. Main event night 4 of a buy one, get one free extravaganza, and then get released faster than you last in the sack. When you come back, I'll still be here, and that ass kicking will be waiting for you."
How did that age, Philip? Fuck. And then he thinks he's so cool, like wink wink when he gets his time cut short. That's a great premonition for your run in this fucking company, isn't it, punker? And he looks at the camera and he's like, I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make money. Yet no fucking shit, we all knew that. You're 45 and bitter. What the fuck do you think you're doing in a wrestling company? Jesus Christ. I honestly I hate this fucking dude so much. Like, at least I can say about Tam Nakano for all of my problems with her, and I had a shit on this year, that at bottom, when she gets out of her own way, she's a brilliant fucking worker. What do I want to see? Punk blow out a quad by trying to being more of an athlete than he actually is. Oh, I can do this spot. No, the fuck you can't, motherfucker. Sit down before you hurt yourself, and more importantly, before you hurt somebody else. I actually, I'll say this too, since I'm up. No, because now I'm worked up. I worked myself into a shoot. People are talking about Punk and Seth and how they're like, oh, this is our chance to properly main event a WrestleMania. Seth, baby, I will tell you right now, it ain't worth it, dog. It ain't worth it. I'm worried about Seth getting in that ring with Punk. He's gonna get blown up in the first 5 minutes. We're gonna find out how good Seth Rollins is legitimately, because he's gonna have to carry this piece of shit. That likes to be like, oh, but he that live event that they had recently where I saw a clothesline he did. I don't even know if it's on Punk or if it's on Dominic Mysterio, because Dominic Mysterio isn't exactly good either. But it looked like shit. And then he walks to the curtain. And he's like, "Best in the world is back." You're such a dweeb. Like, God. Does he even have kids? He has that old dad energy that like he remembers his
No,
prime,
I don't
and he
think AJ. I don't think April has ever posted any like pregnancy pics or anything. I don't think we have any indication whatsoever that they have any kids together.
I'm gonna leave that alone because that would just be callous and mean on my part to make a joke of like of that. But like I will say he does have that dad energy where he's like reflecting fondly on his prime and he wants so badly to share it with his kids, and his kids are just looking at him like, dude, please stop. Like, please. That's how I feel about him wrestling. It's like, yeah, man, I still got it. I'm still the best in the world. And I'm just looking on horrified, like, dude, no. No. Just stop yourself,
You know, I
please.
don't quote Adam Sandler very often, but this one instance feels really appropriate. I have to quote his character in Big Daddy, Sonny, when he's talking to his former girlfriend's new flame, who's a really old guy. He literally says, "Hey," and this is me to CM Punk now. "Hey, old man River, zip it or I'll break your hip."
Dude, I do I want to be this callous? Because I really
Yes.
feel like I'm in a word shoot and I should stop.
No.
I want Breaker to spear him, and I want Punk to do the Shane McMahon wheeze and never come
Oh,
back. Like,
oh,
I'm,
oh.
I'm pretty sure if Punk gave that promo to the NXT guys of like, we got a lot of gunslingers here. Thinking he's all hip and fucking with it. And he calls out Braun Breaker. If Braun speared him, he would fucking die. Like his lung would be in the fucking fifth row. And then some Mark would be like, oh my God, I got CM Punk's lung. And then he would do what Punk said all those years ago on that shoot promo. He would sell it on fucking eBay. Meanwhile, Punk is just like, oh, help me. Please, I
Bro,
gotta be
selling
a vet
CM Punk's
WrestleMania.
lung on eBay is way too much of a Chad move for anyone in the NXT audience to do it. They'd snort it like cocaine.
You know what? You're so right. And now I'm thinking about people snorting lung, and I'm like pro cannibalism, and even that's a little weird for
Be
me.
like, oh my god, it's CM Punk's lung. I need this in me right now.
And honestly, I think the cruelest thing I will say that I 100% mean is I hope that Punk's dream of main eventing WrestleMania is like Triple H's dream of siring a son, and I hope he shoots blanks for the rest of his fucking life. So that's my thoughts on that. Welcome home, you piece of shit. So yeah,
You
that's all
filthy
I've got to fucking
animal.
say about that. Yeah. Now we go to worst heel of the year, which the ball stays with me. Lucky us. I have no honorable mentions for this. Just because my award winner was just so fucking mid. My worst heel of the year, Jungle Boy Jack Perry.
Oh my god, I forgot that he got a heel run. You're right.
Dude, you know what the great thing
He
about
qualifies for worst face of the year too.
yes, yes, believe me, I know. I fucking know. Um, so yeah. You know what's great about Jungle Boy Jack Perry?
Nothing.
Nothing. Because
That
I
was
love that you
amazing.
do it, and we said it at the same time.
I actually
Because
thought about it too. I was like, wait a minute, is there anything? No, nothing.
really, what I was going to say to be cute was the great thing about Jungle Boy Jack Perry is he sucks at everything. Like this dude, he's a misogynistic face, and then he tries to like, oh my god, that initial heel promo, it kind of lives in my head rent free. He comes out in the jacket, and I don't know if
The
he's like chewing gum or
sunglasses.
whatever. Sunglasses, yeah. Like, yeah, I'm bad. I'm hard. What are you, like 4'8"? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Um, and then he
Bro, in
alludes
that
to
article that I posted, or not that I posted, that Abel posted that I pinged you on a little bit ago, MJF admits to being 5'8", and yet I've seen fans say he's still lying. He's more like 5'6".
yeah, oh god.
Like, Jesus Christ.
Uh,
Oh, Lord.
but no, like that initial promo where he actually brags about like being with Anna Jay, like, oh, I'm still banging the hottest chick in this play. I'm like, dude, oh my god. And then the fucking classical music theme, like, what the fuck
Dude,
is this?
I know, I know. Which one of Beethoven's symphonies was it? I forget.
Was it Beethoven's ninth
It was
potentially?
his fifth. It was the fifth.
It was his fifth, yeah. Oh, I don't remember this dude getting any kind of considerable heat. He fucking derailed an act that did have momentum in fucking
Hook,
Hook,
yep.
and
And Hook hasn't recovered either, by the way.
yeah, and he hasn't
He's
recovered. You're right
the
about that.
FTW champion, and yet he's defending that on pre-shows, and nobody cares anymore about him.
Yeah. Remember when he was undefeated and I couldn't wait for him to be on Dynamite and fight bigger fish, and that's just never happening
Dude,
now?
I know, it's hilarious. Like we really thought that there were plans for Hook, and it's just nothing at all.
But they tried to have plans for Jack Perry because he's a pillar. Pillar Perry. What a fucking waste. Yeah, dude, he was an awful heel, mainly because of how fucking forgettable he is. And I will say for AEW, as much as I would have cackled, and I care more about Schadenfreude sometimes than the personal success of a corporation, which I think is the right call because fuck corporations. The idea that Jack Perry isn't the devil, way to dodge at least one bullet, AEW, because if they would have loaded that bullet in the chamber, I probably would still be laughing today, and you'd be getting it like irritated because you'd be like, John, we're at year end awards. Is it really that funny? And I'd be like, yes, yes, it is. But they didn't go that far. I don't know when or how he's coming back. Maybe they'll try making him a face again. But maybe, you know what you should think about? That he's not good and that it's just never going to work. So he's my worst heel of the year. I'm curious who you have for yours and if you have any honorable mentions.
I do have some honorable mentions, and my honorable mentions were kind of creative. They were more just like, heels that are really, really good, so they get cheered, so they're bad at being heels because they get cheered. Like
Yes.
Rhea
Okay.
Ripley, for example.
Yes. Oh,
And Io Sky is another good example because, even like Backlash, like that Backlash crowd was supposed to like Bianca, and they just loved Io so fucking much.
yes, they did.
I actually have MJF as an honorable mention for worst heel of the year because similarly, even when he was a heel, he still got cheered way too much.
Yes.
Timeless Tony Storm is a recent example of I'm pretty sure she's supposed to be a heel gimmick. She cheats to win her matches and stuff. Like Mariah helps her, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But people just love her because of the gimmick being so unique and different, and she's entertaining and stuff. And
Yeah.
then the most sort of sincere honorable mention in terms of like this is just the worst. Like these guys were heels and they just were just garbage at it. The Dark Order.
Yeah.
So this was like specifically like the John Silver, Alex Reynolds variation of the Dark Order. This was basically right after Hangman reunited with the Young Bucks to make the Hung Bucks, and the Dark Order were like, "Oh, that's really nice of you to, hang out with your friends." And it was like they were being really petty and annoying, and like they started going after Hangman because of it, and it just didn't work at all. It was just bad. Those are all my honorable mentions, though. My actual worst heel of the year, though, is somebody who was so bad at being a heel that it forced WWE to turn him face because he just refused to try and get heat. He just kept on pandering and 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 pandering some more, and that's LA Knight. What a failure of a heel this man was.
Yes. God, I really don't like him either. I'm glad you called him out. He deserves it. Uh, I'd say sorry, Super Blue, but I like you too much to lie. Yeah, so then that leaves worst face then, and I think the ball stays with you. So
Yes, I do have
yes,
three honorable mentions here, and I just added one. I just added Jungle Boy Jack Perry because God, he was just so awful as a face. Like
yeah,
even as a face, he was so shitty and just such a heel even as a face. It was absurd. My
yeah.
two other honorable mentions are both Joshi's though, Nanae Takahashi and Tam Nakano.
Nice, nice. Okay, so then who's your winner?
That's MJF.
Nice.
It's kind of funny because LA Knight was a heel who was never really interested in doing heelish things, so he was just a babyface on the mic and pandered his ass off to the crowd, and sometimes he would like call them incels or whatever, but it was like the sort of like the Steve Austin thing where like you insult the crowd in a way that's like beloved and you know that you're going to get a pop for it, kind of, or like The Rock kind of thing, like that, you know, literally the same shit that we've always called LA Knight out on. Like he's a fucking Attitude Era cosplayer.
Yeah.
MJF is kind of the exact opposite. So like he's a face technically in the sense that like he gets booked against heels and the crowd cheers for him, but his character hasn't changed at all. He's still a massive piece of shit, both in the actual product and even online. He's awful. He's a shit human being. And that might be me referring strictly to his character. It might be me referring to the actual person portraying the character. I don't know, because I don't know how much they bleed over into each other at this point. All I know is that the character, at the very bare minimum, the character is a huge piece of shit regardless of alignment, and that makes him the worst face of the year by far.
You know what? I love it. I think that's a great choice. I will say that I made a last second switch with all of us talking. MJF went from my award winner to my honorable mention because my honorable mention, the more I thought about it, I actually hate this dude as a face just a little bit more. My worst face is Darby Allin.
Wow,
I remember
nice.
earlier this year, I had a rant on the podcast
I remember
about what
that
an
too.
absolute what a fucking sociopath this dude
Yeah.
is. I think his here's the funny thing. Darby Allin wants to be Jeff Hardy so bad, and I'm gonna be out with it. I don't really like Jeff Hardy anymore. I think the most I liked him was when everybody was liking him, you know, that '08, like '07 to '09 run where he was a fucking rock star.
Yeah.
I think liking him now almost enables him in a way. I feel very you know what the word I would use, as weird as it is? I'm very uncomfortable with Jeff Hardy in
Yeah.
a lot of ways. But but when I talk about that '07, '09 run, that dude, you know, that Trump quote, "Oh, I could have killed somebody on Fifth Avenue and still gotten votes." Jeff Hardy could have killed a person on Fifth Avenue and they'd still want him to be WWE champion. He was so fucking over. He couldn't do any wrong. And whether you liked him as a promo or not, and I don't think he was anything to write home about, I think why people liked him was because he was so much like them. He was like if a normal person worked a microphone. Nothing too atrocious, but no real zingers either, but he was always sincere. There's no sincerity to Darby Allin. This dude's unhinged. The things I've read and like heard from his own mouth, even, you know, the hot sauce story with Gigi Dolan, the idea that he used to bully homeless people for like $5 and make them do like really gross dares and shit. And then you want to talk about, oh, you know, I came from nothing and then AEW gave me a shot and I was able to buy my parents a home. Dude, go fuck yourself. Like you relate in any way to the same people you were punching down on. He's a fucking fake ass. And let's be honest, Jeff Hardy might have been a spot monkey at times, but again, like there was just more of a sincerity to him when he did it. I really can't express it. Darby Allin can do all this crazy stuff and be like, "Oh, it's just, you know, my style, man, and I'm going to make movies like this," which God help cinema when he starts really making movies. But with Jeff Hardy, it was like, "No, you know, I'm an art like give the people something to remember, but also don't be a fucking dick." I don't know. I just feel like Darby wishes he was Jeff, and for as many problems as I have with Jeff, and there are a lot, he was special for his time for a reason, and he got majorly over the way he did for a reason. And Darby will never be that level of over to me. Especially because again, I genuinely believe the dude's a fucking sociopath with the stuff that I've seen. So yeah, he is easily the worst face of the year because he's a fake ass bitch. Like it's fucking fake to me. And his promo
Yes.
game is fucking weak. And if you're gonna be a great face, to me, I don't really have a lot of rules or a lot of formulas. I'm a very spirited guy. I fly by the seat of my pants. But if I do have one rule for faces, I think faces absolutely need to know how to fucking talk. Maybe not as much as heels, because heels, you know, pissing people off. But I feel like pissing people off is hard or is easier, excuse me, than making you love them. So yeah, I would say faces even more than heels need to know how to work a stick.
Yeah,
Darby
well,
does
because
not.
dude, here's the thing: if you're a heel, you can get heat by being bad at talking. You can get heat by botching promos. You can get heat by saying things wrong. You can get heat by mispronouncing words. Like you can get heat the wrong way, and people will give you credit for it.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, it's a lot easier to get heat on the mic as a heel than it is as a face. Like as a face, you have to be perfect. As a face, if you fuck up, you will get heat. If you know, like if you say the wrong thing as a face, you will get heat, and you don't want that. That's the wrong way to get reactions. So yeah, like it's a lot harder to be a baby face on the mic than it is to be a heel for
I,
sure.
I, I'm being absurd, but you just say all that because you make such a great point, right? But it just makes me think maybe that's why I've always just wanted to be a heel. It's not because, oh, being evil's fun, but because deep down, there's something really fucked up about being like, all right, make us love you. And then my internal response is, well, that didn't just bring up every single memory ever. Jesus Christ. Okay. Um, let's save the planet. I like pollution. Kill yourself. I'm sorry. Like, it just I would crumble under the weight to get a whole arena of people to try and love me. It would break me, and it would genuinely be traumatizing. I think I've come to the core of why I'm a heel. It's not because being evil is better, it's just easier and less psychologically confronting. So, I don't know,
It's
Darby. Maybe
yeah, it's not that it's better, but it definitely is more freeing.
yeah. I don't know, Darby. Maybe if you want to be a successful face, maybe have those psychological confrontations. Gee, why do I feel the need to bully homeless people? Why did I put hot sauce in my ass? Unpack your
Bro,
fucking shit,
speaking of
Darby.
hot sauce, I got hot sauce in my fucking eye today.
Oh God, that's awful.
I
Jesus.
was shaking a closed container of hot wings to try and spread the sauce around to cover the wings, and there must have been some kind of opening in the container at some point because I was shaking it, and some of the sauce flew out and hit me in the face, and a little bit of it got in my left eye.
That is fucking
And when I
horrifying.
say
Holy
in my
shit.
left eye, like literally on the eyeball, like on the fucking white of my left eye.
How agonizing
It
was
was
it? I mean,
hard,
thank
dude. I panicked. I freaked out. The thing is, I managed like my tears managed to water it down enough that the pain was pretty manageable within 90 seconds or so. But in the instant that it happened, it was agonizing. It was horrible.
I am so sorry that happened to
I was
you.
so grateful that my mom had water on hand and eye drops on hand. It was like she was the real MVP there.
Bro, you're more composed than me. I would have gotten the gallon of milk out of the fridge. I would have doused my eyes with that milk. And like I'm gonna be okay. But no, dude, that's fucking awful, and I'm glad you're okay, and I'm glad
Yeah,
you're here with us
it
to
was
listen to this
weird, man.
commentary.
I've never done that before. I was like, okay, maybe I'm gonna put the wings in a bag on top of the container they're in to really make sure that none of the hot sauce gets outside of it. So yeah, that was my day today, guys. It was great. Anyway, so before we move on, I wanted to just do a quick little recap of our repeats because there have been a few fun little repeats that have been going on. So first of all, I did notice that Jericho specifically has been in two consecutive worst feuds of the year. 2022 JAS versus BCC was my worst feud of the year, and then
Yes.
2023 Adam Cole versus Jericho. Another one was over. No, what was the other one? Um, oh, here it is. Okay, so MJF has been my overutilized talent for 2 years running now.
Not nice.
And then an AEW talent making the jump to WWE has been your overrated talent of the year 2 years running now.
Oh, nice.
2022 it was Cody. 2023 it was Punk.
Nice.
And then you've had two consecutive pillars as your worst superstar of the year. 2022 Guevara. 2023 MJF.
Um, amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, and I think that might be it as far as trends. Oh, you've also had two consecutive pillars as your worst face of the year, and they've been the other two. Like it was Guevara and MJF as your worst superstar. It was Jungle Boy last year and Darby this year as your worst face. So you've got all four pillars covered as your worst superstar and worst face of the year between this year and last year.
Hey, AW. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right. So who or what match had your worst finish of the year this year? I think I know
okay,
this
well now
one.
we're getting back. Now we're back on track because I do have three honorable mentions for this. Jimmy Uso screws Jay Uso in title match with Roman Reigns,
Yep.
SummerSlam, August 25th, 2023. Um, MJF beats Jay White with Dynamite Diamond Ring, Full Gear of this year. This was a late entry because I was so angry when this happened. Rich Holland injures Ilya Dragunov in their match, NXT, December 19th, 2023. I don't know why the fuck they did that, or if that's gonna play into New Year's Evil, or what the hell's gonna happen. But I guess we're gonna have to wait and see.
What was the date
My
on that?
worst,
December 19th?
yes. My worst finish, and I am glad Javaris is here for this because at least he got to be here for some of this. At
Grateful
least as
for
far
that.
as the Tam shitting goes, because this is the last time I really think I shit on her throughout this whole thing. Um, well, actually, I do one more time, but in more of a cute backhanded way. Tam Nakano beats Megan Bain with a Tiger Suplex, Stardom X Stardom,
Wait,
August
you had that
13th.
as the worst finish than her beating Mina?
I did, honestly, because even though like Mina was buried, I felt like I rained on that enough. And then I'm like, well, what finish kind of left me saying what the fuck and just kind of killed somebody's aura right out the gate. Whereas with Mina, like she's always gonna be endearing, she's always gonna be good. And while I do think Megan, thankfully for her, recovered from this, it was still really bad at the time because it was just out of nowhere and so abrupt. Because at least with Mina, you got to think about it like this: she lost to a violet screwdriver. So while Tam hulked up and that was a bunch of bullshit, it was whatever. At least it's a believable finish that Mina
Yeah.
falls to. For Megan Bain to lose to a Tiger fucking suplex, we were both just like, what the fuck? So yeah, I really hated this finish. It was abrupt, it was out of nowhere, and it was weak. Which here's the thing: abrupt out of nowhere finishes when you're going against a monster character. Like I think back now, I'm really dating myself here. But New Year's Revolution 2007, when John Cena beat Umaga for the first time before their epic last man standing match of Rumble 2008, Cena got his feet up in the corner because Umaga was going to do the hip attack, and then he rolls him the fuck up. That's understandable because Umaga's this behemoth. I don't mind if Tam would have gotten a roll up win, but like for Tam to be able to power through, hit that move, and then Megan just gets beat by it, I don't know. It doesn't make Tam desperate. It just makes her stronger, and there's a difference. Cena looked desperate with that kind of finish, and it was John Cena. Tam just looks like, well, it was like Hogan beating Andre. She really was the Hogan of Stardom this year, for better and for worse. And yeah, I just really did not care for this finish. And again, I had those three honorable mentions. So, what was your worst finish of the year?
I have honorable mentions here, two specifically. One of them was Tam Mina at Flashing Champions.
Yes.
Another was Omega Osprey from Forbidden Door.
Oh God, yes.
But my worst finish of the year was the Full Gear 2023 main event clusterfuck.
Yes.
So it was
Yes.
MJF versus Jay White, that whole thing where Jay White has every advantage in the world, including MJF being pre-injured going into the match and still can't get the dub.
Yes.
It was just a disaster.
Man, that's oof.
Yeah.
All right, you're up
Time
next,
for
pal.
overrated match of the year, and I have a couple of well, I shouldn't say that. I have one controversial honorable mention, and then I have one I think personally very valid honorable mention. Mention is Dijak versus Ilya Dragunov because fuck Dragunov.
Yeah,
As much as I love Dijak, he can only do so much, you know.
indeed.
But the other candidate for overrated match of the year, I'd like to say this and then let everyone be shocked and then explain myself. Swerve versus Hangman death match.
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't even like the match all that much. It was okay. You know that I'm not the biggest fan of death matches to begin with, so that's already kind of a point against it. I think that the reason that people even consider it in the conversation for match of the year is strictly from shock value. It is strictly because of how bloody and violent and gory it is, and just the fact that Swerve beat Hangman in Hangman's big match, right?
Yes.
The match itself, though, I'm sorry, but like, I think it relied too much on that shock value to be a good match.
That's fair. That's fair, I think.
I would still it was a solid match. I don't think it was a bad match by any means, but I wish that I could get a better real wrestling match between these guys rather than just, oh, let me find a way to make you bloody.
Yeah.
So, and the Hangman drinking Swerve's blood thing legitimately like yeah, like that I won't say that that ruined the match for me, but it docked points from the match for me for sure.
Yeah.
Because
It's like,
on
okay, yeah.
no planet do normal people, or even like just not insane people, I don't even like using the word insane. How do I even phrase this? We're supposed to believe that Hangman is like this, millennial cowboy, right? Like,
Yes.
there's nothing about his character that says that he's like unhinged or that he's fucking got any like crazy like psychiatric issues that he needs to be on fucking meds for, or any like, anything along those, like he doesn't have like a fucking personality disorder or anything. He's just a depressed millennial cowboy. That's his whole shtick, right?
Yeah.
That dude in the real world, there's no one with anywhere close to that mental or psychological profile on the planet who gets so angry at someone that they want to lick or drink their blood. That's not a thing. That's
Yeah.
garbage. That's literally just shock value, and that's all it is. And it
Yeah.
sucked. So that, like, yeah, again, another instance of AEW doing shit for the reaction that just takes you out of the match.
Yes. Yes, 100%.
But that was my honorable mention.
Yes.
My actual overrated match of the year, we might share this one, is just Osprey Omega Forbidden Door 2.
Yes. Yep, share it.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Do you have any HMs?
For overrated match of the year, just again, petty bitch. Will Ospreay versus Kenny Omega, Wrestle Kingdom 17. So both of their matches I thought were overrated as fuck by the fans.
That's funny. I love that.
But yeah, since this is your turn, essentially you get the lion's share of the talking, and you might just say everything perfectly for both of us, and we can move right on. So why do you think this match is overrated?
I
And
think this
just
match
think
is
about
represented pretty similarly to Survival of the Fittest, but for different reasons. Pretty much just represented everything I hate about like new wrestling, like new era, like modern day, like video game style wrestling. Is like it just devolves into who can hit the big move in a way that the opponent doesn't kick out of this time, and then they just kick out of it anyway, and it's just okay, my turn. I'm gonna hit my big move now. Please don't kick out of it. Oh, you kicked out of it. Well, now it's your turn to hit your big move. I'm gonna kick out of it though, so fuck you. It's just
it.
garbage. I hate it so much.
Yeah. I think you said everything succinctly and perfectly. The only thing I'll add is a match is bad to me and like
When it
what the fuck.
motivates you to get into a call to tell people how awful it is.
Yeah, because it's usually like standard procedure for me when you guys are gathered for like AEW pay-per-views especially to just not join. I broke that precedent because Javaris asked very nicely and he's adorable. And that's why I joined for World's End the other night. But that's what makes this match stand out for me is that I felt so compelled when I saw I think it might have been the Tiger
The
Driver
Tiger Driver
spot.
96 or 92 or whatever it was.
Yeah, Tiger Driver 97 and then like he kicks out and then I just come in and I'm like, "What the fuck am I watching?" Like, I couldn't just keep it to myself. That's how overwhelmed I was by this match. So, yeah, I'm really glad we share this because this was far and away the idea that people, like, call this a masterpiece and match of the year and all this stuff, I'm like, "My god, dude." We are so disconnected from the general wrestling fandom right now, it seems, because 'cause I'm like,
Yeah.
"What the fuck is happening?" Um, that leads us to underrated match of the year.
We're done with the
I
negative awards. We're done with the
that
negative awards. We're finally into the good stuff. I'm so excited and so happy that we get to start praising things now.
I'm actually glad that you did that little interlude before this because yeah, this might as well be the next act of your end awards
The
is,
first
just the
act only
positivity and
took
stuff.
us an hour and 37 minutes. This is great. We're on pace, guys.
Absolutely. So underrated match of the year, I will admit I only have one honorable mention for this. Drew McIntyre versus Gunther from SummerSlam this year. I thought it was a really good hoss fight that unfortunately doesn't get a lot of recognition, especially for the finish. I thought that finish was great.
Okay.
Um, But my actual underrated match of the year, I'm proud of this one because this was one of the few things I did record when I tried to be responsible at the very beginning. So this is an early gem that a lot of people probably forgot about. My underrated match of the year is Azumi versus Starlight Kid for the High Speed Championship at the Triangle Derby Finals on March 4th of this year.
I
One of
have
the
that in my honorable mentions.
Oh, so you remembered it too, huh? I truly know my equal. But no, dude, I fucking love this. And look, I hope you don't begrudge me for actually giving it the award because I know it was only your honorable mention, but I really do believe that this
No,
is one
I
of their
don't
technically
begrudge you.
best
Why would
matches.
I begrudge you? You're the GOAT.
Yeah, because here's the thing, dude. Why I love this, it felt like, and here's the thing, bro. You know that crazy night I had Saturday when I really wanted to actually put a list together and do it right. So I'm like, I'm just gonna stay up fucking late. I rewatched this because originally this was my match of the year.
Yeah,
And I'm like, does it hold up? It's been so long. I should watch it again. I'm so glad I did
it's great.
because it was what I loved about this match. No, it's still no look, if I'm being honest, and we gotta, call it like we see it. There are still some tropes, like, oh, should they really have kicked out of that? That seems a little OP, whatever. But that was really kept to a minimum, which is why I don't dock too much against it. The beauty of this match between the two of them, it was a fucking chess match because these two know each other so well, they fucking acted like it.
Yep.
And I love that. Oh, we're on the outside. Azumi likes doing this. Let me catch her leg. Oh, kid's picking me up. She's gonna maybe do this. So let me, be defensive. We're getting a lot of reactions in the chat, probably from BBK, I think. Because it's like, Azumi's in there. Um, and yeah, like just the cerebral game, the submission game. There's one point where Osmi has a really like compromised armbar on Kid, but Kid's able to like defend and keep her arm down and turn into a pin, which I thought was a great spot in the match. Kid hits an amazing tiger suplex where in like one fluid motion, she grabs the arm, she rolls her and Azumi together, picks her up, and slam. It's gorgeous, gorgeous. And then Azumi gets the submission win with like the elevated arm trap, spin her around kind of maneuver where she lands and is able to grab the free arm in the armbar.
Yep.
But it was one of the more believable ones she's done because she actually got good ring distance. Oh my god, dude, this match was a masterpiece. I'm actually so glad that I went back and rewatched this because you said very recently on a Stardom commentary, our most recent Stardom catch-up actually, that you miss saying like how brilliant Kid is because
Yeah.
she doesn't have much to do. I miss it too, man, and you know that because you know that 2022 and like early 2023, I was so hot on Starlight Kid. I'm like, she's the future. She's blowing up. I hate that she beat Natsuko in the 5-star, one of the few people to beat her in the 5-star this year, and they did nothing with it. I have been wanting this woman to challenge Natsuko's power forever. And Azumi, and I feel like Stardom has started this. I'm glad she's moved beyond high speed, but even her making that comment to May, I'm like, no, no, you are so much better than the high speed title because you made the high speed title. Make another title. These two women are so fucking good. And honestly, when I'm watching this, and I don't care how hyperbolic it sounds or how ridiculous it sounds or how naive it sounds, you know what I was thinking ultimately? I can't wait for these two to do this again for the Wonder title. And goddamn, I hope one day they do it for the world title. Two of the best that Stardom fucking has. And if you guys forget this gem, like if you remembered it and you have it in your list, but you haven't watched it in a while, please go back and watch it again. It's one of the best high speed matches I think Stardom's ever done. And they've had a lot of fucking gems. I don't say that lightly. So I usually love when we talk about underrated gems because I know our minds sometimes think differently about this. What were your honorable mentions? Because I know you mentioned Osmi Kid was an honorable mention for you, but then I'm really curious what won your award.
Yes. So honorable mentions. Let me list them. Bianca Belair versus Io Sky from Backlash.
Excellent choice.
Damian Priest versus Bad Bunny from Backlash.
Yes.
Yuka Sakazaki versus Mizuki, TJPW Grand Princess 2023.
Excellent.
Queen's Quest versus Stars from the March 16th Osaka ATC Hall show.
Can I ask a quick question about that before you continue? Was that like the big tag match that was just like a random tag match, no story, but we thought it was really good and it went to like a TLD or something?
Um,
'Cause that sounds familiar.
I want to double check. I'm going to make sure. I believe so.
Wow.
It was
Nice.
Azumi, Kamitani, and Utami versus FWC and Hanan.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. I think, yeah, dude. I was thinking about that match recently. I don't know why I didn't add it to anything, but yeah, that match crossed my mind. I'm like, man, that was good. But you know what I think it was? I forgot whether it was this year or not. And I didn't follow through. So I'm glad you brought it up. That's clutch shit. So continue, please.
Sanada versus Yota Tsuji at Dominion.
Oh man, yeah, that was a good outing for New Japan, that match this year for sure.
Starlight Kid and Karma versus the Inaba sisters from New Blood 9.
Okay, yeah, really like that.
And of course, as you already mentioned, Kid Azumi, Triangle Derby Finals. But
That is, I'm excited because that's probably one of the best honorable mention lists you've had so far this commentary. Like each one, I could be like, I could see that being the award winner. So what the fuck won?
Saya Kamitani versus Mina Shirakawa from All Star Grand Queendom.
That is beautiful. That is
I have
fucking
not,
beautiful.
dude. I looked at a bunch of different people's awards list, and I never even saw that match mentioned by anyone. And here's the thing: it's not even because Stardom never gets mentioned. I saw other Kamitani matches mentioned. I saw Kamitani Hazuki get mentioned by people, but not Kamitani Shirakawa.
That's really a shame.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is a fucking shame.
and that's my
Yeah.
underrated match of the year. And I actually took it a step further, and I made it my match of the year as well. It's both.
Oh wow, because yeah, you do take the reins on match of the year. So if that also won your match of the year, do you have any honorable mentions for match of the year?
7. I have 7 honorable mentions for my match of the year.
Okay.
And I tried to not have any overlap between underrated and match. So these are all unique, none that I had in the underrated honorable mentions. So the 7 matches that I have in my match of the year honorable mentions that were beaten out by Kamitani and Shirakawa. AR Fox versus Swerve Strickland on the first Dynamite of the year.
Okay.
Julia versus Suzu Suzuki from Stardom Supreme Fight 2023. That
Yes.
was actually the show that Julia debuted her new theme song on.
Okay.
Saya Kamitani versus Hazuki from the Triangle Derby Finals, which, again, great match. I've actually seen people mention that as their personal match of the year, which blew my mind.
Yes.
Prominence versus Queen's Quest for the artist titles on the 4-2 Korakuen Hall show.
Yes.
Mercedes versus Azumi versus Hazuki for the IWGP Women's Championship, Sakura Genesis 2023.
Nice.
Julia versus Tam Nakano for the World of Stardom Championship, All Star Grand Queendom.
Okay.
And Suzu Suzuki versus Maika, 5-star finals.
Nice. Um, I don't want to go here unless you have anything else you want to say about match of the year, with this match also being your match of the year.
No,
Unless you
yeah,
felt like you
Kamitani
skipped.
and Mina, to me, this was the best match of the entire year because not only was it just an incredibly well worked match without any botches, which just made me so fucking happy because the previous match that they had, Kamitani botched her finish twice and fucked Mina's jaw up. But that started the story that led to the culmination of this match. That's what's so great about this match is that it was the culmination of the story of it was the culmination of multiple stories because it was the culmination of Kamitani hitting the Firebird splash or the 450. What is that? The Golden Phoenix, right? The Golden
Yeah.
Phoenix splash for the first time, I believe, since she fucked it up on Mina the first time. And
Yes.
it was the culmination of Mina's rise to the white belt. She won the fucking white belt. So
Yes.
Stardom created beautiful art here with this match, with this amazing match that culminated 2 stories at once. And it was all downhill from there. So this was the peak of the year for me. Like this was literally the most happy that I felt from wrestling the entire year. And I just had to give it as much of its due as I possibly could because of how much I loved it.
That makes all the sense in the world to me. Um, okay. So I know I did say for honorable mentions, I don't really do hierarchy, and that's true, but I will say the immediate runner up was All Star Grand Queen Amina Shirakawa versus Saya Kamitani. But now here are the rest of my honorable mentions. Suzu versus Micah, 5-star finals. Utami versus Mina Shirakawa from the 5-star Grand
Slow
Prix.
down. I actually am stuck on the All Star Grand Queendom thing.
Okay.
What was the second one?
Suzu Suzuki versus Micah from the 5-star finals.
Micah, 5-star finals. Okay.
Utami versus Mina Shirakawa from the 5-star Grand Prix.
Okay.
The Usos versus Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, WrestleMania 39, Night 1.
Done.
The Women's Royal Rumble.
Nice. Got it.
Gunther versus Sheamus versus Drew, WrestleMania 39, Night 2.
Got it.
Bloody Fate, just Starlight Kid and Karma, for those that don't know, versus the Inaba Sisters, New Blood Tag Titles, New Blood 9.
Nice.
That was such a great you said that tag team wrestling sucked this year when we and I were kind of ripping with each other while you were getting your list together. This is the best tag team match of the year to me. I
Yeah,
don't give
if
a
we
shit
had
about
an
no one, but
award for best tag team match of the year, I think you and I would have agreed that that deserved it.
that was incredible.
Yeah.
Tomoka Inaba is a fucking beast,
Dude,
y'all.
I
I
know.
really
It's so funny how much higher Kirby is on her sister than her, when to me she's the true talent there.
absolutely, absolutely. And then as I said, Shota Kawasai Kamitani would be like the immediate runner up. My actual match of the year, though, and man, I can't wait to explain my way out of this one. Queen's Quest versus Oedo Tai Unit Warfare Cage Match, Stardom and Sunshine back in June
Ah.
25th of this year. It was a great story. It
No,
made me
dude, this is,
cry.
you don't even like,
Yeah,
honestly, you made a whole ass Vokaroo out of this. Like, that was your
yeah,
explanation. This was this
yeah,
I should have seen this coming. I think most of the people in the Discord who keep up with Stardom and pay attention to your stuff should have seen this coming. This makes all the sense in the world, actually. Yeah, this is beautiful. I love
yeah.
it.
It was a beautiful match about friendship and betrayal and loyalty and tenacity. And like you said, I made a whole ass separate recording on the Saivokaru, which you liked it so much. You liked what I said about this match so much. You were like, would you ever want to do these for the channel just when you feel like it? Because like this was really good. And like, yeah, this match inspired me. This match
Dude,
tickled my brain.
doesn't it suck though that this match inspired you so much that it like got me to be like, bro, do you ever want to do this again? And you were like, yeah, sure, if the inspiration strikes. And it hasn't since, because Stardom hasn't been as good since.
Exactly. Exactly. Like,
Fuck.
yeah, this was so good. And what's funny is I will say that Utami and Saya having their whole thing, I will just say right now, is not my mark out moment of the year. It's an honorable mention, but it didn't win. So I just want to clarify because people might scratch their heads. Well, if it didn't win, how could it also be match of the year? Because the match as a whole to me was fantastic.
Yeah.
I loved it. I love that Utami was selfless and helped other people get out of the cage. I love that
Yes.
she bled. I loved the decision for Saya. Like, I'm just going to say right now, not to give the whole game away, but this match is going to come up for me now that we're on the positive side a lot. This match affected me in ways that I haven't been affected by wrestling in a long time. And I loved it. This is what pro wrestling can be when it really puts all of its creative energies together. And I love this match. And it was just such a random match. I guarantee you, it's not that people forgot about this match, but I guarantee you, most people probably don't think about this match when they think match of the year because there aren't any crazy, like overly ridiculous spots. There isn't like any kind of high drama in that way between just two individuals in a championship. This was about so much. There were no titles involved in this.
Yeah.
It was about a relationship and one faction wanting to cannibalize another one because one of the people just fucking hates them. And the leader hates the leader of Queen's Quest for reasons that I don't fully understand, but that also kind of fascinates me. Does she envy her? Is it about the broken promise with the red belt because she got injured fighting Utami did not go? And that whole thing. It just, there were so many layers in this. And yeah, for people that are members of the Discord, um, I was so touched when all of you guys liked my extended thoughts on it because, I really don't feel inspired much these days beyond when we get on here. And the idea that I felt so inclined that I'm like, no, I have more to say about this. And you guys were so receptive really meant a lot to me. This match is just very emotional for me this year for so many reasons, both meta and in wrestling. Hi, Wookie. How you doing? She's clawing up my floor right now. And yeah, I love Queen's Quest. And the biggest heartbreak about this, I was so excited to see this new Queen's Quest given my recording being like, oh, it's a new Queen's Quest for all these reasons. And it just never happened because of the injuries and everything else. It hurts, but I have to remember the good, and it doesn't get any better than this cage match. And plus, I gotta say, just to be petty, to see Oedo Tai lose a unit warfare match after they destroyed stars before they tried destroying Queen's Quest, God, it felt so good. So yeah, easy match of the year for me, for sure.
Oh man, this was July 2nd. This was right, just barely, just slightly before Tam dropped the white belt to Mirai and everything started snowballing downhill.
Yes, yes.
And then the injuries started to come, and yeah, no, this was like the last time that Stardom was good this year, basically.
And Oh, hello. Now Wookiee's on my desk. I'm just gonna get in my lap. Hey, baby. I guess she's a Queen's Quest fan.
She heard us,
I
yeah. She heard you praising Queen's Quest and Utami, and she was like, "Oh, hello."
and she's like, "Who is this? I thought I was the number one woman in your life." You are, baby. You know that. I love you. All right. Finish of the year, I take the reins here. Much like your underrated match to just match of the year, I'm kind of similar because my finish of the year is Saya Kamitani helping Utami out of the steel cage to beat Oedo Tai in Unit Warfare. That fucking ending where she first takes Momo out,
Yep.
which I do circle back to that later, hint, hint, wink, wink, and then just looks at Utami. Utami looks at her in shock. Saya offers her fucking hand. Utami takes it. They're on top of the cage together. They look at each other. They climb out together and then they hug. What the fuck do you want from me? I'd like all of my tears, all of my love, all of my just take it. Take it. I love them. I love them so much. And like, if Stardom, I will say this, and because I need to say this to protect myself because I'm a very traumatized, maladjusted human being. If Stardom did all of this because down the line they're still gonna do a betrayal, fuck you, Stardom. I'm just gonna say it right now, just to get ahead of fuck you, Stardom,
Fuck you, Hat
because
Man.
fuck fuck you so hard because I loved it. Like I will say there are two times that Stardom has like made me tear up, like just for the actual product they presented. Because I also cried when Kyrie initially returned, but that was more about Kyrie than Stardom.
Yeah.
Stardom has made me cry twice. The first time was Waka getting her first win because I'll admit they worked me hard and Waka
Yeah.
sold her ass off. Like, guys, if I don't win this, you're gonna need to do mental health checks because I'm not okay. I am not okay. And Tam, for her part, she got me too at the time, so I'll give them credit. This was the second time because this and then the post-match promo where Utami leads with an apology. She's so non-toxic. I fucking love it. God. And she's like, Kamitani, I'm sorry. I'm like, oh my God, accountability, vulnerability. It's so fucking sexy.
Yeah.
God, why isn't this in the not suitable for work chat? Jesus Christ. And then
Because that's the
Kamitani is like,
secret, John. It is suitable for work. If
oh
anything,
my,
it's encouraged in the workplace, or at least it should be.
oh my God. And then Kamitani reciprocates and she's like, Utami, I still want to walk with you. I love you. And it's like, oh, fuck. Fuck. It's just so pure. And like I was waiting because you know the Twitter discourse. It's like, oh, Queen's Quest is fine. And I'm like, none of you know what you're talking about. Okay. We don't need to do the Cody Rhodes meme. Fuck that piece of shit.
Yeah.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. And we did. We did
We
make it.
did.
And it's amazing. And fuck you, Momo. Fuck you, Momo. Yeah, no, again, like when I really was putting my list together, and I remembered everything I felt, everything I did even after the match, again, going back to those extra recordings I did and really just dissecting this storyline. I'm like, no, this storyline has me by the balls. And it was the biggest thing that had me by the balls this year more than anything. Yeah, that finish was dope. But I'm going to come down so that I can remember what oxygen is. And in the meantime, you can tell us what your finish of the year is and any honorable mentions that you have, good sir.
I have two honorable mentions, and one of them is very repetitive because one of my honorable mentions is literally just Mina Kamitani from All Star Great Queendom again.
Yes.
The other honorable mention, though, is a little more interesting. People might not expect this one because it involves me giving credit to Cody Rhodes.
Oh my God.
In the most backhanded way possible, though.
You got us in the first half.
So, my other honorable mention is Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes from WrestleMania 39 Night 2 because the match fucking sucked. And the finish saved it for me. Like, literally, the
Nice.
finish of this match being what it was is the only thing that kept this match off of my worst match of the year honorable mention list.
That's amazing, dude.
So it's got to be one of the best finishes of the year if the finish was so good that it prevented an otherwise garbage match from being on my worst match of the year honorable mention list.
Incredible. Incredible.
So, that being said, my actual finish of the year, though, is another one that's going to hit us in the feels.
Okay.
because it was the finish to Himeka's retirement match with Micah saying "I love you" and then headbutting her and finishing her.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have goosebumps
Yeah.
even thinking about it. It was beautiful and tragic, and I really hope that Micah is secretly our current World of Stardom champion right now as we speak, because as much as I love Suzu, Micah is just such the better story, especially like now that we're thinking about like she lost Himeka this year.
Yeah, really.
She lost Himeka and then got super, super fucking over in the process and maintained it and sustained it. And I just remember how dead quiet the crowd got when Suzu beat her in the 5-star finals. And I'm like, okay, Rossi, you saw that you fucked up. Now fix it.
Yes, exactly.
So, all right, that was my finish of the year. Would you like to know what my feud of the year is, John? I
Yes.
don't need an honorable mention because it's Julia versus Tam again.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I've actually never given this specific feud my feud of the year, believe it or not. You did back in 2020 when they had their initial big feud over the white belt. But
Yeah.
and actually you did again last year. Tam Julia was your feud of the year last year as well. But I've never given this match or this particular combo my feud of the year until now because, bro, when I tell you that fucking press conference, it was this year, by the way. The press
Yes.
conference where Julia busted Tam the fuck open and gave her the unicorn horn, that was this
Yeah.
year.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like, this feud is still going on practically, and it's like never ending, and I love it. And this time around, it was Julia holding the red belt, just being too much for Tamantha to bear, and she just had to take it from her, and she actually succeeded. And the match was great. I actually realized now I don't have that match mentioned in any of my positive match awards, but it was a great match. The red belt match between Julia and Tam. It was a great match. It was a great build to the match. They were constantly getting at each other. Tamantha cut Julia's hair in the build up to the match.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? She literally beat the shit out of her and then grabbed his scissors and cut the side of her hair. Like, what the fuck,
Yeah,
Tam?
dude, it was unhinged for
It
sure. Yeah.
really was. This has got to be one of these single greatest like single month long builds to a big match in the history of pro wrestling because it just escalated so quickly because of how much history these two women have to draw on.
Right.
So yeah, Tam Julia got my feud of the year again, even though it wasn't as long this year as it has been in previous years. It just felt so much more escalated this year than it was because like we got blood, we got hair cutting, we got a world title, like we got everything jammed into the span of like maybe like 45 days total, maybe.
Yeah.
It was insane. So yeah, that was my feud of the year. How about you?
All right. I will say, and I do not blame you at all for making Tam Julia your feud of the year. That was only an honorable mention for me. My only other honorable mention was Micah versus Suzu because I've really enjoyed the work those two have done this
You know
year.
what though? The fact that Tam Julia was significant enough, even in your eyes, that you put it as your honorable mention, that it's one of your top 3 feuds of the year, tells you how insanely good that feud was, even despite how short it was this year.
Yes. And my feud of the year is Queen's Quest versus Oedo Tai. Again,
Perfect.
like I said, just going back to that cage match, once we got into the positives, this whole feud and like everything with it was going to dominate because I loved it this year. It was personal. It almost destroyed Queen's Quest mainly because Utami and Kamitani just seemingly couldn't get on the same page. And then that cage match, and it's still not even over because for all intents and purposes, they're picking the feud right back up now that Kamitani and Utami are back through no fault of their own because, injuries really do suck for that reason. They hamper a story's overall momentum. And we've got a Goddesses match at Dream Queendom, Queen's Quest versus Oedo Tai again. So, like, yeah, they just keep dancing with each other. And with the Stardom catch-up we had, they had that great elimination match with that insane Kamitani finish, eliminating Momo. And then the match before that, where Oedo Tai wins by cheating, and then after they talk shit, Utami actually gives chase because she's tired of Momo's mouth, and that makes two of us. So yeah, even though they've like had to play catch up because of the injuries, they've still done good stuff. And I've
Yeah.
just loved every time these two factions have interacted. They're
Yeah.
oil and water in the best way. It's good shit.
I thought that was Rena and Hanan.
Well, it's not anymore.
All
Even though
right.
you're not.
So we move on from feud of the year to storyline of the year. And this I am really, really happy with my choice, and I'm wondering if we even have the same award unless you just gave this to QQ Odotai again.
Yeah, I would phrase this first of all, I did, but second of all, I would phrase it more as Utami and Kamitani choose each other kind of thing. Because the bigger story, even beyond them fending off Oedo Tai, was Utami and Kamitani confronting their relationship.
That's right, because
And
they had all the mishaps in tag matches and stuff. Did you have any HMs for this, by the way?
no, I did not. I
Okay.
wish I would have, because I do feel like there were some strong storylines this year, but I just really couldn't think of any, and this was the only one that
No,
constantly
dude,
kept
that's
going back to my
perfectly
mind, and
fine.
I'm like,
I
yeah.
don't ask because I want you to have them for every category. I'm just asking for completion's sake, honestly, because I'm filling out our spreadsheet.
Oh, of course, of course. So, what was your storyline of the year?
I have honorable mentions here.
Of course, yes. Go
Two
through them, please.
specifically. And these the two honorable mentions are stardom, but my actual storyline of the year is not, believe it or not.
Interesting. Okay.
My two honorable mentions. Number one, and I'm saying these in chronological order now because the first one was so fucking long ago that it's basically been made irrelevant. And this was my storyline of the year until I went over my spreadsheet and realized that like it's hard to even say that this can be a storyline of the year when it's been made completely irrelevant at this point. Lady C finding herself through Mahime.
I love it. Yeah.
I loved
Great
it
choice.
when it was going on, but I mean,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Micah lost Himeka and has moved on to a new big tall girl.
Yeah.
It's not Lady C, it's Megan Bain. It's Megan Bain.
Yeah.
But my other honorable mention, and I do love this one, was Mariah May taking Hanan under her wing. I
Yeah.
loved their relationship so much, dude.
It was so pure. I wish she was still with us. I
So do
still
I.
miss Mariah.
But as great as those two storylines were, one of them has been made irrelevant, and the other one was a very short-lived storyline. And this one has been the actual one that I gave the award to has been one that's lasted a vast majority of the year and is still getting effects. We're still feeling the effects to it. This even like now, Jay Uso's liberation from the bloodline.
Yes. Great choice. Great choice.
This isn't even necessarily a storyline that had amazing matches in it because it didn't. Jay Uso's match with Roman at SummerSlam was fucking mid. It wasn't a good
Yeah.
match. Like Jay Uso hasn't had any really good matches during the storyline that's happened this year. The tag match at WrestleMania was really good, but that was like before Jay Uso started really liberating himself from the bloodline. This really started at um the Bloodline Civil War. I think was that Crown Jewel. It was a
Yes.
Saudi Arabia show. I know that.
Yeah.
For the Bloodline Civil, or it might have been Money in the Bank. Actually, I think it was Money in the
I think
Bank.
it was Money in
Actually,
the Bank,
yeah,
actually.
it was
Yeah.
Money in the
Money in
Bank.
the Bank.
And it was actually Jimmy that struck first. It was actually Jimmy that initially turned on Roman, and then Jay
Yeah.
joined him. But obviously, Jay tried to stand up for his brother because Jimmy got sent to the hospital by Solo. The splash through the table. Jay tried to stand up for his brother, tried to go after Roman, took a shot at the king and missed, didn't get the title, and that's thanks to Jimmy. But then Jey Uso just basically said, "No, fuck it, I'm out. Fuck all you. I'm done with this shit. I'm not gonna take it anymore. I'm out." And he liberated himself from the bloodline, and that is powerful shit. And I loved it.
Yeah. That's a great, great fucking choice, man. Uh, yeah.
All right.
Love it.
Next up, this was probably the easiest choice for me. The pay per view of the year category is next. I do have honorable mentions. Royal Rumble, Triangle Derby Finals, Backlash, and Money in the Bank were my four honorable mentions. But easily my pay per view of the year by miles and miles. And I wish I could go back and relive this pay per view with you every month. All Star Grand Queendom was so
We share
fucking
that one.
good
Yeah.
because it was incredible. Do you have any honorable mentions, or is this just at that?
I do. Okay, I have to remember something here. Just give me 1 second, because
Sure.
it's weird how I put one of my honorable mentions. I'm gonna say that because I had WrestleMania 39 on here, and I don't know why, because it's broken up into two nights. I'm gonna say night two though, because that did have my honorable mention for match of the year with Drew, Gunther, and Sheamus. So I'm assuming that's what I meant at the time. Stardom and Sunshine, obviously because of the big cage match. And then I had the Triangle Derby Finals as a pay-per-view of the year honorable
Nice. We both
mention.
had that.
Yeah, so but I definitely agree with you though about All Star Grand Queendom. What a fantastic show this was.
Dude.
You go first though. What I mean, I'm guessing your favorite part of it was Mina Saya, the
Well,
fucking white belt, and Mina's
here's
opening
the
moment,
thing,
right?
dude. It's not even just that. That show as a whole, that felt like the end of an era and the beginning of something really brand new for Stardom, and I thought it was going to be fucking glorious. And then they decided to just take everything back a month and a half
Yeah,
later. Like, I think it actually was on the Flashing Champions show that you had as your worst pay per view of the year. That they were just like, take backsies.
exactly. Yeah, yeah,
Because we had, coming out of All Star Grand Queendom, we had Restart, which was the team of Kyrie, Natspoi, and Saori Ano as our Artist of Stardom champs. We had the New Eras as our Goddesses champs, which I was cool with because they took the titles off of Seven Up and fuck Seven Up. It was that was the count out win that they got. We
yeah.
had Mina as the white belt champ and a freshly won red belt title on Tam, which I was excited about because she was just taking it off of Julia, and I was like, cool. Julia finally got humbled. Maybe now we can get some cool new shit with Julia too. And literally like a month later, they were like, take backsies. Mina loses the white belt. Restart loses the artist belts, and Julia gets the artist belts. And it's like, okay, nothing interesting is happening out of this. This is just garbage. Like it was so tragic. But in that moment, man, All Star Grand Queendom was just the shit. There was even what else was there? There was something else. Well, yeah, because we had like in the same in one night we had teams winning that were named Restart and the New Eras, and I was like, oh my god, this is a message from Stardom. Like, shit's about to hit. Like, we're about to enter a new era of Stardom. We're getting a restart of Stardom. Like, everything is going to be new now. We've got all these new champions. It's going to be awesome. And yeah, like I said, they waited a whole like month and a half before they were like, nope, takesy backsies.
Yeah, it's such a fucking shame, dude. Like, this was such a weird year for Stardom because so much was laid down where it's like, oh my god, they're gonna go on a fucking run. They're gonna run the fucking table. And then it just all imploded. And I'm like, God damn it. God fucking damn it. So yeah, we do agree though. All Star Grand Queendom, fantastic show, which leads us to non pay per view show of the year. And I go first on this, right? Because I don't want to like jump the
Yeah,
gun.
you do.
Okay. I have one honorable mention, and I know you're recording this. So the September 9th 5-star Grand Prix show in Corrigan Hall is my honorable
Was that day
mention.
9?
I don't know what day it was. I just know that it was September 9th.
Okay, no, that was okay. Because I list it by the day. Let me pull it up. September 9th, 9/9. It was day 15.
Okay. And then my actual non pay per view show of the year
Hang on.
was fucking New Blood 9.
Oh, nice.
Um, yeah, for one thing, it had the big tag match, the Inaba sisters versus Bloody Fate, Kid and Karma. And then I had a card pulled up earlier on this, so let me pull it up again. But I know that it also had Rena versus Lady C for the Future Stardom Championship, and we both really like Lady C, so it was cool to see her main event a show like that.
Yeah.
Um, what else was on this card? Oh, actually, yeah, there were other good things on this card. Now they did have the Nane Takahashi versus Mai Sakurai matchup, but we skipped that, so I'm not even gonna hold it
Yeah,
against
that
it
was an
because well,
easy
we didn't
skip.
watch it. Exactly. This also had Azumi versus Miyu Amasaki, which I remember saying at the time, you and I, that that was Miyu's best outing. Like, it was a really good singles match for her. So that also happened on this show. We got Ram Kaicho and Micah Ozaki, who I know we both really like as a tag team, facing Club Venus, Sexy Dynamite Princess, and Waka. I like both of them, so that was a really solid tag match. We got Wing Gori, so we got Hanan in this, which is nice. Saya Ida's mid. But we also got Kohaku, who
Who
I
we
know we
like?
both walked away
Yep.
liking, and Ruaka,
Yeah.
and then New Eras defeating Aya Sakura and Hanako.
Yeah.
So a really strong non-pay-per-view show.
I agree.
Uh yeah, and I thought that that was, and again, this is the hardest category I had if I'm being real with
No,
y'all.
I totally see that.
And
Yeah.
yeah, and so that was what I went with. What did you decide as your non-pay-per-view show of the year? And
Uh,
would you have any honorable mentions, of course?
I did not have any honorable mentions because this is also really difficult for me. My ending choice, though, ended up being 5-star Grand Prix Day 9, which was also a Korakuen show. Kind of funny. That's why I asked, because when you said it was a Korakuen show, I was like, oh my god, mine's a Korakuen show too. Did we pick the same thing? And I also associated it with 9 because you said September 9th, and I was like, oh my god, was Day 9 on September 9th? But no, yours was Day 15. Mine was Day 9. Day 9. So my pick, we had Momo versus Ano, where Momo actually beat Ano. We had Mariah beating Mina, which was it was a great match, and it was a very emotional finish for both of us and them. We
Yes.
had Shuri Hazuki. We had the TLD between Mayu and Tam, which you and I both loved because Tam just cannot beat Mayu.
Yeah.
And we had Azumi
Stay mad
beating
about it.
Utami in the finish in the main event.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a really great stacked show.
Yes.
So that was my non-pay per view show of the year, and now we can move on to Superstar of the Year.
All right. Who did you have as your superstar of the year? Because to clarify for people, even though we have it in our spreadsheet, superstar is WWE centric, and then our immediate category afterwards is non WWE wrestler of the year.
Yes,
So who did you
Superstar
have as
is
your
a strict WWE award. This is literally just who do you think was like the MVP of WWE this year, basically.
exactly? So any honorable mentions, and who ultimately was your award winner?
Two honorable mentions. I know that last year we both gave this award to Sami Zayn, and I really wish I could have this year too, but the second half of the year for him was really boring and mid. Other than that one promo that was just legendary, that really, I hope that at least gets brought up. Well, I know it's going to get brought up at least once because I'm going to bring it up later. Um, he was an honorable mention for me, though. Sami Zayn was an honorable
Oh,
mention for me, as well as Rhea Ripley. Those were my two honorable mentions. And finally, I'm so glad that I get to do this. My superstar of the year, Io Sky, baby. Woohoo!
oh, I'm so happy for you. That's beautiful,
Yeah!
and she earned it too.
Hell
That's
yeah,
the
she
thing.
did. She had an incredible year, dude. Oh my god, I love it. I'm so happy that she got this.
Yeah, dude. I'm so happy for you. It's so vindicating for her because, I mean, Io came in with all the talent in the world, but it's WWE and she's a Joshi, and so you
Mm-hmm.
never know how that's gonna go, you know? And it took her a while, but then when you think about damage control and how that's all ended up for her and winning Money in the Bank, she had a great fucking year this year. And she's a strong champion. I wouldn't even be surprised if she retains at Mania because I
Yep.
really think the WWE machine is behind her. Um,
The other
Me
reason I don't
personally,
expect her to retain at Mania is because I think she's going to be facing Bailey at Mania. So
yeah, I'm really I will say, as we head into the new year, I am intrigued what WWE's got up their sleeve with Rumble, with Mania, because Triple H is leading the helm, so let's see what he's fucking got.
Lord knows she's not going
Um,
to be facing Charlotte at Mania.
and you know what? I don't even care about the circumstances for why that is. I'm happy and I embrace it and I do it again. Um, my superstar of the year, I have no honorable mentions, but this was a clear-cut winner for me. DBK practically took it out of my mouth. Gunther is my superstar of the year. I Pro wrestling can be great again when we put the world title on Gunther. This dude is so fucking legit. I love him. I love him. He won a triple threat this year against two fucking hosses in Sheamus and McIntyre. Beat Drew McIntyre, who need I remind everybody beat Brock Lesnar in 5 minutes at WrestleMania. Beat him this year at SummerSlam. Beat Chad Gable, who was the first person to give him a singles loss by countout, still has never pinned or submitted him. And he dominated him and made Chad Gable's child cry. And he's just been a dominant and beat Miz twice. And the second time he beat him, now Miz can no longer challenge for the IC title as long as Gunther's champion. Oh, and by the way, to begin the year, he was in the Royal Rumble at number 2, and he lasted to the fucking end before losing to Chody Rhodes, who came in at the very exhausting number of number fucking 30.
Yeah, that was this year.
That was this year. He is a fucking workhorse. He's a stallion. He's a fucking
You
beast.
know what? You've
And he's
convinced me.
our Intercontinental
I'm adding
Champion.
him to my
Would
honorable mentions.
Yeah, dude. This dude, because I love the Intercontinental title. Ever since I was a child, I always loved the look of it,
Yeah.
and I always was a mark for the champions, whether they were Benoit, RVD, Guerrero, because it was the workhorse title.
Yeah.
Now, there have been moments for so many years where I'm like, oh, is the Intercontinental title, or are we fucking back? Are we fucking back? You
Oh, we're
know,
back.
when Seth held it, when Finn, I think, held it briefly, And I'm like, oh, and I got to give credit to Seth because he was great. Miz admittedly had great runs. My heart broke when Brian didn't get to have his run because he got injured. Now I can say we are fucking back.
Yeah, big
And
time.
it is amazing. WWE, whoever you give the title to after Gunther, do not fuck this up
Yeah.
in two ways. One, they better be somebody that can carry the weight of the push you are giving them. And Gunther better immediately, 24 hours later, better tell the world champion it's on fucking sight. Because this dude was that Raw World Heavyweight title was made for Gunther. Full stop. Full fucking stop. And I cannot wait to see him take it with both fucking hands.
Yeah.
Easily superstar of the year for me. He had a great fucking year. When you elevate a mid-card title to the point where it actually feels like it matters again, and he broke the Honky Tonk Man's record at fucking
Yeah, I was
last.
literally just about to say I got 5 words. Honky tonk, go fuck yourself.
Exactly. I am so glad that you and I didn't share this because you put the spotlight on the most brilliant woman in WWE. And I arguably, all due respect sincerely to Roman Reigns, I might have put the spotlight on the most brilliant man in WWE that's just taking fucking over, and it's amazing. So,
Roman makes art, Gunther makes pro wrestling.
yes. Now for non-WWE Wrestler of the Year, which I start this off, I
Woohoo!
have I have three
Oh,
honorable mentions.
nice.
Suzu Suzuki, she's had a really strong year this year. Micah, who had a very strong year this year, but in a different way with organic crowd response. And as much as I hate to admit it, Tam Nakano, because she owned the business for so much seemingly this year.
Okay.
But I also love that she's my honorable mention because she gets to eat shit because my non-WWE Wrestler of the Year is Julia. Because how does it feel to play second fiddle again? Um,
You did that on
but no,
purpose, and I love it.
here's the thing. I'm a petty fuck. I'm also very emotionally vitriolic, which is a problem, until I channel it for good, which this is. I would have loved to have given this to either Utami or Kamitani, and I'll tell you, especially Kamitani, if
To
she
be
didn't get
clear,
injured.
are you sure we're on non WWE Wrestler of the Year, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
correct.
because our next category is literally Female Wrestler of the Year, and it just feels like you're
Oh,
kind of on
I
that.
no, I know. I know,
Okay.
believe me. But no, because here's the thing, dude. Women's wrestling's fucking over. That's kind of the culture we're living
Right.
in. Like, it makes sense that a woman in this day and age would take both categories because Joshi is really fucking over and just women's wrestling in general is really fucking over. This is the time. And yeah, why I picked Julia, New Japan Strong Women's Champion. She was world champion this year. What I love about Julia is she can't go more than 2 seconds without a title. She's still artist champ. Dude, she won the artist titles and the New Japan Strong title, and she hasn't dropped either, like, all year. We don't know what happened at Dream Queendom, admittedly. But even so, I don't remember an artist match being on that card. So she's gonna go into 2024 at the very least as an artist champ. Um, fucking and really the big thing for Julia is just the international appeal. Everybody's talking about, is she going to the E? Is she going to the E? Even when it feels like she's not doing much, people know how good she is. And when there's a murmur of, oh, is she leaving? It blew wrestling Twitter up. This woman had a great year because she just knows how to market herself. Her English is in an amazing fucking place right now. I'm telling you guys, whether she stays in stardom or not, Julia is getting ready to make a lot of fucking money. Yeah, I really think, especially if she does leave Stardom, I think she's getting ready to get paid, to get fucking paid. And I can't wait because I really believe that the best years of her career are yet to come. And that is scary. The only thing I need from Julia and Javaris, you are present, so as her husband, you will be my witness. And I say this sincerely. The only thing I need from you, Julia, is just one-on-one match with Utami because we were supposed to get
Yeah.
that in the 5-star and we didn't. And I have been heartbroken ever
Do
fucking
I get a
since.
request of Julia before she leaves?
You know what? Absolutely. What is your request for Julia before she leaves? If she leaves, but
Is
I'm
just
treating it as a given.
one-on-one match with Mercedes.
There you go. My friend here wants Mercedes. I want Utami. You give us those two matches, I will kindly let you go in peace. Other than that, though, it's Julia's game. We're all just NPCs in it, as far as I'm concerned. Even when I callously say, hey, Julia, Matana, my asshole, I am big enough as a man to admit that that comes from a deep place of insecurity, to know that I am not Julia. And you know what? That's okay because there can only be one, and why not her? So, Julia is my non-WWE wrestler of the year. Who is yours, good sir?
I do have 5 honorable mentions.
I love it. Go through them.
So Julia is one of them. So we are on the same page there at least. That's good. But
Yes.
none of your honorable mentions are my honorable mention list. And I do even have another Joshi in my honorable mention list, but I'm surprised you didn't mention her.
Who was it?
Suzu Suzuki.
I thought I wait, did I not mention Suzuki? Because I thought I said
Oh
her.
my god, you did. Never mind. I would lie. I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Besmirching my
I'm
name.
sorry.
Unbelievable.
I fucked up. But we both have
No,
Suzu
it's
as
okay, but
honorable
please continue.
mentions, though, so that's cool, as it turns
Yes.
out. But then I do have 3 men as honorable mentions as well.
Okay.
And at least 2 of them, no, all 3 of them are men.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I love the emphasis. I know what's coming. All right, what's up?
Because they're all daddies in different ways.
Hell yeah.
One of them in the most literal way possible because one of them is Christian Cage.
Yes.
One of them in the big daddy kind of way because it's Yota Tsuji.
Nice,
And
nice.
one of them in the be my daddy kind of way because it's Sonata.
Ooh, sir, sir. All right. Well, you said those were honorable mentions, though. So, who ultimately took your non-WWE Wrestler of the Year?
The one that wants to be someone else's kid's daddy because he broke into his house and hovered over his child's bed, Swerve Strickland.
I love it. It really was a great year for him, dude. This is the year that everything clicked for him, and he got meteorically over.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and that's the thing, is like he had just straight up the best year of anyone outside WWE in my opinion. And like no one has more buzz right now than Swerve. It's gotten to the point now that AEW fans who actually do like MJF, who love MJF, who like are the type of people who see MJF in a way that if they heard how we felt about MJF, they'd be offended.
yeah,
Think Swerve
yeah,
should beat
absolutely.
him for the title, or thought Swerve should have beaten him for the title before Joe did instead.
Yes,
Like
yes,
that's how over Swerve is that like he's got MJF fans thinking like, oh no, Swerve has to be the one.
yeah. It is Swerve's house.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, no, it's just for me, it's just Swerve. He's great. He's awesome. Unfortunately, I'm becoming a little cooled down on him because of some Twitter stuff. He's been a little sus. There have been some lines to some of his raps that have been
Yeah,
really unhinged in a really bad way. But
yeah,
as a performer, he's just so fucking good, you know.
yeah. Absolutely, he is. No question about it. Um, for my female wrestler of the year, I have 5 honorable mentions for this. It was a great year for the ladies. Um,
Wait, isn't it my turn to do female wrestler of
oh,
the
I'm
year?
I am. You know what, dude? I had family come in here because I think they're looking for Wookiees, and that kind of took me out. So I forgot. I apologize. You actually start with female wrestler of the year. So, sir,
I
please go
have
ahead.
7 honorable mentions, and I am so happy about some of the names on this list.
Yes.
So I would say that the name on this list that is the least objective and the most just me wanting to pigeonhole someone on here that I love and I want to talk about is Mina Shirakawa.
Yes.
She's just
Yes.
so wonderful, and I love her, and I just feel like she deserves more recognition. And it's really a shame that her just having this reputation of being the booba wrestler has almost like tainted some people's view of her forever, because like her match with Kamitani, I mean, you already know that's my match of the year. And the fact that it's as good of a match as it was, that it was able to be my match of the year and it still qualifies to be my underrated match of the year, tells you everything you need to know about how underrated she is still as a talent. She's so good and so underappreciated. And I'm talking about her like she's my award winner when she's just an honorable mention, but like, yeah. Um, Rhea Ripley is an honorable mention.
Yes.
Julia is an honorable mention.
Okay.
Mayu Iwatani is an honorable mention. I threw her on here because, again, she's had a really good, solid, consistent year. One of the few top women in Stardom that didn't get hurt. So that's a nice little thing there. And she did kind of get hurt. She got like a dislocated joint in one of her fingers, but it didn't take her out. Suzu Suzuki is on my list as well for honorable mentions. Micah, I feel like, has to be on my honorable mentions because of the meteoric rise that she's had this year. And I also threw a bone to Azumi because I feel like this was the best year of Azumi's career.
Yeah,
Even if we
definitely.
even just not even looking at accolades, but just pure match quality and performance quality standpoint, I feel like Azumi had the highest quality matches of her career this year.
I would agree. I think that's a great honorable mention, man,
I
for
mean, we
sure.
had the QQ matches that she had that were like team matches that she was the star, or at least one of the stars of. We had the kid match that you and I both talked about how great it was in the Triangle Derby finals. We had the Mercedes Monet match that she was great in. She just had a really, really phenomenal year. This was a career year for Azumi, so I wanted to really highlight her. But she was already my superstar of the year. I can't not have Io Sky be my female wrestler of the year.
Yes. Yeah, no, I totally get it, man.
Yeah. So it's
Absolutely.
Io, and now we can move on because I already praised the hell out of her, and she deserves all of it. And it's your turn for female wrestler of the year. I'm assuming it's just Julia, though, right?
It is just Julia, but that's why I do just want to take time to go over my honorable mentions just very quickly.
Nice.
Honorable mentions: Rhea Ripley, Io Sky. So I did acknowledge Io had a great year this year. Suzu Suzuki, Micah, Tam Nakano, and Athena. Athena had a
Oh,
great
I'm
year.
adding Athena to my honorable mentions. I can't not include her.
Yeah, if for no other reason, bro, the promos she did this year, she's elevated so much as a talker.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing. I'm very proud of her. But
I
yes,
mean,
Julia was my award winner.
I'm sure she's cut some great promos. Sure wish I could see them. If only they were on TV.
I see what you did there. Um, but yeah, it's just Julia. I already went on the big tangent for non-WWE Wrestler of the Year, so let's just move right on to Tag Team of the Year. I'm gonna be super quick about this too. I have no honorable mentions, and my Tag Team of the Year is Rose Gold, Mina Shirakawa, and Mariah May.
Oh,
Why?
I
I
love
love them.
that.
That's why.
Yes, I love that.
So
Dude, it's
yeah,
funny that you said that you were a basic bitch about this when I thought about them and I was like, no, they had such a short run. I don't want to do that. And then you're just like, no, fuck it, I am.
yeah. So did you have any honorable mentions, and who was
I
your
did
award
not have
winner?
any honorable mentions. I went the most, I felt like I went basic because I just gave it to the team that had the longest tag title run, and it's that I don't hate, basically, because I think FTR had a longer run, but fuck them. I gave it to
Yeah.
Sammy KO.
Oh, nice, nice.
I think they
That,
had like a
that's so
5 month run with the undisputed WWE tag titles, and like that's cool, I guess.
yeah.
Also, I mean,
Ashton's like,
it's also worth noting that like there was like a whole story of them getting back together, and then there was the big build up to them, main eventing night one of WrestleMania, which is also a really big deal, and they beat the Usos, and there was like this big, cool, like almost like liberating moment when they finally won the titles. So like there was a lot going on there, but like once they actually won the titles, all the interest went away in my mind. Like once they were actually
yeah,
champions, my interest died, and then they just happened to hold them for 5 more months in a way that I didn't care about.
right, right. That makes sense.
So, all right, let's move
All
on.
right.
It's time for the best on-air non-wrestling talent, and I have two honorable mentions here. They were Samantha Irvin yet again, and Stokely Hathaway, who was your winner last year. So both of our winners last year were my honorable mentions this year. My winner last year was Samantha. Your winner last year was Stokely. My honorable mentions. My actual winner this year though was Prince Nana.
We share that one.
Oh,
Same,
nice, sweet.
same.
Did you have any
Because
HMs?
just Paul Heyman because I
Oh,
did
you gave
enjoy him
him in
again
your
this year.
HM. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is your award to initiate. So, what have you really felt that Prince Nana has brought to Swerve and Mogul Embassy more broadly?
I mean, obviously everyone's going to point to the dance, which is super duper over, and I think has actually contributed to how over Swerve is. Because every time he does the entrance, people pop for it, not only because, like, oh my god, Swerve's coming, but also because they know they're going to get to see the non dance, and they love that. But I
Yeah,
think he's also just really entertaining on the mic, man. I've always liked Prince Nana on the mic, even going back to when he was in ROH and doing his thing back then. I've always really liked him as a talker, and him getting an opportunity now to have this platform with Swerve has also just really allowed him to show off how fucking funny he is on the mic. He's great.
dude, he is. I really love him. That's why I kind of like got defensive on his behalf with Hangman's promo, kind of targeting him. Like, oh, you look like you sell weed or you buy weed from a high school, or I'm gonna beat you up and take your weed. Like, dude, what the fuck? Like, leave Prince Nana alone. fucking racist ass.
Yeah.
Um, but no, I've really enjoyed him as well, man. I'm so glad that we shared this one, and I thought we might. But moving right along to underutilized talent of the year, I have an honorable mention for this, only one, and it was Dijak because
Nice.
I've been feeling for that man lately. And yeah, it really crystallized for me after he lost to Eddie Thorpe in NXT Underground. But my actual winner, now I
Ow.
don't know if this aged poorly or brilliantly given recent events. My winner is Andrade El Idolo in AEW.
That's brilliant. Yes, fully agree.
Yeah.
Great pick.
Yeah, I said it already on commentary. It's a shame that I kind of worked backwards because I should have given the speech here where it was appropriate. And it wasn't that it was inappropriate during our World's End review last night, but I probably shouldn't have said so much. But I pretty much said everything I could say there, and I'll say it again here. This is a main event caliber talent. He is a world class fucking athlete and a world class fucking Chad. I mean, look at the man. Jesus fucking Christ. And he's just never been a world champion. Now, keep in mind, being a world champion is different from being the guy. I think Andrade being like the top guy in any promotion, I don't want to say the ship has sailed, but that's where I'm inclined to think. Still plenty of time though for him to be a world champion, and I have no idea why that has not happened yet. Especially if you still want to give him a manager, I still dream of the day that he comes out in a three-piece fucking suit, world title over his shoulder, and just white people fucking seethe because Andrade just excelled anyway. I love him, man. And you know what, dude? I honestly have you to thank for this. I really do because guys, I never like revisionist history, and I got to give credit where it's due. Ashton always stayed in the fight with this dude. And he, before I even would talk about, oh, I saw Andrade in AEW tonight. He's so good, dude. He's so good, dude. Here's the thing. When I would see Andrade on AEW, I agreed. And I am just so glad that Ashton never forgot about him because I don't want to say that I forgot about him. That's a bit hyperbolic. But Ashton kept the finger on the pulse of him even when he was doing nothing. And that's why I struggled because he was doing nothing. So I have to thank Ashton for this too because he really kept Andrade in my brain in a big way. And I'm like, yeah, he is really good. I went from, yeah, he is really good to, yeah, he deserves a lot more to, oh, great, I'm pissed all over again because he's not a world fucking champion. He's not a main eventer, and he fucking should be. So this was a very passionate award for me. And it really all started with you kind of staying in the fight with Andrade. And I can't wait to pick up the fight again more spiritedly with him going back to WWE because at least I watch the YouTube clips every week. And if I know he's doing something good, I will want to catch it live so that I don't have that fucking FOMO. So, yeah. Who is your underutilized talent of the year? And do you have any honorable mentions?
5.
Oh, what, dude? You really put your back into it. I fucking love that.
So
All right.
Andrade was one of my honorable mentions as well, and
Yeah,
Dijak.
nice.
Dijak was also one of them, actually.
I'm glad we both thought about Dijak, man. I didn't want to be alone in that. Good
So the
shit.
other three though were House of Black,
Nice.
who literally should have been the fucking centerpiece of the trios division for AEW for the entire year, the calendar year entirely should have like revolved around them with the trios division. I don't think we ever got House of Black versus Death Triangle for the trios titles, by the way.
Robbed.
Yeah.
Robbed.
Keith Lee, and I say that specifically because somebody speculated on Twitter that the injury was the reason why he didn't get used, and he literally just replied to them and said incorrect. So that just tells me that he was just straight up underutilized.
Yes.
And Jamie Hayter, before she got hurt, she was still being underutilized even then.
Great choice. Yeah,
She
that's
was the
true.
world fucking
Great choice.
champion, and she still felt like she was playing second fiddle to Britt.
Yeah. You know what? Great honorable mentions, man. But that, again, when you have a strong honorable mention roster, it gets me really excited for your winner. So who took the cake?
Gigi Dolan.
I like that. Very inspired pick.
We actually,
I like
you
that a
kind
lot.
of helped me with this a little bit because we actually talked relatively recently. It might have even just been on Q&A on Thursday about how like Toxic Attraction just kind of went away and they dissolved and they had their match and they have done nothing ever since. And like every time I see Gigi Dolan actually work a match, I'm reminded of how damn good she is at wrestling. Like it's one of those
Yes.
things where like you just see her and you're like, damn, she's fucking hot and she's built great. She must be one of those like Barbie doll wrestlers, right? But like no, she's much more along the lines of like a Mariah May, where she can really fucking go in the ring. and she's a really really good wrestler, and like just being hot is very much secondary. It's like the icing on the cake. Like, yeah, she's hot and she's built great, but like that's not the thing that's important here. That's not the thing that's appealing in the first place. She's a damn good wrestler. Like, her promos might be like a 6 out of 10, but she's like an 8.5, maybe even a 9 out of 10 in the ring. And like, I think she could have a promo battle with Rhea Ripley. I think she could be believable against Rhea Ripley in the ring. I don't see any reason why she's not on the main roster. And I just feel like not only is she not on the main roster, but she's not even really doing anything in NXT either, other than like losing to Kiana James or Fallon. Like, who cares about them? Gigi Dolan's a fucking star, and they're doing nothing with her at all.
I love it. That is such an inspired pick, dude. I think you did a great fucking job. And moving right along to underrated talent of the year, do you have any honorable mentions, and who was your winner?
My honorable mention is Mia Yim, because Mia Yim has recently got pin over Io Sky, and I've noticed people shitting on it, like, "Oh, this sucks. The match is gonna suck," and I'm like, clearly y'all have not been paying attention, or at least you didn't pay attention to Mia before she showed up on the main roster and started just being like a generic Bullet Babe, like just randomly just a woman that hangs out with the Bullet Club guys, because
Yeah.
she is excellent. She is really good. But for the second year in a row now, I hate that I have to keep doing this, because I hate, and again, this kind of comes back to the Gigi Dolan Mariah May issue of like hot women being underappreciated in whatever they're actually talented at. It's Mina Shirakawa for the second year in a row.
Damn, I love it. I love
I
it.
wish I could love it, but I hate it. I hate that I have to keep doing this, because Mina is legitimately entering the conversation now for one of the best wrestlers on the planet. And this isn't me being hyperbolic. This isn't me trying to, be, you know, trying to hype someone up past their talent level to try and get people to notice them so they check them out, and whatever. It's nothing like that. It is genuinely, I try my best to be as objective as I can. I know that there's no such thing as true objectivity, because everyone's got biases in some directions, but like, Mina Shirakawa is incredible. Like, I think it's kind of funny that we talked about Tam being legitimately in contender for best in the world, because Mina is in that conversation the same style, like the same way, like the way that
Yes.
the reason Tam is in the conversation for best in the world is because of the storytelling aspect of pro wrestling, and Mina is there for the same reason. She is such a great storyteller. It's like she just straight up learned under Tam, and lo and behold, she was literally in a faction with Tam for like a year and a half or 2 years. So it makes all the sense in the world that she would have been under that learning tree. But I think Mina might even do it better, because she's less melodramatic about it. She's like more of an appropriate amount of dramatic about it, in my opinion.
Yes.
Like, Tam makes everything overly dramatic. I think Mina more commonly finds kind of the right amount of drama to put into things. There have been some exceptions, like, the Dark Angel thing that she used to do with we used to call it Dark Mina. I never really got super into that, and I always kind of felt like she was taking it a little over the top, but she hasn't done that, I think, in over a year at this point, and I think she might have just dropped the gimmick altogether, and I love that,
Yeah.
because it wasn't working.
Absolutely.
Like, not only was it not like over, but every time she used it, she lost. So I'm happy she just stopped using it. And as an actual individual talent, she is way up there, to the point that now she's mentoring other people and making them better. Like, Waka has improved in the ring since joining Club Venus. Mariah got so fucking good in Stardom under her learning tree. So like, she got so good to the point that now she's helping other women get better. That's incredible
Yes.
to me.
Yes. God, dude, I love you, and I love that pick. That is beautiful because Mina, she can never be praised enough,
Yeah.
and I really, really hope 2024 she bounces back in a major way and takes over Stardom because I still believe in her, and I'm not gonna honestly, in a weird way, she's like Stardom Suzuki to me in the sense that I'm never gonna stop believing in her until the day she retires.
Yeah.
Like, I want her to be world fucking champion, and I am committed to that dream till the very end. But for me, I have got one honorable mention for underrated talent. Now, we usually make the distinction that underrated is underrated by the fans. So I actually had two honorable mentions, but then I thought about it and I'm like, no, that one honorable mention doesn't make sense because I did have Andre Chase as an honorable mention, but he's pretty fucking over. So I took
Yeah.
him off. So my actual honorable mention, though, which I do think counts, and then I definitely think my award winner counts, just in my opinion, but we'll get to that in a moment. Yuki Kamifuku, otherwise known as Kamiyu,
Oh yeah,
is
I
my
like that
honorable
pick.
mention.
That's a good pick. You could have
I
also put her in underutilized too,
yeah, and believe
because
me, I thought about it.
TJPW just does not want to do anything with her ever.
Yeah, TJPW only wants to suck eggs. I'm sorry, I'm bitter.
TJP
But
eat my ass.
but my actual underrated talent of the year, I hope you appreciate this one. I hope our fans appreciate this one because it's a bit kind of out there. But my underrated talent of the year is Lady C. I
Is this a late Christmas present?
oh, okay. That just stopped my heart for a second. Give me a second now to recover, you beautiful man. All right, go in the corner and appreciate my dissertation on why she's underrated. Um, yeah, dude, like so I'm gonna do a little inside baseball with people because again, your old pal John here was more responsible than he should have been putting this list together because he put it together late. But I really did want to do it right. And so I'm like, what perspectives can I look at? So you comb Twitter. I used Cage Match quite a bit for some of these awards. This was honestly one of them because I wanted to see what Lady C's score was. And the reviews, like she actually, here's the good news about Lady C as far as Cage Match goes. As the years progressed, her ratings got higher.
Yeah.
So it shows an upward trajectory. But there were still people that were like, I don't really see her being that big of a deal and this and that. And I'm looking at her and I'm thinking, here's a woman that literally part of her gimmick when she came in is I'm tall. She's beautiful. She's put on like more weight, and I think she was beautiful before, and I think she's beautiful after. She's just a naturally beautiful woman. She's an underrated promo. Stardom. I am begging you, please, for the love of God, for my laundry list of things that you can do to improve. Give these women more mic time because still one of the best promos she had, one of the few only promos she had, was at that press conference rebuking everything Nanae said about her because Nanae is a bitter old bitch that has no business in this business. Yeah, I said it, and I'm doubling down. She's good, and her in ring is really fucking solid, actually. I love the, like, elevated chokeslam she did to Ruika recently in that elimination match that got an
Yeah.
elimination. Finally, she beat fucking Ruika for a change. Like, when we thought that she was gonna join DDM, I was genuinely invested in that story. I am so glad you brought that up because I swear, dude, if I didn't hate wrestling so much this year, I feel like my list would have been better because I'm convinced that I repressed so much because it didn't go anywhere. I'm like, oh, I'm enjoying this. Oh, they're breaking up. Oh, they're kind of making fun that she missed her spot. Cool. And then, like, I like her in Queen's Quest, and I thought she did great in the cage match, but I wish, like, she'd be more defined in Queen's Quest in a way, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
personality-wise. Like, I feel like that's a miss because Azumi is very clearly defined
I
personality-wise.
wish that they would
Utami
go out of
Kamitani.
their way more to be like emphasize that she was a teacher.
Yes.
Even if it was just as simple as like referring to her as Lady C Sama or Lady C Senpai or something like that. Like
Yeah.
something to emphasize her like seniority outside of the ring. Like obviously she's not a senpai or a sama in the ring because she's newer than half of Queen's Quest and the three senior members of QQ and also Hina. Like she's the second
Yeah.
least experienced member of the group. But outside of the ring, she's the oldest and the tallest. That makes her in charge.
Exactly. Dude, she clearly has a very fun and spirited personality. I saw that TikTok recently that Queen's Quest did that was led by Lady C,
Yeah.
this like dancing kind of singing thing. I wish they would use social media more. Like, imagine if they did like a mock classroom and Lady C's talking about a Oedo Tai, and you have Utami sitting in this fucking baby desk. Like, that visual is hilarious to me, and I want it.
like
And
like
like,
Will Ferrell in Elf.
exactly,
Yes.
and like you could do so much more with her. Genuinely, I mean, look, I'm about to be really mean here, and I don't really want to be mean,
Ooh,
well,
my
especially when we're in the
favorite.
positive section. What was that?
I said, ooh, my favorite.
Oh god, that speaks to problems that what's even more problematic is I'm attracted to it. But more importantly, um, if you could put the white belt on Mirai, there's no reason why you couldn't make Lady C a white belt contender and have it be believable
Yeah.
storyline-wise.
I like
She
this logic. It's like if Jinder can be a WWE champ, there's no reason anyone can't be WWE champ.
And I know how dangerous that logic is, but you know what? When you phrase it that way and giving me a very clear out to like back down, I'm gonna do the exact opposite of backing and
Double
I'm gonna
down.
double down.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Yes.
yeah, because here's the thing. Lady C is genuinely a better promo than Mirai. Lady C genuinely, if you gave her stuff to do and you actually were consistent and steadfast with it, would form a crowd connection.
Lady
I
C
actually feel like she was
understands the concept of emotion.
exactly. And like I feel like she was starting to get over with the DDM storyline. And then they were like, oh, funny thing about that, no. But that's not a thought. No. It's just go back to Queen's Quest, go back to jobbing. You're losing to Ruika in the next match. Good luck, kid. What?
Oh no!
But I had it. I had the push. Yeah, you did. And now you don't. Welcome to the business. Not much better than education, is it? No. No. Well, them's the breaks.
Aw.
And I'm pissed because I'm like, wow, that didn't even feel good to reenact. Like, it all feels like shit. Fuck. No, this woman's hella underrated and she deserves a lot better. And like, the only reason she's underrated is because you are what you're booked. So if you're booked like somebody that has all the tools but is too incompetent to use them, gee, I wonder how people are going to feel about Lady C. Oh, she's got all the tools, but I guess it's her fault she doesn't know how to bring it together. No, she is putting it together. They just don't want you to show her bringing it together. It's the new conspiracy. It started with Kid, and now it's Lady C. Don't you see what's happening here? So yeah, this was actually a pretty easy choice because the more I thought about it, I'm like, you and I both really respect and love Lady C, and we want more for her. This was a no-brainer for me. So with that said, we go from that to Jobber of the Year.
Pause.
Yes.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Yes.
It's
We're officially in
2024, y'all, here on the East Coast of the US.
yes.
Oh my god, it's here. We're doing it. It's happening.
So I have no honorable mentions for Jobber of the Year, and I was
Oh.
very cheeky with my award choice.
Oh,
I will say
cool.
though,
I like cheeky ones.
I was still statistically, I still showed fidelity to statistics because this person lost more matches than they won this year. My Jobber of the Year is Jimmy Uso.
Oh, that's great. I love that. Nice.
Because as a aspiring right hand man, like why can't I be the tribal prince? Every time they've set Jimmy Uso out on a hit, he's lost. Like just singles matches, and they even lost that tag match at Fastlane because I think he ate the pin. Because
Yeah.
Solo sure as shit wasn't gonna eat the fucking pin. He's a high paid like high caliber jobber is Jimmy Uso because he's in the stratosphere as far as storylines go. But man, he ain't getting those dubs. So very easy choice for me. I know you like to be cheeky sometimes too with your jobber of the year. You like to think outside the box. So do you have any honorable mentions and who was your award winner?
I actually do. I have 7 honorable mentions.
Oh, nice.
So, honorable mentions, The Miz is at the top of my honorable mentions list.
Nice.
Elias was in WWE this year, and I don't think he won a single match the whole time.
Okay.
I mean, let me just check and make sure on that. Um, yeah, no, Elias this year went 0-13,
Oh, wow. Okay.
so he definitely qualifies. Um, God, that sucks. But the only other WWE performer I have on my list is Ashanti the Adonis because again, barely wins. I think he's 2-4. He also barely actually no, he's 2-16. He's 2-16 this year, and I just think that he's a really good talent. He could qualify for underrated slash underutilized wrestler of the year for me this year. I think he's really good.
Yes.
But then outside of WWE, I actually have some Ring of Honor guys. Angelico and Brian Cage both got jobbed out way too much this year. So with Brian Cage, I think he technically does have a winning record, but I also feel like every time he is on Dynamite, it is to job to a vanilla midget,
Yes.
like one of the
Yes.
pillars or
Ooh.
Orange Cassidy. Like he's always jobbing specifically to Orange Cassidy and Darby Allin. It feels like the most,
Yeah.
and it's just gross. It just makes no sense. On Helico, let me look at this actually. Because I know I looked this up at one point, and Angelico's record this year was absurd.
Yeah.
Let's see, match statistics. Yeah, okay, so it's not as bad as I thought it was, but Angelico this year, and I think you and I agree that Angelico is a very talented wrestler.
Yes.
8 wins to 16 losses this year.
That's rough.
Yup. And I should also mention that that is exclusively wrestling under the AEW/ROH banner. He didn't wrestle outside of that umbrella this year at all.
Okay.
So that's all literally just Tony Khan and the people who answer to Tony Khan deciding that Angelico goes a loser.
Yes. Wow. That's fucking rough.
Who else were my honorable mentions? Um, okay, I did have two Stardom honorable mentions here, and they were both painful. One of them more for you than the other.
Okay.
The one that isn't going to hurt you as much as Momokogo. She hurts me, not so much you.
Right.
The one that hurts both of us, though, is Jessie.
Oh yeah, that does hurt.
But it's true. I mean, she was the fall taker of Club Venus for the longest time.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but my actual jobber of the year might not be cheeky, but she is double cheeked up. It's Bailey.
Oh, see, every year I feel like jobber of the year is just somebody that you don't really think of as a jobber, but Ashton's like, oh no, we have the stats.
Oh, brother. The worst part about it is this is the second year in a row that Bailey's my jobber of the year.
No, why?
Do you really want to know why?
Yes.
Do you know who had the most losses in WWE this year, John?
Was it Bailey?
No, it was Ludwig Kaiser. Do you know who number 2 was, though?
Was it Bailey?
No, it was Giovanni Vinci. It was those two geeks that are Gunther's underlings. Bailey was number 3, though, at 67 losses to only, get this, 7 wins.
Oh my god.
Bailey
Jesus
was 7 and 67 this year.
How in the fuck? How did he lose 67 matches? I feel like the ass whooping she got in like fucking War Games is an extended metaphor. Jesus Christ.
The most matches wrestled in WWE with single-digit wins.
That's heinous. That is heinous. Fuck. Oh
And
my
what
god.
was my? Why did I have her as my jobber of the year last year? It might have just been because like she lost every pay-per-view match to Bianca.
I love that after Bailey's like dominant SmackDown Women's Championship reign, WWE was like, okay, you're done. Like,
So last year she was 9 and 28. So since returning to the WWE at SummerSlam of 2022, we're talking. It has been. So we won't even count August of 2022 because maybe she didn't wrestle that month. Starting in September, so September, October, November, December, plus 12, so that's 16 months. In 16 months, Bailey has 16 wins.
oh no, no. How could they
Holy
do this to me? How could they do this to everyone? This is God. Like, I'm not even a
16
Bailey mark. But
wins to 95 losses.
God, I'm not even a Bailey mark, but I feel violated when you say those stats to me. Wow. Wow.
So I'm hoping that this is the last year that I get to call Bailey Jobber of the Year because I really hope that Mark in chat is right and that she just wins the Rumble and the title at Mania. But like, oh my god, this has got to be one of the biggest losing streaks for someone of her caliber of wrestler that we will ever see in our lives.
Oh my god, everything you're saying is hurting me right now. Um, let's oh, we got promo of the year next.
Oh
And that's
yeah.
you. Yeah, you continue on this. So, what honorable mentions do you have, and what was your promo of the year?
I had two honorable mentions. So one of them was Mina Shirakawa's promo that she cut during the press conference promo for All Star Grand Queendom, leading up to the match with Kamitani. It was the one where she like dripped the black goo on Kamitani's face.
Oh, right, dude, press conferences were like goaded this year. I really miss translations. I hope Dana's doing okay because like
And
we need
then,
a translator out there.
yeah, and then my other honorable mention was Sami Zayn's promo on the 10:30 Raw where he did the "My Name Is Rebellion" thing. It was just so fucking good.
Yes.
The only real reason that I didn't give that my actual promo of the year was because it felt kind of out of context and it didn't really fit quite as much within the confines of the actual storyline of the show. And it really just felt like Sammy shooting on Israel within the confines
Yeah.
of his promo, which is great. But like, I felt like it didn't really fit with the promo of the year. So I gave my promo of the year to Shayna Baszler.
Oh, with the whole Ronda Rousey feud?
Yep, the line about
Nice.
Rhonda's daughter will never forgive me for the things that I'm about to have to do to their mother or to her mother.
Damn, bro.
That promo was so fucking good, dude.
Good shit.
Yeah.
For me, just continuing the momentum, I've got Adam Copeland's promo, "You don't have that dog in you," which was like kind of the final ending line of that promo that he said to Christian Cage. This was on November 25th of this year, so it's more of a recent one. And then Sami Zayn's promo to Roman Reigns telling him in Montreal that he is going down, and he also said in French, "I will step on your fucking
Wait,
neck,"
are
which
these honorable mentions?
these are honorable mentions. Yes, the two
Oh,
honorable mentions that I
Sami Zayn, and what did he say to Roman in English before the French?
well, he said the French first, admittedly, but like
Okay.
he just ended it because he was saying to Roman a lot, or about Roman, that he is going down, and that's kind of what he's going like. You are going down, and he threw the mic, and yeah, this was February 17th, the SmackDown the night before Chamber.
And what did he say in
Um,
French?
I'm gonna step on your fucking neck, which I was like, damn, that got a big pop from the crowd too.
And that was in Quebec, right?
Yes,
All right, awesome. And your actual promo of the year?
my actual promo either is the "My Name Is Rebellion" promo
Ah,
from Sami Zayn. I loved it. I thought it was incredibly passionate. I can agree with you about the context because, to be honest, this would have fit more if he was still feuding with the Bloodline. I
yes.
think. But you know what? I really don't care because I also agree with you about him it just being a shoot on Israel, and that's why I gave it because not many people have the balls, even if they use subtext, to call out political issues and just outright genocides that are fucking happening. And the idea that Sammy did is a further testament to his character. So yeah, this promo was amazing. More for what what it veiled saying than for what it actually said openly. Good stuff from him. So yeah. Now we move on to heel of the year, and I take the baton on this. I've got two honorable mentions here. Christian Cage is the immediate runner up,
Wow.
and then right behind him is Jimmy Uso. Um, because he did
Is
genuinely work me this year, and I
Yep.
have to give him credit for that.
And your
My
actual
winner,
winner?
though, Tam Nakano, is my heel
Oh,
of the year
but she doesn't really want
because
to be a heel though. She's not
but when you
trying to
fat
be a
shame
heel.
people and when you humiliate your former teammates, I think you are a fucking heel.
That's fair.
So,
That's fair.
oh, and when you violate somebody's bodily autonomy by cutting their hair to prove a point because you're
Yeah.
unhinged,
Yeah, that was
yeah,
fucked up.
Tam Nakano, you're a piece of shit. So congratulations, because you're definitely heel of the year. Yeah, she really again, she might not have been coded as a heel, but what the fuck does that say about stardom and its values? Like, no, no,
Japan and its
it's
values, really.
yeah. Oh, I don't see what was so wrong that she shamed somebody for their body. Literally, just listen to yourself in the sentence you just said. I think you answered your own question. Yeah, Tam was 100% the fucking top heel for me this year. And again, if we're going purely kayfabe, like, yeah, Christian was fucking fantastic this year, but Tam, like, God, and it really says something because Christian openly said to somebody, we'll come back to this. I understand you have a father, and which was again, I ask, who starts a sentence that way, and, and your father is dead, and still, I'm like, that's fucked up. You know what else is really fucked up though? Body shaming a living person. And like, yeah, it was just a really shitty year for Tam in terms of like just being a shitty person. Oh, and then again, of course, humiliating Mina and then being like, you can come back to Cosmic Angels if you want, bitch. You know what you're doing. Oh, and by the way, when she cut Julia's hair, another shitty thing she did when Floyd was trying to comfort her was like shove her away and not even acknowledge her existence because she was so fucking tunnel vision on her obsession with Julia.
Yep.
So, way to treat the same person that you brainwashed like shit. Who could have seen that coming?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Not
heel
to
of the
mention when she and Mina got to team up again as Dream H in that Dream Tag show, she did the thing again where she was like, "Are you sure you don't want to come back to Cosmic Angels?"
Yeah. No, Javaris speaks for me so clearly and so succinctly because he's like, I generally wish Tam nothing but the worst 24. I hope she doesn't get the title back. I hope Mina beats her ass. I hope Julia honestly makes her cry again, like Javaris said earlier in the chat. No, Tam. No, I see you for what you are. You're a heel. You are a fucking heel. So I'm going to root for everybody that's a babyface just by being oppositional to you to beat your ass. So
Bro,
congratulations on this award.
I hope that Kamitani beats um, uh, whoever it is exactly that wins the title or won the title, I guess it would be at Dream Queendom. Whoever it is, whether it's Maiko or Suzu, because they both have history with Kamitani. I hope that Kamitani beats them, and then I hope that the finals of the 5 star are Tam versus Mayu, and Mayu wins.
See that cackle I just did? I can't wait to do it again when it happens. Yes. Oh god, and then you, me, and Javaris. I mean, I know you don't drink, so I'll have to find a non-alcoholic to do, but we'll break out that good shit. We'll fucking raise our glasses and we'll be like, gentlemen, to another moment of Tam's failure, and just clink glasses and fucking drink. And I personally cannot fucking wait for it. Yeah, I'm gonna pass the buck to you now. Because I'm just gonna keep dogging on Tam if I don't. So, who were your honorable mentions, and who ultimately won Heel of the Year for you?
Yeah, my honorable mentions for Heel of the Year were Swerve Strickland, Gunta, Samoa Joe, and Athena.
Excellent honorable mentions, and I'm guessing your winner is it?
Christian Cage, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
It's Daddy.
yeah. Dude, perfection. Amazing.
I
Oh,
mean, he was the first go fuck yourself of the year on national television, to be fair.
yes. What a king.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you gonna do, FCC? Find me? My pockets are deep enough. Go fuck
He
yourself.
literally
Did it
said that.
again.
Yeah. He literally said that live on television during like an embrace, like a warm embrace turned cold.
He knows how to use a billionaire that he works for. Like, you're accountable for me, pay them, and I'm gonna do it again. Oh, God.
Now, I gotta say, this next category I struggled with. Face of the year, I struggled with.
Yeah, I did a little bit as well, admittedly. It was a rough year for baby faces, bro, for sure.
It's kind of ironic because I feel like there are a lot of really good baby faces on one specific brand of wrestling and nowhere else.
Okay, so did you have any honorable mentions for one?
I did, and that one specific brand is Raw.
Interesting, okay.
My honorable mentions were Sami Zayn and Jey Uso, and my winner was Seth freaking Rollins.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. The to me, the most prominent crowd interaction of the year, if we had that category, which we don't, was the crowd singing Seth's theme song. That shit lasted the entire year. The crowd never waned. It never got quieter. It never got less enthusiastic. They fucking love him. He is the most
Yeah.
beloved man, I think, in all of WWE. The only guy that really gives him a run for his money as far as the crowd interaction goes is Cody with the whoa, like that bullshit. But like,
Yeah.
it's a one-time thing, and the crowd isn't nearly as into his matches as they are Seth's.
Yes.
Whereas, like, when the music stops, they're still singing Seth's theme song.
Right. Yeah, that's very true.
So
It's
yeah,
very
I,
true.
I gave it to Seth.
Yeah, that's a great choice. Bro, I didn't have any honorable mentions, and I just went Sami Zayn. I just think he's so endearing every time he talks. Even if he's in a middling feud,
Yeah.
you can always count on him to put his best foot forward. He didn't betray Jey Uso, which people thought he would do this year. Did not happen. And now he could be. I really don't know what the Raw World title picture is going to look like for Mania, because you know what? I could just as easily see it being, if Drew wins tomorrow night, Drew and Jay at WrestleMania. Why? Because Drew's biggest problem is with Jey Uso, and they really still haven't had it out. So that could very easily be a WrestleMania, or Sami Zayn could return from his injury, which I think is a kayfabe injury, and face Drew, who gave it to him in the first place. So Yeah, if Drew wins, again, Seth could win, and then I feel like all roads lead to him and Punk for the title. But I'm kind of hoping that's not the case. So yeah, it's a whole thing. But Sammy, I think, is a terrific babyface, and I really, really want him to get a world title reign this year. I think he more than deserves it. So then we go from that to main roster rookie of the year. I'm going to be honest. This and rookie of the year were by far, in my opinion, my weakest categories. And I do apologize for that. It was just a rougher go around this year. My main roster rookie, I actually went with a tag team, Pretty Deadly from NXT to SmackDown this
Oh,
year.
nice. They were actually like I genuinely considered them for tag team of the year, and the only reason I didn't give it to them is because they literally never held any kind of tag titles at all. I think they might have
Yeah.
held like the NXT tag titles for a little bit, but I don't even think they did. Did they lose the titles to the New Day or beat the New Day for the titles? The
I,
NXT tag titles, that is.
I feel like they I thought they lost the NXT titles to the New Day, but maybe they did beat them for it. I don't remember. Yeah.
No, yeah, they lost the tag titles to the New Day. So no, they didn't hold any kind of tag gold at all in the calendar year 2023 because New Day won those tag titles in December of last year.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why I didn't have New Day or have Pretty Deadly as my tag team of the year. But main roster rookie of the year makes perfect sense, and I love that for you.
Yeah, I only really pegged them, Daryl, because I know they did get to challenge Sammy and Kevin this year. And really what made me give it to them, I'm gonna be truthful with you. One of them got hurt. I think it might have been Elton Prince, and they just kept doing vignettes and they made it like a creative thing, like, oh, their road to recovery, and they did this cheesy stuff. And then they got into a feud with the Brawling Brutes, which I guess they won the feud because now Ridge Holland is like, man, fuck this. But they're still antagonizing Pete Dunne, so they're still kind of feuding with them because I guess Sheamus is going to be coming back soon. So I guess why I gave it to them ultimately is it's one thing to win titles and stuff, but that's not up to you. It's up to who's wielding the pencil. What is up to you is do you turn lemons into lemonade? And I feel like they never stop being visible. They never stop being relevant, even peripherally, like on SmackDown. And I really commend them for that. So yeah, that's why I gave them my award. Who was your main roster rookie of the year?
Yeah. So based pretty much exclusively on the fact that he beat Dominic Mysterio for the North American title, and it wasn't even a main roster title; it was an NXT title. But he still gets credit for it, and they talk about it on the main roster. So I gave it to Dragon Lee.
Yes.
Which is kind of wild
Yes.
because I think he actually debuted in NXT this year as well. I think he did the NXT debut and the main roster debut in the same year, I want to say.
Yeah. That is pretty
That
wild.
was
Wow.
quite the fast track for him. It's pretty cool to see.
All right. So then we get to rookie of the year. And did you have any honorable mentions and who was your winner?
I just was looking at Dragon Lee's wiki, and yeah, he did. He officially signed his contract with WWE and was expected to start working them in January of 2023. So he signed the contract in January of this year and is already on the main roster holding an NXT championship and getting credit for beating a consistent main roster guy. So like yeah, huge rise for Dragon Lee this year.
Yes, absolutely, brother.
But
Absolutely.
we move on to rookie of the year, and I want to go over sort of our guidelines for the rookie of the year. Rookie of the year for us is not about somebody who is an actual rookie in wrestling. It never has been. Our rookies of the year last year were AR Fox and Tomoka Inaba. You know, we've had Walter as our rookie of the year before. Cameron Grimes, John was your rookie of the year back in 2019 after he had already been Trevor Lee for years on the Indies. This is Shayna Baszler was our rookie of the year in 2018 for NXT. Aleister Black was my rookie of the year in 2017. Like this is not about people who are new to wrestling. The point of rookie of the year for us is about people who are new to mainstream wrestling, people who are new to the big spotlight, to the big platform, right? So
Yes.
that being said, and last year yours was Tomoka Inaba based on her being in Stardom. This year mine is new, and I'm gonna give honorable mentions too. Both Maya Yukihi and Risa Sera.
Nice.
I believe Maya debuted for Stardom this year, but more importantly, they both had their Sukeban debuts this year,
Yes.
which is also where my Rookie of the Year comes from. Both for Stardom and Sukeban, she debuted for both companies this year after being practically an independent Joshi legend for the last like 6 or 7 years. Saori Ano.
Beautiful. Love that pick. That's a great pick, bro.
Yes. I mean, she's Countess Saori in Sukeban, but she's already getting pretty popular in Sukeban. I feel like she's already got a little bit of a little bit of fanfare in Sukeban. I feel like, and good lord, what a first year for her in Stardom, right? Like she debuted to win the artist belts. Like that was literally her first match was winning the artist belts with Restart. Like
Yes.
her first year she was in the 5 star. She did pretty well in the 5 star. I think she won like 4 matches or so. And now she's going to be challenging for the second time after going to a draw the first time. She's challenging for the white belt. Like it's huge. It's huge. Like
Yes.
she's incredible, and I really hope that she won the white belt.
Yes. All right, I made another last minute change because when you talked about what we mean by rookie of the year, it got my gears turning, and I'm like, huh, you know what? Ashton's right. And so I think my new recipient should count based on that criteria. My honorable mention, who was up until 5 seconds ago my winner, Megan Bain. I feel like she was very
Good
impressive this year,
pick.
even though she didn't have any titles for it. Um, but then my actual pick was just Mariah May.
Oh, I love that. Yes, that's
Yeah,
such a good pick. I'm adding both of them to my honorable mentions.
Mariah, I feel like had a strong year. And again, I really literally have you to thank for this because when you went in depth about explaining how we look at a rookie, I'm like, oh my God, I'm so, like just inept because I should have just gone with Mariah from the get go. I mean, she debuted in a great way. I was wondering
I
who
mean,
she
yeah,
was.
she literally debuted in January. So like this was her entire like as far as stardom goes, this was literally her rookie year.
Exactly. And then, has great performances, clearly seems like more committed than the other women because, Xena left and then Jessie left. And it's like Mariah stayed the longest, won the Goddesses belts with Mina, beat Mina in the 5 star, now goes to AEW. And even though we have a lot of reservations, just being optimistic because this is the good half, she immediately got thrown into the company in a storyline with the champion being the biggest fan of the women's champion, so hopefully that spells well. I have a lot of misgivings, as we talked about in our World's End review, but just looking at it on paper, that's what she's doing. It was a great year for Mariah and deservedly so, because if you want to talk about somebody that breaks every stigma and every stereotype of blonde supermodel looking wrestlers, Mariah May fucking did it. She took a sledgehammer to that fucking shit. She's incredible. She's
Like
absolutely
Peter
incredible.
Gabriel, am I
Absolutely.
right?
All right. And then and then we go to revelation of the year, which again, I'm continuing this here. I do have an honorable mention for this. And this is actually very early. This was an award winner for a good part of the year up until other things happened. My only honorable mention is Chihiro Hashimoto, Big Hash.
Oh, Chihiro
Yes,
Hashimoto.
Chihiro Hashimoto,
Great
my
job.
my honorable mention for revelation of the year, Big Hash. I think they are insane. What a fucking beast.
And she's your
But
honorable mention, you said?
yes, because my actual winner, once again, Mariah May. Um,
Same, by the way. You and I both have Mariah here.
yeah, and I'm not gonna say much because this will give you a chance then to talk extensively about Mariah. But what a gifted fucking talent she is.
Yeah.
I love her, and I really think she's so young. I think she has the potential to be one of the true greats. I know I've said that about women before, and it hasn't aged well. Most notably, Paige when she was in NXT. Now Soraya. I
Hey,
had the
man, you
highest hopes for
can't
her.
predict what's in somebody's soul.
No, you can't. You can't. But I'm putting myself out there again. I think this woman's a true fucking champion. I think she has the makings of a true great. But I've talked enough about Mariah across two categories. My friend, first of all, before you talk about Mariah, I should ask you, did you have any honorable mentions that were competing with her for this spot?
I didn't even bother with honorable mentions because she was just such a lock that I didn't even think about it.
That's fair. All right, then talk about Mariah, sir.
I didn't like Mariah at first. I was one of those people. I was a bad person. I judged, and I shouldn't have. And hopefully, I learned from my mistake. I really, I fucked up, and she showed me. Let's put it that way. She showed
Yeah,
me because
she showed both of us, dude.
yeah, because
Absolutely.
I didn't think she was great at first. I think like one of the immediate things that I judged her about was like the gear because like she shows up and she's got half her ass hanging out and I'm like, wow, this is a wrestler right here, you know.
Yeah.
like I feel the same way about Sky Blue, but like Sky Blue is actually mid, whereas Mariah May is excellent. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, she. And the thing is, I don't know if she was excellent at first, but I mean, it didn't take long for her to hit that. Like, it did not take long for her to hit excellent. If she wasn't, but yeah, she in the Triangle Derby, I thought she was really good because like there were just little things that she did, like the Mariah Missile before I even knew that it was called that. Immediately impressed me when I first saw her do it. The bend and snap suplex that she does immediately impressed me when I first saw her do it. Like she did, it was like as she started to kind of reveal her move set and not just the moves themselves, but the way that she can move and her innate athletic ability and her strength. It really did kind of. It was a revelation. It was like, wow, this woman is incredibly talented, and again, it showed me how wrong I was to judge the book by its cover. So, yeah, she was. I think she is at this point one of my favorite female talents in the world, just as a whole
Yeah,
complete package.
absolutely, man. I just love everything you just said. But the baton stays with you because now we're at face turn of the year.
I have two honorable mentions, and it's literally just both the Usos.
Oh, nice. Nice. Good shit.
But my actual face turn of the year is Sami Zayn. I mean, him him attacking Roman with the chair. I mean, that the pop. My God, holy fuck.
Yes.
Yeah. So
So that's your award winner.
yeah.
Actually, we share that one, so we can just keep moving right
Oh,
along. Cause yeah, I
nice.
mean,
Do you have any
what more is there?
HMs for that?
The only HM I had was Ronda Rousey turning face by attacking fucking Ronda Rousey at Money in the Bank.
Oh, Shayna. Shayna.
Yeah, Shayna. Yeah. Um, cause yeah, I mean, to us that was 100% a face turn, and I feel like the company even
Yes.
leaned into it being a face turn.
Yes.
So like, fuck you. Fucking Ronda, go
Yes.
fuck yourself. Um, heel turn of the year. Okay, I didn't have any honorable mentions for this, but I went with the one that I watched over and over and over. Santos Escobar turns heel on LWO November 10th of this year.
Nice.
Dude, I have never been happier to be a piece of shit in my life. I was watching this and I just kept smiling. It's like those things that you watch without crying because it's just so emotional. This was similar for that, but instead of tears, it was just pure schadenfreude. I mean, man, what a great heel turn. I mean, first Santos is desperate and exasperated because he's possessive, you know? It's almost like that similar like Fatal Attraction. I won't be ignored, Oscar. Like it's supposed to be me and you. What is this interloper doing in our relationship? And then Ray is like, bro, you're unhinged. Like we're supposed to be a family. What are you doing? And then the look on Santos's face after Ray says, we're all one, we're all family, LWO, and then he goes to check on Carlito, thereby showing his back to Santos, which that's intelligent, Ray. How long have you been in the business? Santos's face just falls like, I can't believe I have to do what I have to do. And then he just attacks Ray, and then he's like, "Oh God, I'm sorry." So then he goes to abusive partner. "Oh, I'm sorry, I hit you. It'll never happen again. You just got to know that it's me. I'm the only one that loves you, Ray." And then Ray hits him back, and then Santos is like, "He hit me. He doesn't love me at all." And then just the rest of the heel turn, which is delicious. I mean, driving his spine into that ring post, and then he falls so perfectly, balls first onto the edge of that steel step. And then Ray really does have that Shane McMahon energy with the noises because he's like, and it's hilarious. And then Santos goes over to him. He's like, I loved you, Ray. I loved you. You were my hero. You made me do this. So then the victim blaming, which, oh, oh, oh,
Just
perfection.
checking
Oh,
off all those
God.
boxes.
We're checking off and we're doing other things off, brother, with this. This is fucking cinema.
Are we
And
working
so
off?
oh, you know it. We're working off, we're doing it all. He he grabs right by the mask and he just really you made me do this. You it was supposed to be me and you all the way for life.
You were
And
supposed to be
and
my friend.
exactly. And the beautiful thing about it was Santos was just so right. And then Zelina comes in because God, of course, you always have to have the friend come in worried about the person that got battered. Oh, why did you do this? Ray's supposed to be family. What are you doing? What am I doing? from asserting myself? I don't know. Maybe getting rid of a toxic relationship? And then Santos is rightfully like, he did it, not me. And Selena's like, no, no, you did this. And then she goes, well, Ray is still crunched on the steel step. He's still on there. His balls are still in the vice of that steel step. And then she goes and she checks and she cries because, crying is more productive than, I don't know, getting him fucking free. Um, and then when he falls, he holds the knee because the knee was between the steps and the ring post, and he's holding it. And I feel like he kind of took his other hand and he kind of puts it on his mask, like, oh God, why does this keep happening to me? Because you're unloyal, Oscar. You're for the fucking streets, the Sesame Streets, because like the Oscar before you, you'll be living in a fucking trash can. God, I love this heel turn. It made me so happy, as was evident by my tone shift when this award category came up. I loved it. I still want to watch it a few more times before I really put it behind me. It was delicious. And then Santos looking angrily at the fans like, I can't believe you. And then he showed his LWO wrist tattoo. Yeah. Actually, no, it's a hand tattoo, like on the back of his hand. Yeah, he had that. That was how much his loyalty bled. Where's your tattoo, Oscar? Oh, I'm sorry. You're too busy veiling face. Fuck you. So, so
You with your
I
veiled face, I swear.
so and then DPK tags me and he posts me in every Ray betrayal because he knew this was coming. So that was my heel turn of the year. What was yours?
I do have 3 honorable mentions, and they're
Okay.
kind of hilarious.
Dude, betrayal is always hilarious. Share it with the group.
So the first honorable mention is Jimmy Uso the second time.
The second time.
Because the first time was when he cost Jay the match, and that was dumb as hell. But the second time was hilarious because he was so
Yeah.
desperate to get Roman's validation back.
Yeah. Oh my
He was like, "I
god.
did that for you, Oos."
Yeah. Amazing.
um, the second honorable mention is Nick Wayne because it made no fucking sense at all.
Nice.
And the third one was Nick Wayne's mom because it made more sense than when her son turned.
Oh god, the cackling. I can only imagine what actually won the award.
That was actually the one that made the most sense. That was Adam Cole, literally last night.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh, I'm glad we watched World's End then.
Yeah.
Um,
I was definitely going to be watching that part no matter what, even if we weren't in on it together, because I needed to know the devil.
yeah, for sure, for sure.
And
But now we go,
yeah, that
yeah,
was like the one thing that AEW actually executed well this year was actually having Adam Cole be the devil. That was the one thing that they got right. Like they didn't fumble that one bag, even though they fumbled all the bags surrounding it.
yes, 100% for sure.
So,
All right, man.
oh,
Baton's still with
most
you for
improved
most
might be my
improved.
favorite award that I gave out this year.
Nice. I was
Even
hoping
down
you'd
to
say
the
that.
most
I like
improved honorable mentions. I'm super stoked to announce these.
nice. Go ahead, man.
So
Floor's
honorable
all yours.
mentions, I had to give an honorable mention to Mina again because I still feel like she's improving at an incredible rate, even though she's still already this good.
Yes.
Next honorable mention though, I gave to Azumi.
Nice.
Because again, I have to really emphasize, I genuinely feel like this was the best year of her career. She had so many great matches and she participated in so many great matches that she contributed to making great. I have always liked Azumi. I think this is the first year that I really loved Azumi.
Nice. I love that. That's great, man.
Third honorable mention, another really great one, Micah.
Nice.
Again, she's always come off as very plain, very kind of generic to me. This was the first year that I really felt like Micah found her voice and her personality, and that made her so much more interesting and so much more compelling, and to the point that now she's arguably the most over woman in the company and might very well be the red belt champion as we speak for all we know.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to find out Thursday.
Yeah. But all that being said, nobody came out of their shell more and put on more surprisingly high quality matches that we didn't expect this year than Hanan, who is my most improved of 2023.
We share it, dude.
Oh,
We
yes!
share.
I love that for us.
I will say very quickly before I return the floor to you about Hanan because we share it. My honorable mentions were Mina Shirakawa and
Nice.
Micah.
Oh, we even
So
had them in common, too. Wow.
yeah, you and I had a mental uplink out the ass, especially with Hanan. But this is your turn, so talk about Hanan and like how you perceive her growth this year.
Yeah, I mean, really, it seems like the growth really started with the um, Battle Royal to get into the 5 star. That was where I first started really noticing her kind of stepping up, and she kind of started feeling more like an adult wrestler in that match. And then like the
Yes.
post match promo where it was her and Mariah cutting the promo kind of together, almost like they were teaming from that point, and that was kind of the beginning of their bonding, you know.
Yeah.
And then like even like when they were announcing everyone that was going to be in the 5 star, and they were the last two to come out, and it was like almost like another moment there where they were like bonding. And then the press conference where they were like kind of paired up again. And then during the actual 5 star, Hanan really put on some great fucking matches. I remember us watching her matches and just being blown away by how good some of them were, because we've just gotten so used to Hanan wrestling a certain style of match where it's kind of like the kid style match, like, you know, the kind of match that you expect from like the Renas and Hinas of the world. And it felt like this was the first year where she started wrestling adult matches, you know? And
Yes.
which literally makes sense because she literally just turned 18 in December of last year. Or actually no, it was in August. It was in August of 2022. So she's actually even only been an adult for, at this point, what, like it's 16, 17 months. So
Yeah.
she hasn't been an adult for very long. But this felt like the first year where she really started wrestling those adult style matches where like you go the distance, you tell the story, you do the full circle, and you pay it off by the end. And it worked out really well, and she was really good at it. And then we started kind of seeing her come out of her shell a little more, teaming with Mariah, doing the sexy Dynamite Princess stuff. And I thought that was great for her too. So it was just really cool to see Hanan. I know this is going to sound weird, but I don't mean it in like a weird, pervy, sexual way. I mean it more as like a proud papa kind of way. Really kind of
Yeah.
becoming a woman this year, you know?
Yeah, I think you said everything perfectly. I don't want to belabor the point too much. I will just say this was the year that I really believe that when Hanan says she wants to be the ace, it's one thing to have a dream, it's
This,
another thing to really pursue it.
yeah.
She showed the capability of being the ace to me
Yeah,
this
this
year
was the
at certain
first year
points.
that I really believed those words coming out of her mouth. Whereas in previous years, it's always been theoretical. This was the first year where it felt like it could be real.
Exactly. Perfectly said. Let's move right along. I begin with best talker. I have 4 honorable mentions for this.
Okay.
Most immediate runner up, Christian Cage,
Oh my
even though I
god.
loved his fucking promos this year. Uh, Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, and of course, I always have to give love to Kevin Owens. I love Kevin Owens on the fucking mic. I want to hear more Kevin Owens promos in the new year. Obvious winner though, because he did get my promo of the year, Sami Zayn. Again, want to hear more promos from him this year. He's fucking fantastic. How many honorable mentions did you have for best talker, and who was your
0.
winner? 0 honorable mentions. So
This
who
was
was your winner?
another one like Mariah May as my revelation of the year, where I didn't even have to think about it. I just knew who won my award, and I just left it at that and moved on to more difficult awards. Because to me, the best talker of the year was Christian Cage, easily.
All right, excellent,
Yeah,
excellent.
like this was just a slam dunk for me. I understand the Sami Zayn pick though. I think if I would have thought more about like the earlier in the year stuff with Sammy, like the Royal Rumble stuff and then the Elimination Chamber stuff, I might have leaned him at the very least. I probably would have given him an honorable mention. But dude, Christian Cage just all year, beginning to end, fucking fire.
Yeah, he really was, man. He really was. Um, you hold the baton though still because now it's pop of the year, which we
Yeah.
look at pop of the year as like crowd reaction because for us personally it's mark out moment of the year, which comes a bit later in the commentary.
Yep.
So,
3.
what
I
was your
have
pop of
two
the year?
honorable mentions, and all
Nice.
three of my awards, you know, things that I'm going to talk about here, the two honorable mentions in the actual award, revolve around Roman Reigns and the Bloodline. So,
Excellent. Okay.
the two honorable mentions are two betrayals of Roman: Sammy at the Rumble, and then Jimmy at Money in the Bank.
Those are great because I really I should have had both of those myself. I did not, so I'm glad you caught those. That's a great point.
But my actual pop of the year was Jey Uso finally standing up for Sami Zayn in the trial of Sami Zayn.
That's also a great point because I remember that crowd reaction. That was strong. Excellent picks all around, man.
Yeah.
My pop of the year, I had 3 honorable mentions for this. I will say you had a better memory than I did, and I'm really happy about that because you brought up other great pops. For me, Sami Zayn Montreal Pop Elimination Chamber, February 18th of this year. I hate to give it to him, but it was a loud pop. CM Punk Survivor Series return, and also Randy Orton Survivor Series return. I thought got a great fucking pop this year. My actual pop of the year though, and dude, you would have laughed seeing me like this because it's so weird how this turned out. I actually had a YouTube video of this and Peacock pulled up in separate tabs and I was comparing pops. I wish I had like a decibel machine or something. That would have made it a lot easier. But I did go with another Sami Zayn Montreal pop, but it was from SmackDown the night before because I actually do feel like they were a bit louder for that than Chamber. And it was crazy. The moment he stepped out on the stage, you could have powered that whole fucking arena with that crowd.
Nice.
So yeah, his SmackDown Montreal pop just slightly better than his Elimination Chamber pop, in my opinion. And again, I wouldn't call it science, but I was literally playing a few seconds for SmackDown, then a few seconds for Chamber, and really comparing. And I feel like SmackDown won out. So now I keep holding the baton here because I have upset of the year. My only honorable mention, I only have one, and that was Suzu Suzuki beating Tam Nakano in the 5-star Grand Prix, and this was on September 9th. So I think this is what day 15 we said, right? Was September 9th, 5-star Grand Prix. So Suzu beating Tam clean. I was not expecting that. I definitely thought that was a huge upset. But to me, upset of the year, because I really wasn't expecting this, given her record leading into this matchup, Mariah May beating Mina Shirakawa in the 5-star. And this was, I don't know what day this was, but the date was August 15th, 2023. Huge win for Mariah. I love that Mina put her over that way. I wish that Mariah could have stayed in Stardom longer because I don't know what the relationship would be now, especially given that Mariah got this win and she kind of teased like, "Oh, should I be the leader of Club Venus?" I just love that Mina genuinely cared about her, and Mariah has had nothing but good things to say about Mina since she left, and I think it meant a lot to her that Mina put her over.
Yeah.
So yeah, I consider that the upset of the year because I did not expect that to
That was
happen.
beautiful.
So, partner, do you have any honorable mentions? And who was your award winner for upset of the year?
I have one honorable mention, and it's the painful one. It's the worst one. It's the Saya Ida beats Momo Watanabe of 2023.
Oh God, what was it? Did
My
I suppress it?
Sakurai beating Momo Watanabe in the Cinderella
Oh
tournament.
God! Oh God, dude. Fuck.
Did you even
What
remember that
was your?
that happened?
I suppressed it. I suppressed a lot this year, man. Suppressed a lot this year.
Dude, that was
Uh,
unanimous for us last year. Ida beating Momo as the upset of the year. We both
yeah,
put that shit.
yeah, that was so fucked. But what was your award winner, dude? That scares me.
No, the award winner is so much fucking better. It's so much more glorious. It's fucking amazing. I love it so much. Waka pinning Nanae Takahashi at New Blood Premium.
Oh, I love that. I
Yes.
love that. That's great.
Also, if you
Excellent.
heard me huffing and puffing earlier and talking about how much I hate Nanae, it's because, of fucking course, the one version of New Blood that's main evented by a Nanae tag match, also involving Tamantha, is the one that people have to pay for. It's the New Blood Premium. Fuck you, Nanae.
Yeah. Oh God, your hate is so pure. I love it. Um,
Dude, that
okay.
match was insane too. That match was
Yeah.
Waka and Tam versus Nanae and Kaidi, and Waka pinned Nanae.
Yeah. What a fucking world.
Yeah. Anyway,
Jesus Christ.
are you ready?
Oh, for gimmick of the year
Yeah.
that we probably definitely share.
I don't think we do.
Oh, you don't think
Wait,
we
we
do? What's your
might. We
gimmick?
might. I don't remember what yours was, honestly.
Well, what was your gimmick of the year? Because you're starting
Well,
this.
okay, my honorable mention. You're gonna
Okay.
love this. My honorable mention for gimmick of the year is MJF's best friend, Adam Cole.
No. Nice.
That's a pretty great gimmick. It worked out pretty well for him, I'd say.
Yeah, it did.
Might have
It
worked
did.
out better if MJF was still champion, but they'll figure it out later, I guess.
Yeah, they always don't. So Fuck AEW. Um, but yeah,
My gimmick of the year,
yeah.
though, is literally just Daddy Christian Cage.
We do share it, thank God.
Yes.
Oh,
How did you phrase
God.
it? Because I literally just put Daddy.
I I just went with the Patriarch because that's what they've been calling him on TV.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, I like yours better though between you and me.
Well, it's perfect
Um,
too because my gimmick of the year last year was Donnie Mommy, Rhea Ripley.
okay, then we go from that to funniest moment of the year. Which I'm actually surprised I don't have any Christian stuff on here given my sick twisted sense of humor. But I actually have here's the funny fucking thing, guys. For categories where I should have more honorable mentions than what I do, I sleep. When it comes to funniest moment of the year, I actually had a lot more honorable mentions than I probably ever have had for this category. So I don't fucking know. Um, First honorable mention I had, I'm just gonna go in order from top to bottom that has this list. Uh Now, funniest moment of the year is a very broad category because I guess it's just stuff that we found funny, whether it was a match
Yes.
result, a segment, whatever. So I say that because it'll reflect in my honorable mentions. Kevin Owens punches Theory and Waller at the same time. This is on the October 27th episode of SmackDown. Our Truth ruins the Judgment Day Clubhouse, November 27th, 2023. This is when they really began the Truth Judgment Day interactions, and I loved it immediately. Um, I did genuinely find this funny, even though I'm very uncomfortable with the racial insensitivity that preceded this in that promo. Prince Nana does the swerve dance to save himself from Paige's wrath at Full Gear right before he gets the dead eye through the table. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, that's not going to save you at all.
When was
Azumi
that?
beats Julia in 55 seconds in the 5-star Grand Prix,
When was
just
the
because I
Nana
know
thing?
Julia. Beg pardon?
When was the Nana thing?
That was Full Gear. That was their Full Gear death match. That was the death match. That was a spot
Oh.
in the death match. Um,
Okay, and then Azumi beats who? Julia?
Yeah, beats Julia in the 5-star. I didn't have a date for this. I actually didn't have a date for a couple of these. Um, and then Brock Lesnar turns on Cody Rhodes and obliterates him. This was on the April 3rd edition of Raw. I remember you, me, and Javaris were fucking reveling in that shit, so I didn't want to
Yes.
forget that. I wanted
That
to
was
give that.
glorious.
And then the two that I'm proudest of, that the only reason they didn't get the win, well, there can only be one, first of all, and then second of all, I'm a sick human being, as will be revealed by my award win. But Mariah May and Mina's "We Do Everything Together" promo, loved it, loved them so much.
All right.
Um, Not, and another honorable mention from
Oh,
another press conference. Natsuko is obsessed with Billie Eilish. This is when Xena and Mariah abducted Tekla, and they also had another mystery partner, which I think was the debut of Jesse, probably.
yeah.
And Odotai was like, "Who's the partner?" It's like Billie Eilish, Billie Eilish. And it's like, that was so absurd and weird. And final honorable mention: Saki Kashima wants to be Shuri's goldfish poop. I fucking love that promo, and Kashima's a fucking gem.
Yes.
So yeah, love them so much. But my funniest moment of the year, going back to the Santos heel turn, Santos crushes Ray's balls on the steel steps, November 10th, 2023. That's exactly how I phrased it. And I tell you again, I watched that heel turn
November what?
repeatedly, and I laughed every fucking time.
What was the date noted for
Easily the
November what?
November 10th was the heel turn for Santos on LWO. Yeah, I watched this repeatedly and I laughed every single fucking time. It was amazing. Um, so I'm curious because I know you love to laugh. What was your funniest moment of the year and how many honorable mentions you got?
I hate fun.
Oh wow. Nice.
I have three honorable mentions.
Nice.
They're all from early in the year, but they're all pretty funny. So my first
Nice.
honorable mention is from Wrestle Kingdom 17.
Nice.
It was when Kenny Omega drove Will Ospreay's face through a table,
Yes.
and we got to talk about how it was an improvement. That was great.
Yes.
The second one is Mai Sakurai being so incompetent at pro wrestling that she can't even do a big boot, and she fell on her ass when she was trying one.
Yes.
This is from the January 8th Stardom show. For those of you that want to see this and you have Stardom World, it's the 1/8 show, and it was match 3, and I can even give you a timestamp. It was at 6 minutes 32 seconds because I actually recorded that in here.
Yes.
Third one and final honorable mention: Soraya, when she said that she was sitting next to the best wrestler in the world while she was sitting in between Tony Storm and Hikaru Shida, and then immediately turning to Tony Storm to name her as her tag team partner.
Oh, I forgot about that, but I remember you cackled when that first happened. That's a great clutch pick by you for honorable
Yeah,
mention, man.
yeah. And finally, my actual funniest moment of the year: Austin Theory fucks around and finds out when he calls MVP Lashley's daddy.
Oh my god.
Bro, Lashley jumped on his ass so quick.
I almost wonder if he kind of shot on him because he got sick and tired of Austin Theory's black scent that he uses.
Oh
Fucking
yeah, well, I
genius.
mean, to be fair, Lashley. Never mind.
Fair enough. But yeah, I actually forgot about this moment, dude. Great pick.
It was
I
great. It was
totally blanked that
hilarious.
this
Yeah.
happened. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, you core the ball is still in your court because now we're on quote of the
God,
year. Well, I'm gonna,
there
yeah.
was so many daddies in wrestling this year. It's crazy because literally my honorable mention for quote of the year is Randall saying "Daddy's home."
Nice.
Um, but my actual quote of the year. This is me, right? We're going to me here for quote of the year.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Is Roman Reigns to Cody Rhodes. You couldn't even get over in a company you started.
I forgot he said that to him. Holy shit.
It did, and it was legendary. And it's why Roman Reigns is a living legend, people.
Yeah, this is why he's our tribal chief. Dude, I love in the Discord after he beat Cody. One of my favorite moments was we all did the raising finger emoji just to acknowledge him. It was
Yes.
fucking transcendent. Oh man. Okay, so you went there, so now it goes to me. I actually again have a few honorable mentions here.
Awesome.
Uh Santos Escobar, I hope the surgery doesn't go well. I hope you get a staph infection and they have to amputate your leg. This is the week after the heel turn. I really couldn't believe that he wished that on another man, and I'm like, based. So then we go to October 4th, 2023, Christian Cage telling Adam Copeland, go fuck yourself. September 27th, 2023 on Dynamite. What's a buckshot to a kill shot? Probably one of the best lines Swerve has had in AEW. That was to Hangman Adam Page. Um, the very last honorable mention is a really cheeky one. I'm now realizing. Maybe I should have behaved myself. I don't know. But I have one more before the last honorable mention. Mina Shirakawa telling Tam after Tam humiliated her, I will crawl out of this hell. Don't fuck with me. That was the first time Mina ever said that to Tam. And I'm like, oh shit. And I got pumped for no reason because Stardom was like, no, no, she's buried. This isn't a comeback story. You're wrong. Um,
No.
and then just because I wish Abel was here, but I think he's asleep because he's a wholesome being. But he made me pop when he reminded me of this in a way because CM Punk came back to WWE. Jack Perry to the camera. It's real glass. Cry me a river. But then my actual award winner.
Oh wait, I didn't realize that you had another honorable mention that it was the Jack Perry thing. Okay, let me record that now
Yeah,
too. Because you
yeah.
said your last one was the Mina one, so uh,
No, 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 no. What I said was my last one's a really cheeky one, but I have one more before that one because I was just looking at my list. I couldn't help but laugh to myself seeing it. So
so what did
yeah, the
Perry say?
Jack
This
Perry
is
one.
real glass. Get over it.
Yeah, this is real glass. Cry me a river, and then he goes back on fucking offense. But yeah, um, my actual quote of the year was again this famous fucking line. I'll never understand it, but I don't have to. I understand you have a father, and your father is dead. And he said this to Nick Wayne August 23rd on Dynamite. I do not understand how you start a conversation that way, but that's why pro wrestling is so wonderful because it doesn't have to make sense. It just has to be good. And they're not necessarily the same thing. What a fucking douche. I love him. He's amazing. I mean,
Oh,
to literally throw somebody's dead father in their face, the balls, the
yeah.
fucking balls. Man, all right. So
The
we now go
gods.
to catchphrase of the
Oh
year,
yeah,
and
Happy New Year, by the way, to everyone in the Central Time Zone. It's now
y-
2024 for them.
yes, yes, happy new year to everybody. Man, we are in that 2024 saddle fucking deep. Um Catchphrase of the year, no honorable mentions here. I just have no yeet Jimmy Uso because it's just
Oh,
so absurd.
that is hilarious because I literally just have Yeet from Jey Uso.
It's so perfect, a perfect hype before their WrestleMania match that really
Yeah,
shought need to happen, but it's
yeah,
going to.
yeah.
It's
I
Yeet
have
versus
Yeet.
no
You
Yeet.
have no Yeet. That is hilarious.
All right, now to you, man. Commentator of the year. Did you have any honorable mentions for this?
Nah, I really hated the state of commentary this year, so I just gave it to the person who annoyed me the least, and that's Michael Cole.
Same. We share that one.
Again, that's 2 years running for both of us.
We gave it to Michael Cole last year too.
Yes, we did.
Damn, way to go, Michael. Oh, man, you're really hitting your stride at like the end
It's
of your
kind of
career.
wild how good he can be with Vince McMahon out of his fucking ear.
Um, all right. Well, yeah, agreed. Not really much to say about Cole beyond that. So then I guess it goes back to me for theme music of the year,
Yes, it
right?
does.
This is actually a decent year for me for themes, but I picked a lot of weird ones for honorable mention and a pretty conventional one for my winner. So honorable mention, I have three. Samoa Joe Coliseum Clash. Samoa Joe really does have a nice track record of themes, so
Yeah.
good for him on that. Um, Claudio Castagnoli Uppercut Overture. And this one surprised me the most. And in fact, honestly, if my winner wasn't so good, this would have won. So you might as well consider this the runner up because it had a rags to riches story of me not liking it for at first, and then me actually having a period where I was listening to it pretty regularly. TMDK's theme, Young Punks. So, way to go, ZSJ and company. Especially because I love ZSJ's old New Japan theme, Real Bone Master. It's still one of my favorite New Japan themes ever. This one actually did end up growing on me. But my winner, of course, because it took the world by storm, thanks to Prince Nana especially,
Ah,
Swerve When I Drive, Swerve Strickland. I have worked
nice.
out to this shit. It's that good of a wrestling theme. So, great year for Swerve. Dude, you live for music though. We joke about your iPod syndrome, so I'm always curious what your theme music of the year was. Do you have any honorable mentions?
Admittedly, this was a little bit of a slower year for me as far as theme songs go. I will say that. But I still have three honorable mentions.
Okay.
I don't have the names like you did. You had the names of all of yours. I don't have any names. I just have whose theme they are.
Yes.
So the three honorable mentions that I have are Trick Williams' theme.
Nice.
I do have Swerves on here,
Nice.
and Mariah May's theme, I Rule the World.
I knew you were gonna have that somewhere because I was thinking about that theme earlier when we were talking about Mariah, and like, yeah, Ashton even loved her theme. So that three honorable mentions you said. So what won this year?
It's honestly, dude, when I say it, you're gonna be like, oh, yeah, obviously. When you realize that it debuted this year, it's Julia's theme, dude.
I knew it. The moment you said you're gonna be like, obviously, I'm like, it's Julia, because
Yeah,
you and I both love, especially that piano
she
fucking intro,
debuted
which is
that
iconic.
theme against Suzu in February,
Yeah.
and like
Yeah.
it's so good. Like I think that's one of the very few wrestling themes that I could just play on a loop and not get sick of for a while.
Bro, that's the one thing we didn't talk about with Julia if she makes the jump. I hope they give her a good theme, man. A theme is so important. And I feel like she had great themes in Stardom, especially this latest theme. In fact, yeah, you can add that to
Honestly,
my
at the
honorable
very
mentions too,
least,
because I
I
should
just
have
hope
added
that
it.
they let her keep the piano as the primary instrument of the theme.
That would be great. That would be absolutely wonderful for sure. Um, okay, but then you continue though with finisher of the year. So do you have any honorable mentions there? And what was your winner?
I do have honorable mentions, and I have my favorite honorable mention in this entire list in this category.
Oh, nice.
So, my sincere honorable mentions are the figure eight, because not only was it used by Charlotte, but it was also used by Andrade to win quite a few matches. So, I think it's pretty cool that two different wrestlers are using it to win matches.
Yeah.
The back fist to the future has been very reliable for Eddie Kingston, including winning him the Continental Classic last night against Moxley.
Yes.
The Micah driver has been the ace in the hole for Micah all year.
Yes.
The Riptide has been an incredibly dominant finisher for Rhea Ripley. I don't know if anyone's kicked out of that yet, honestly.
I don't think anybody has. So yeah, that's a great point.
And finally, my last sincere honorable mention is the Figure 4 driver Mina. And the only reason that isn't my finisher of the year is because it's already been fucking kicked out of. Thanks to
Yes.
Dota. Fucking asshole.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh man.
But my meme honorable mention is the Tiger Suplex because it's the only way to beat Megan Payne.
Oh my god. You couldn't help yourself, and you know what? We're all the better for it. Wow.
And my actual finisher of the year is Deadfall because it was the thing that Sonata apparently needed in order to win a world title in New Japan.
Nice. Dude, I will say I think you bested me on this category because I really loved what you chose. For me, I was just like, oh man, that's so cool, even if it doesn't get used that often. So my immediate runner-up was Mayu Iwatani's jumping reverse poison rana because we saw it again this year, beating Utami to retain the IWGP Women's title.
Damn, you really picked a move that got used one time as your finisher of the year.
Because it did win a match. It was a finish, and it's fucking dope. Utami's hijack bomb.
What did you
Mina
call
shit.
Mayu's move again? Mayu's.
Just the jumping reverse poison rana because I don't think it has a formal name.
Okay.
So yeah.
And what was the next one?
Yeah, I gotta hover back over it. Utami's hijack bomb because I still love that fucking move. Um, I did agree with you about Mina Shirakawa's figure four driver Mina. I did have that on here. And like you, because it won a world title, I went a bit of a different direction. Samoa Joe. Well, actually, he won with the Coquina Clutch, technically, but I gave it to his Muscle Buster. So I guess you could say both Muscle Buster and Coquina Clutch. But yeah, that Muscle Buster he got on the apron was sick. I hated that MJF kicked out of it. But my actual finisher of the year, if you guys have been paying attention to the podcast, this might not have been a hard one to predict. My finisher of the year is Braun Breaker's spear. He has the best spear in the fucking game. I love it. I want to see him hit Roman with one so bad. So fucking bad. It looks deadly. It genuinely like the one he hit on Nathan Frazier, I was even tempted to make that like an honorable mention for spot of the year. I resisted because it just reeked too much of recency bias to me. But like he just comes at it full intensity. He throws his full weight into it. It is the furthest thing from a fucking hug you can imagine. And yeah, I really want to see him win main roster championships with that fucking spear, especially now with Edge out of the company. Why the fuck not? And he was Edge in WWE. That's why I'm using that name. So yeah, Edge is gone. Spear's freed up. Let's give it to Braun Breaker. Let's win some fucking championships, baby. And I know Roman also uses a spear, but that's why I want them to have a clash of spears. So there you go.
Yeah.
Um, and then now it stays with me,
It's
of course.
time for the title reign of the year.
Yeah, we're really getting down to it, folks. We're in like the last big chunk here of awards.
Indeed.
We're moving at a great pace. Um, Honorable mention for me, Athena's ROH Women's Championship reign. The promos and just from what I've seen of the matches have been pretty great. Athena has really found herself in this run. She's having the run of her fucking career right now. So I did want to give a spotlight to that. But my
I'm
actual
sorry.
title reign
What
of the
was the
year.
title reign of the year honorable mention, real quick, one more time?
Oh, Athena's ROH Women's title reign.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. My winner, again, it should be obvious when you look much earlier in these awards. Gunther's Intercontinental title reign
Same.
was my title reign of the year. So we share this one. Oh,
Yep.
cool. Yeah. Just he's been dominant. What more is there to say? The guys that he's beaten have been genuinely impressive. He should immediately go to the world title when he drops it. Enough said. Anything you want to add?
I also had Athena as ROH Women's Champion in my honorable mentions, but I also had 4 other honorable mentions on top of that.
Oh, feel free to share.
So, my two sort of standard, like, definitely belong in the conversation honorable mentions are Rhea Ripley as WWE Women's Champion and Roman Reigns as Undisputed Universal Champion. Those feel like chalk at this point. And then the two almost like protest votes because at this point it just feels like things were better when they were champion. Saya Kamitani as Wonder of Stardom Champion and Julia as World of Stardom Champion.
There you go. There
Because
you
those
go.
title reigns lasted, I think, for the first like 4 months of the year or so, maybe 5. And I just felt like the whole product was better with them as champions. I don't get me wrong, I would have preferred for Mina to get a nice long run as the Wonder of Stardom champ, but they didn't do that. And Syed was just such an incredible long-standing champion. And even in like the short amount of time that she held the title this year, she had multiple match of the year contenders. Because like, dude, I remember last year She had like a dozen match of the year contenders, or at least like 8 or 9, or maybe even 10. Like she had an insane work rate last year, and even just this year, in the brief amount of time that she was champion, she had like 2 or 3 more. Like she's just incredible when she's on, man. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, she really is, brother. No question about it.
Yeah. So anyway, are we moving on?
Yes, yes. Let's move on to our next category. Faction of the year. Who do you got, brother?
Oh, it's my turn.
Yes, it's your turn because I opened title reign of the year.
Oh, right,
So
that's right. So honorable mentions. I only had two, just five guys and meta four. I guess we're counting down 5, 4.
oh, nice.
Too
Oh
bad
yeah, I
my
see what you
actual
did there.
faction of the year doesn't have the number three in it. Unless I say the Mogul Emba 3.
No,
It's the
no.
Mogul Embassy though, for real.
Nice, nice.
Yeah,
Um,
they're the most entertaining thing in AEW, with their only real competition being Roderick Strong with the Kingdom, and the patriarchy, the daddy.
you're the daddy. That should just be the Christian award. The daddy goes to Christian
Man.
because of course it does.
Yeah, but no,
Um,
I just Mogul Embassy's been great. This is kind of a unique instance where not only is Swerve just the biggest star that they have, but like the other dudes in this faction do really carry their weight, man. Cage is great. The Gates of Agony are awesome. Prince Nana literally won both of our non wrestler of the year award. Like this is just a stacked faction. It's awesome.
it really is, man. It really is. Yeah, I love your choice. It's a very inspired choice. For me, honorable mention, most immediate, Queen's Quest.
Yep.
That was my immediate runner-up, and then behind them would be the Bloodline because I mean, hell, Roman's still the champion, and that's really all that's mattered to him having this faction together was him being the champion. It achieved that end, therefore it gets an honorable mention. And because I'm in my fifis and because they make me happy, I made Faction of the Year Club Venus. Because even though it all ended up falling apart when it was good, it was really, really fucking good. And I really do hope that they resurge like a phoenix, even though Kamitani is not a part of the group. In 2024, Mina has said that she wants, another Joshi woman
Dude,
in it.
it's gonna be May. I've seen pictures of them on Instagram recently hanging out together. It's gonna be May.
And that's going to really bring the group back in a major way. I feel like it's going to be a very vital piece. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I love Club Venus. I had so much fun with them this year, and I'm not going to apologize for it. Club Venus is my faction of the year. And then it goes to me for on-screen relationship of the year. Low key, one of my favorite categories this year.
I
Um,
think we might have this one in common. I hope we do. I hope we do.
I don't know if we do, man.
Well, the fact
We
that you
will have
said
to
that
see.
now tells me that we definitely don't, because to me it's so obvious. But if you say that, then I don't think we will.
Yeah. So honorable mentions here for me. Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens. Sami Zayn and Jay Uso, Jimmy and Jay Uso, because that they had some very interesting developments before they just were on separate brands this year. I wanted to give a shout out. This is my favorite honorable mention because it's more obscure. Athena, Lexi Nair, and Billy Starks. I love their on-screen chemistry together. They make me laugh. They make me smile. I think it's been really endearing and really charming. And of course, Mina Shirakawa and Mariah May, I think, are the immediate runner-up. I love Rose Gold. I love how they support each other. It's beautiful. My on-screen relationship of the year, though, of course, Utami and Saya Kamitani.
Ah,
We don't share it, do we?
no.
I'm curious who you picked. I know you said the winner was so obvious. Respectfully, I guess I disagree.
Well,
Utami and
we were almost there. It was close.
it was close, huh? Um, Utami and Sayakami Tani to me again. I mean, they had tension. They resolve it in the cage, and they resolve it in a big way. Kamitani helping Utami climb out, then like falling on top of her and hugging her, like when they're both out. Then they're in the ring. Utami apologizes and Kamitani whatever. And I loved it. And then, we couldn't build on the relationship for a long time because of injuries. But then they come back and they win the goddesses titles together again. And to hype up the return, Kamitani posted the picture of her and Utami hugging in the cage, which shows you how much her bond with Utami means to Kamitani, which is fucking precious.
Yeah.
And they're only the second tag team in history to be two-time goddesses champs behind FWC, which was also an emotional relationship with how that came together with Hazuki fucking asking Koguma to team with her in the tag league. So I love that. I love that the people that are allowed to make history are the people with the genuinely deep relationships. And yeah, I love them. I love them so much. And I feel like their relationship could be even more fascinating if they ever properly feuded, but at the same time, I don't want them to properly feud because I just want them to be friends forever. So fuck you, pro wrestling. You don't get to ruin everything, right? Right? Sure. So yeah, Utami and Kamitani is my on-screen relationship of the year. Who are your honorable mentions and who was your award winner?
I didn't have any honorable mentions. My award winner was Mina and Mariah.
Oh, nice,
Yeah,
nice.
that's why
So
I
my immediate
thought
runner-up,
that we
yeah.
would just have it together, but you were, yeah, like you. I think it's like I'm all about just the simplicity of just two women that love each other wholeheartedly and unequivocally, and you're just like, no, I want complexity, I want tension, and I want them to have to make up for that tension, and yeah, I just didn't appreciate that as much as you for sure.
And that's fine, dude. Rose gold is beautiful. No, they really are. Like, I'm glad
Yeah,
you gave them the nod. Yeah, because God, it's so fucking wholesome. Jesus Christ.
yeah,
Um,
I just love them together as a team, and I feel like they sort of assisted each other in making me like each one of them more. Like I already loved Mina immediately, and I think Mina helped me like Mariah more. And then eventually it got to the point that I liked Mariah so much that she actually helped me appreciate Mina more. So eventually they were just like this positive feedback loop of making me love them both more because of each other. Does that make sense?
yes. No, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Makes perfect fucking sense. I love
So,
that you picked that.
yeah.
Um, oh God, this award. WTF
WTF
moment of the
moment
year.
of the year,
I'll be shocked
aka
if we don't share this one,
the
but maybe you looked at it
Gobbledygooker
differently than I did.
Award.
Yeah. I'll be shocked if we don't share this one, but maybe we just looked at this differently
I
and like in a different way.
I have two honorable mentions and an actual award.
Of course.
Honorable mentions are Carlito showing up at Backlash
Nice.
and CM Punk showing up at Survivor Series after nearly a decade of bashing the company and talking about how awful it was and how they didn't take care of him and how I mean you've even said it you've mentioned about how it made him sick and no he's just going to show up and be like I'm home.
Hi, everybody.
And then my actual WTF moment of the year is Samoa Joe attacking MJF after months of protecting him.
You know what? We just looked at it with WTF moment of the year a bit differently, and that's totally okay. I do love your choices, though. That's great. Because, yeah, I remember you were just laughing when you were retelling this to me, and that's what makes it so perfect.
Yeah.
I love that. All right. My WTF moment of the year, I was a real prick with this one, especially my second honorable mention, because I only have two. My first honorable mention, Hangman Adam Page accuses Prince Nana of buying weed from a high schooler. Again, this is the promo that he cut November 15th, 2023. And then my other WTF moment of the year is more meta because I have AEW signing Ric Flair.
Oh,
And I'm
yeah.
like, what the fuck?
That's a
But then
definite
my
WTF
WTF
moment of the
moment of the
year for
year.
sure.
Wait, I'm sorry, I cut you off there. What did you say
Oh,
there
no,
about my
I was
second
just
honorable mention?
agreeing that that's a definite WTF moment of the year for sure.
And then I guess the way I looked at it was just again like, well, I mean, you did too, to be fair, but just as like a moment in a matchup. My moment this year, easily. Hangman HHH style spits out Swerve's blood at Full Gear in their Texas death match because I could not believe he fucking did that when you told me about that. And then I saw it and I'm like, what the literally like what the fuck is this? So yeah, the blood spot for Hangman. That was my WTF moment of the year. Um Now for botch of the year, I don't have any honorable mentions for this. I
Oh, I
probably
do.
could have because I'm sure it was a pretty worthwhile year for botches.
Yeah, it
Um,
was.
I only had like the fucking botch that really changed the landscape of stardom in the
Oh,
recent past, and going
Kamitani?
future. No,
Oh,
actually, I chose Tam Nakano's Violet Screwdriver on Natsuko at Stardom Golden Fight, where Natsuko landed on her fucking knee, on
yeah.
Tam's knee, that is,
Yeah.
and she buckled. That was really bad, and it forced Tam to vacate the title,
That's a good one.
which led to Micah and Suzu feuding. So yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a good one for sure.
so what are your honorable mentions, and what was your winner for botch of the year?
So honorable mentions, I actually just added one, and that was Kamitani's dive in on the first day of the 5 star that ended up costing her like 4 months and probably costing her the 5 star itself because I still think that she would have won the whole goddamn thing had she been healthy.
Yes.
Um, my Sakurai being unable to do a boot and falling on her ass again. I mentioned this in funniest moment of the year. I consider it a botch as well, so I just put it on my honorable mentions for that.
Yes.
Dante Martin breaking his fucking leg jumping off of a ladder on that one ROH show earlier on in the year.
Oh god, yeah. Oh
You've seen
god.
the footage, I assume?
I believe so.
It
Yes.
was
In
just
fact, that
fucking
was another thing I suppressed because
yeah.
I remember now. Oh god,
Yeah.
I gotta shove it back in.
MJF elbow dropping Jay White after the table had already collapsed and injuring himself in the process, and now he's probably going to miss time because of it.
Okay.
And finally, the most insane botch of the year, and this is what I thought you were leading to when you said that it changed the entire landscape. I was like, oh, we're gonna have the same one, and then you said Stardom, and I was like, oh wait, never mind. Adam Cole breaking his ankle running to the fucking ring.
Yeah, that's true. That was another one that definitely changed the complexity of the promotion it happened in.
Like
100%.
he literally
Yeah.
is running to the ring and he breaks his ankle in like 3 places. Like what the fuck?
Yeah. It killed every like all I don't want to say all the momentum because they did try and recoup it a little bit at World's End with what's happened the other night, but it killed a lot of momentum for that angle because
Yeah.
Cole was really getting hot again. My heart broke for him. That's a great pick.
Yep.
Great fucking pick.
Yep.
Um, stays with you though, man. Spot of the year.
Kamitani springboard Frankensteiner to eliminate Momo on a recent show that we just watched.
Oh, do you have any honorable mentions?
Nope.
Just
I
no.
just gave it to that.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Um, so I marinated on this award a bit because I did give honorable mentions. Um, yeah, my immediate runner up was the Frankensteiner because that was fucking insane how impeccable that was. Um, one I had very early on in the year, Keno Super Falcon Arrow to Kiyomiya Noah the New Year. Um,
Keno Super Falcon Arrow to Kiyomiya. And what was the show?
Noah the New Year.
Okay, got it.
Julia Pile Driver to Maya
Nice.
Yukihi. Stardom Triangle Derby, April 3rd.
Didn't Maya do the same thing right back to Julia, except on the edge of the table to make it hurt even more?
I believe she did, but the Julia one made me pop harder, I think, just
Gotcha.
visually. So I just went with
Gotcha.
that. Fucking, Suzu Suzuki corkscrew moonsault on Micah, 5-star finals. That blew my mind when Suzu, fucking pushed that shit out. And then Mayu Iwatani backwards jumping Poison Rana pin on Utami, Stardom X Stardom back in August. That move will always fucking pop me because of how impeccable it is. But I took Spot of the Year in a different direction, probably for the first time ever this year, because Spot can have a broader context. It could be like a storyline spot, whatever. So my Spot of the Year, just because I have not shut the fuck up about this match since we opened the box, Saya Kamitani uses Momo Watanabe's bat on her, Stardom in Sunshine, the steel cage match.
Nice.
That was such a pivotal moment with Momo handing the bat and thinking that Saya was going to use it on Utami, and she fucking uses it on Momo, and Momo just gets knocked the fuck out, and then Oedo Tai isn't able to stop Kamitani and Utami escaping the cage together. It was so beautiful because, as I said in the vocal recording, which you put over, that was the moment that Kamitani broke the cycle and inaugurated a new Queen's Quest not founded on betrayal.
Yep.
And I think that is so powerful. So yeah, that was easily my Spot of the year. I loved how quick you were with yours. It's like, no, this way, but I love that we both gave it to Kamitani in two completely different registers. I just want to point that
I
out.
know. Dude, she's so fucking good.
Yeah, yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
she deserves a note, like a mention for underrated, honestly, at this point, because, like, goddamn, she gets so many of our awards, and it's deserved. Like, I'm not saying that we're just handing them to her because we have, like, these, like, weird biases towards her by any means, especially not you. Like, I might, but you definitely don't. It's just, she's
yeah.
that fucking good.
Yeah, dude. What I love too about mine specifically, just because again, you didn't have any honorable mentions, and I actually did in this case, where like Saya was most immediately competing with herself.
Yeah,
And it's like, what do you like about me more? My ability to really commit to an emotional narrative beat, or just my insane fucking athleticism? And I
yeah,
just want to be like, yes, but if you put
yes,
a gun to my
all
head,
of
I'm
it.
like, emotional beat a little
Dude,
bit.
she's winning the
So
red belt in 2024. I'm calling. I mean, I genuinely think that she would have won it this year, had it not been for injuries. but she's winning it in 2024. I really honestly think that they did the Micah versus Suzu match so that they could have gone either way and it would have been a story for Kamitani because she's the real fucking star of that match. She's the one that's going to end up taking the title off of whoever won it because she has a story with both of them. She and Micah go all the way back to like 2020 when they were feuding over the future title, and she and Suzu have beef going back to last year.
Yeah, 100%. No, I mean, it's Kamitani's time. You know, I want Utami to desperately be World of Stardom champion again, and that may not even happen if she's going to different pastures. I didn't say greener,
Dude,
for the record, folks.
what are we gonna
But
do if
yeah,
Utami wins the 5-star next year and we get Utami versus Kamitani at Dream Queendom?
I'm gonna recommit to finding a therapist so that I can emotionally prep for that fucking match because you're not gonna put me through that shit without
But
preparation.
the quality match, though, dude, it's gonna be incredible.
Yeah, but the quality friendship right now, though, because they're not beefing. Look,
But
look,
they
I know
love
what the
each
universe,
other, and it doesn't have to get ruined by the match.
but it's pro wrestling, bro. It always does. It always fucking does. And I know what the universe likes to do. Oh, but John, I thought you liked betrayal. Can't I fucking mean without
You're allowed to be
consequences? Fuck you,
complex,
people.
mister.
Yeah, I know. Oh god. But okay, so you went first on spot of the year. So then I actually do best move cell of the year. Now, this is where I feel the need to owe an apology because I should have had honorable mentions for this. I don't. And I apologize because that really feels like a letdown for me because I know there was a lot of great selling this year. But I feel like I made up for it because much like spot of the year, my move cell is an actual cell physically, but it also tells a great story immediately. My move cell was Roman Reigns being super kicked by Jey Uso specifically, then both Usos on the SmackDown where Jey officially left the bloodline back in June 16th of this year because he gets that super kick. And I love that Roman, most people get a super kick and you stagger a little bit and you're up. Roman was just done. He's like floundering around. He's grabbing the ropes and then he's like leaning against him, not even like standing, still sitting. And he's like, "You don't leave me. You don't leave." And he's smacking the mat and he's throwing a tantrum and then he gets a double super kick. But that initial super kick fucked him up.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh no, I've lost my right hand man." And he melts down over it. Roman had a great sell that furthered the bloodline story right when it was really hitting its crescendo. And so I couldn't come up with any honorable mentions. And I do take that as a personal failure. But this move sell was more narrative than anything else. I'm very curious though who had your best move sell this year and what honorable mentions you have.
I actually want to thank you because you inspired my move cell of the year. I don't know if it was earlier today or if it was last night that we were talking about this, that I thought I had your move cell of the year pegged, and it ended up just being wrong. I ended up just not knowing what it was actually. But because it ended up not being yours, I felt perfectly fine taking it as mine, and that is
Yes.
Roman Reigns' sell of Sami Zayn's chair shot to the back at Royal Rumble.
Yes. I love that we both gave it to Roman again in different ways like Kamitani. That's great. Oh my
And it's
God.
again, it's a story thing, but it's specifically because he sold that chair shot the exact same fucking way that he sold Rollins' chair shot when he betrayed him to break up the Shield.
Yes. Yes. I've never said this about another human being because it's just the most fucked up thing you could say. I hope he never fully heals. His damage is too good content wise. I'm telling you.
That's fucked up, but it's true too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's fucked up, but I'm right. Fuck. Oh god damn it. Oh fuck. Um,
I did have an
but now
honorable mention here. Actually, I was so excited that we had something so in common that was like two different moments that were so similar story wise. But my honorable mention was Utami's sell of Hazuki's Codebreaker.
oh nice. Look at Utami getting an honorable mention for selling.
Yeah,
God, I love her.
she's one of the best sellers in the business. Honestly, I think that's why she's so believable in the ring. She's great.
Yeah, definitely. Floor stays with you though, man, for one of my personal favorites, mark out moment of the year.
So my honorable mention is kind of complex because it's kind of layered in the sense that like one thing happened that I popped for, and then another thing happened that I popped for, and then another thing happened that I popped for the most. So the first pop was that there was a rumor that Saori Ano might be joining Stardom. And that was like
Yes.
a little mini pop, and I was like, oh my god, maybe really? It's like really happening? I gave up on it. And then the second thing was her actually showing up at the press conference with Kylie and Poi. Like, holy shit. And then the third thing was her pinning Suzu Suzuki to win the artist titles for Restart at All Star Grand Queendom.
Amazing.
So that's my honorable mention. It's kind of a 3-in-1 package. But my actual markout moment of the year, nothing beats it. It's Mina Shirakawa winning the white belt.
We share that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank Christ.
Yeah. Well, no, dude, because for me, here's the thing. For as much as I've been like glomping on that steel cage match, which I will say, that was my immediate runner up, was just the triumph, the reconciliation, everything, all of it, all of it. And the only other honorable mention I had for that was Samoa Joe winning the AEW World title at World's End. I didn't expect it, and I'm very happy for Joe. Of course it's Mina Shirakawa winning. I mean, dude, I was so excited about that. I called Abel, and Abel made his TWitWoW debut because I put it
That's
on
right.
speaker,
When he
and
said,
like,
bye, Felicia.
yeah, yes. Oh God, no, dude, it's unanimous. We were all so fucking happy that night. That's pro wrestling at its fucking best to me.
Yep.
Amazing, amazing.
Absolutely.
Um, so now it goes back to me. Brand of the year. I actually did have honorable mentions for this.
Nice.
Um,
I
Now
did
people
not.
are gonna be like, "Really?" for my immediate runner-up, but it's more hope for the future than anything. My immediate runner-up is Sukeban. They've only had 2 shows, but you know what?
You too?
I am really excited that Joshi is taking over America, and I think Sukeban existing is just shows what a great time it is, not
Yes.
only for women's wrestling in America, but to be an international superstar, particularly Japanese, again, Joshi,
Yep.
coming to America. The tide has shifted, and even though they've only had 2 shows, I've liked both of them enough, and I feel
And
like
there was a market improvement from the first one to the second one.
exactly. So they're still finding their footing, and hopefully it's an
Gresham.
upward trajectory. So wanted to give Sukeban an honorable
Wait,
mention.
I feel like you didn't hear me. I said Gresham.
Oh yeah, Gresham, fucking fuck Jonathan
Terminus.
Gresham.
Oh God.
Yeah. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Um, my other runner-up though was SmackDown. I actually thought SmackDown had a pretty
Oh, okay.
decent year this year to me.
We're so
But of
close to
course,
being same. We're so close to being the same.
yeah, but obvious winner, Stardom.
Yeah.
Even when they go through a rough patch,
Yeah.
I love them. They make me happy. When I say I have one foot out the door, but one foot still firmly in the house, it's Stardom's house. And we're just doing some renovating, and hopefully it gets even better in 2024. Amazing. And honestly, again, I have to thank Gala for turning us on to it because if there was no us loving Stardom, there'd probably be us no loving Sukeban or TJPW
Yeah.
or anything else.
Yeah.
So yeah, it really started a lot. So Stardom was the winner there. What about you, man? Because I always like Chow
I'm
Brand of
very
the Year.
similar to you,
And
man. I had Sukeban as my honorable mention as well, but I also had NXT instead of SmackDown.
oh, nice, really cool though, man. But then we just agree on Stardom.
Oh
Then I
yeah,
take it.
it's Stardom,
Yeah,
and this is actually us having Stardom as our consensus brand of the year for the 4th year running.
holy fucking shit.
It's your 5th year with Stardom as your brand of the year. You actually were ready to jump on the Stardom ship already after we covered it for like 5 months in 2019. You were on that shit immediately.
Amazing.
Yeah, I
Oh,
had
here we
NXT that year,
go.
and here we go.
Yeah,
Most anticipated signing.
just rip the band-aid off, bro, because I'm pretty sure we share this one. I
No,
think
I guarantee you we don't. I guarantee you we don't.
you. No, wait. I think I know what yours might have been, and we don't share it. But
No,
did
you
you
don't. You
actually?
don't know who mine is. I promise.
I don't know. Okay, that's interesting. All right, then. Do you have any honorable mentions?
I
We'll do
have
this
3
right.
honorable mentions, and these are probably the 3 that you expected me to have as my actual award.
Oh, go through them then.
Mercedes Monet,
Okay, wasn't even thinking about her to be honest.
Julia if she leaves Stardom,
That was the one that was at the forefront of my fucking mind.
and Kazuchika Okada if he leaves New Japan.
And that was the next immediate one. So wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Because Julian Okada we've talked about the most. So what fuck shit did you come up with maybe in the last 24 hours or some shit, or that you've
No,
been hiding from me for even
I've
longer?
literally been talking about this dude since like the summer when Tony Khan's punk ass, racist ass, piece of shit ass went out and signed a fresh ass, green ass Nick Wayne instead of this dude.
Wait, wait. I remember you being angry about this. I just forget the dude's fucking name. Who was it?
Leon Slater.
Leon fucking Slater. Yeah, where do you see him going?
I don't know, but I'm hoping he signs somewhere. Someone needs to get out of their head out of their asses and pick the kid up. He's incredible.
Yeah.
He's on people's match of the year list this year, bro. I haven't seen any of his full matches this year. I've literally only seen highlights of him, and I know he's great based on the highlights alone. But the fact that he's already showing up on people's match of the year lists at 18 years old.
Yeah, that is pretty fucking nuts. I will give you that.
Yeah.
100%. Um, yeah, for me, it was just Julia to WWE. I think it's
Oh,
happening.
nice.
And yeah, it just, I really thought we shared that one. And then you just surprised me at the very end. Like, wow. Wow, we've been talking about Julian Okada, I feel like, so much recently, but then you're like, well, time goes backwards, jackass. Think about the summer. And then I'm like, fuck. So yeah, Julia to WWE. And then most anticipated debut. I'm not gonna, pussyfoot around. I have no honorable mentions. It's just Braun Breaker to the SmackDown roster.
Oh, of
I want him on
course.
SmackDown. I want
Dude,
him to
you're
come out.
so much higher on Breaker than me. It's wild.
You're damn right I
Like, don't
am.
get me
And not
wrong,
only
I'm
am I higher on
excited
him
about
than you,
Breaker, and like I want to see him succeed, but like I forget about him so fast. It's wild, and he is just at the forefront of your like when someone brings up NXT, it's boom. John says Braun Breaker.
yes. He's a
Whereas the
fucking
first thing I think
Chad.
about of in NXT is Wesley, who we're literally just not gonna see in the calendar year of 2024. I don't think like he's gonna return in like the Royal Rumble 2025. I think.
Like, Braun Breaker single-handedly vindicates all jocks worldwide. This fucking Chad, like, holy fucking shit. Like, hey, remember that time I humiliated you and took everything you cared about? And I'm just sitting here laughing like, yeah, Braun, that was the best. Like, what a man. Holy shit.
He said the
And
thing, everyone. He said the fucking thing.
I just want him to come out, not say a fucking word, spear Roman, Paul Heyman spirals in his own face, and like, yeah, it's my
Spirals in his
fucking
own
house
face.
now. He's so good and he's so wasted on NXT. You're literally like he's like the brand version of men will do anything but go to therapy because you're literally doing like anything with him but putting him on the main roster. You literally decided to put him in a match with Nathan Frazier most recently instead of just calling him the fuck up. What are you doing? Put him on
Do you think he
SmackDown.
debuts on the Rumble and ends up being like Gunther's big Mania opponent or something?
Dude, that would oh I you know
When
what?
I
No,
tell you,
because
I felt that through my headphones.
you know it felt good. Don't fight it. All right. It was amazing
I
for
mean, you
both
didn't
of
hear me
us.
protest, did you?
No. But I am going to explain this to you people eloquently and slowly. Final four out the ass. If he debuts in the Rumble,
Oh, but
spear
John,
everyone.
honey, that's gonna be reserved for Cody, Orton, Okada, and I can't. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to invite you to grab a plate and go to the buffet of my whole ass. Because no,
I
this
knew
is
you'd bring it back around to eating your ass.
because no, spear everyone, throw them over the top rope. I want him. I'll tell you,
Dude,
bro. Oddly enough, because I
he's
keep
gonna
putting him.
pull a Roman. He's gonna set the new eliminations record.
Literally took the words out of my mouth because I was gonna say it's funny that I keep putting Braun and Roman together because I want him to have that one Roman Rumble where it came down to him and Batista. I don't expect Braun to win. I'm not that unhinged, although it would be amazing and I wouldn't protest. But I expect him to be fucking dominant. He keeps improving in the ring. On the mic, he doesn't have his uncle's charm. I will admit that. But who gives a shit? Like, just keep him to a few lines, honestly, and then just have him
He's
destroy
got
shit.
like 70% of his uncle's charm. It's not completely missing.
Yeah. He's great.
He's
I'm
got
definitely
far more
infatuated.
charm than his piece of shit father.
That is objectively true. Yes, objectively fucking true. Um, and yeah, I love Braun Breaker. I love his spear, and I just want him to humiliate and emasculate everybody and take us back to a toxic form of manhood that makes me laugh. Because most don't, but his definitely does. Again, he vindicates jocks everywhere. I don't make the rules. So I am curious though, friend, because, we met by you being very creative and having a blog, just thinking about wrestling a certain way, and you're always forward thinking about the future. So, what do you see as your most anticipated debut, friend? You get to close awards this year. Do you have any honorable mentions, first of all?
No, I don't. I had
And
a tough time with this year. This was difficult for me because basically everyone on NXT who I really, really like either is somebody that I'm not very optimistic about their chances on the main roster or is injured right now, aka Wesley. So it was
yes.
kind of tough, but I did very recently come across someone who I think will have a meteoric rise because of the sort of um, unique talents that they bring to the table.
Okay.
WWE likes attractions. They like big motherfuckers that can move.
Okay. I'm following.
And the finals of the breakout tournament happens to feature one.
Oh, see? I'm gonna be honest. I know it's not gonna be believable because I didn't say it, but when you said likes attractions and like big people, I immediately was thinking of this dude. Say it.
Obafemi.
Yes. Where do you think he's going? Raw or SmackDown?
Oh, I don't know. I hope he gets drafted though. I think that he's probably going to be like a draftee. I think that when the draft rolls around, which I think is like April-ish, May maybe,
Yeah.
I hope that he is a draft pick because I think it's sort of one of those situations where there aren't enough big fucking dudes on the main roster right now. Like they've stooped to the point that they're having Bronson Reed and Ivar go at it. Like,
Yeah.
you know, if that was Obafemi and Ivar, I think it would probably be more entertaining, honestly. I think Bronson Reed is mid as hell. Um, and I think that the main roster needs more beef, man. And I think that Obafemi is good enough at this point that he could probably be on the main roster already and just serve as like the big dude and just be big, and that's all you need to do sometimes, and that would be effective, you know. I think
Absolutely.
another guy that they could use is Odyssey Jones. He's another one that would work. I think he's probably good enough for the main roster at this point. Is he still around, by the way?
Dude, he's actually been rumored to run up with Lashley and company. I'm hoping
Okay.
that
I
rumor's true.
thought I thought I heard something about him recently. I just didn't know if it was like a rumored call up or that he got released. I just didn't remember honestly. So yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, like Obafemi's great, man. He's got so much ceiling. I feel like there's more ceiling to Dion Lennox and Tavion Heights
Yeah.
because I see them more as like actual like guys that could be face of the company type stars. But I think Obafemi has more of like a ready right now situation
Yes.
because of the attraction aspect of his look and his size, you know? So I have Obafemi as my most anticipated debut, and this is more me just kind of calling my shot. Like, I think he might actually get a main roster debut in 2024 already, this quickly into his career.
Yeah, absolutely. And bro, that rounds out our year-end awards. It's just shy of 2 a.m.
And my throat only
For us to
kind of tickles. This is incredible.
hooray us! And now I already made a fresh copy in Google Docs for the 2024 year-end awards. I'm clearing out honorable mentions, so it's a completely clean list.
Yes.
And I promise to try and be better about it this year. So let's see how it
Me
all goes.
too. We need to hold each other accountable.
Well, I'll hold your face accountable in a loving way.
Ooh, okay.
Yes, see, it sounded ominous, but it ended up being inviting and refreshing.
I don't think it
Uh,
sounded ominous either. I think it sounded lovely.
oh, nice. But yeah, I mean, I'm not disappointed with the way my awards turned out. I do wish I could have had more honorable mentions, especially again for Move Cell of the Year. That was a big one where I'm like, should have kept better track of that because you get some insane selling in the course of a year. But yeah, I loved your award list. I'm proud of how mine came out. That one Saturday really paid off. And now we look forward to 2024, which I guess
That
for
one
us,
Saturday of just hyper focusing on that goddamn cage match and that goddamn Tamina match and that
exactly. I'm
fucker
like,
Phil.
I'm gonna empty these fucking udders of all their milk. Um, and for us, I guess the year really won't begin with Wrestle Kingdom because we're skipping it. Fuck Wrestle Kingdom, and it'll really be beginning with fucking Dream Queendom when we watch that on
I
Thursday to see if we
mean,
get any matches you're
day
getting.
one is today, bro. It's gonna be
That is,
fun. I think that show's actually gonna be really good. I'm actually looking forward to it.
you know what? I should have a live stream pulled up for that, man. You make an excellent point. I should. I
Yeah,
should have a stream pulled up for
we've
that.
got day
But
one today. We've got New Year's Evil, I believe, on Tuesday.
yeah,
And then, some other fucking shindig show on Wednesday, whatever. Then we've got Stardom on Thursday. We've got Dream Queendom to react to.
yes.
Are they doing anything special for SmackDown on Friday?
They should, because it should be that triple threat to determine Roman's challenger. It's like a New
Oh,
Year's
that's right.
Revolution
We're
type
getting
thing they're calling
Orton
it.
versus AJ versus that other guy.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That was so deliberate with Super Blue still in the chat.
And
I
then we're going
love
to
it.
start building towards my favorite pay per view of the year, the Royal Rumble. Oh, I can't
The
wait.
Royal fucking Rumble.
It's not
Yeah.
only is it my favorite pay per view of the year, but it's become my favorite preview predictions of the year, too. I fucking love Royal Rumble preview predictions.
Because we do the fucking awesome Rumble mini game, and then we get to see
Thanks,
who gets fucking whatever.
Podswoggle.
Yeah, really. I hope those guys are doing well. But
They
yeah,
did. They
it,
did. A year-end awards, I believe. If you wanted to listen to that together at any point.
we should listen to that this week. Like maybe even, would Monday be good?
Yeah.
Maybe Tuesday or something when we're doing a game night and we're like listening to it while playing Rocket League like the
Yeah.
old days. That'd be
I
pretty
also
fucking
just
cool.
want to say I am just going back and looking at our awards and looking at like some more like patterns and consistencies. Sammy Uso was my storyline of the year last year, and then Jay Uso's liberation from the bloodline was it this year. Like that whole storyline, it sucks because it really just feels like it's over now completely.
Yeah.
Really, ever since Jay, oh excuse me, that was a hiccup. Ever since Jay left SmackDown, it just feels like the bloodline has lost all of its momentum at this point.
Yeah.
But up until that point, man, they were cooking. And then I also think it's really cool that for the last 2 years in a row, this year and last year, you and I have had a consensus that a specific Stardom pay per view was the best pay per view of the year. Because
Yes.
last year it was Stardom World Climax Day 1, and then this year it was that All Star Grand Queendom show from all the way back in April.
Yes. Yes.
Actually, when was Stardom World Climax? Was that in April too? Oh no, that was in March. Okay, so we got to keep an eye out for those spring pay-per-views because those seem to be the ones that hit the hardest.
Yeah. It's like winter has thawed and greatness has revealed itself. Oh man.
Yeah, yeah. This is my second year in a row with a non-pay-per-view show of the year belonging to a five-star Grand Prix day.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's 2023, folks. And thus we begin 2024. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Leave a like as you file out, subscribe with the bell icon for notifications so you don't miss any of that 12-hour goodness. Check out everything we're involved in the description box. Follow us on Twitter and Twitch because we are the best wrestling podcast in all the IWC. And again, as we were kind of alluding to, join us on the Discord tomorrow for Raw Day 1, first show of the new year, headlined by Seth Rollins versus Drew McIntyre for the Raw World Heavyweight Championship. So again, we're going to be in the Discord from 8 to 11, for Monday Night Raw. Hopefully it's a great show. We've also got Ivy Nile challenging Rhea for the Raw Women's Championship. And I think maybe we've got like another matchup on there. That's not like a championship match, but I feel like it was another match that we're kind of advertising pretty heavily for that.
Hmm.
So yeah, that'll be that. I also do think in the new year I would like to, even if I like don't watch a full show right away, because sometimes I do get distracted by the Discord, to go back at some point and watch a full show, especially because any place that I find it won't have the commercials in it. So I really do want to try and keep up with wrestling better this
There
year.
are two other women's matches happening on day one, but neither one of them is particularly compelling.
Isn't one of them Nia Jax versus? Oh no, that happened already.
It's Nia versus Becky.
That's right. That's what it fucking was, and that's what made me cringe.
And
Because I'm
then
like,
the
oh,
other one
fuck.
is Tegan and Natalia versus Shayna and Zoe.
Well, that's just hideous. Yeah. So be sure to join us, guys. Love to have you there. And then yeah, like I said, we're not doing Wrestle Kingdom this year. Seemingly,
No,
I
we're
feel like I
just
should never do something.
honestly, we've literally been over the card and we're just skipping the entire fucking thing. Fuck it.
Yeah. I will say with the matches that we care about, both of us, I'll probably go on my own time and see just in case there is a match of the year contender there. because I do want to be better about my awards. Try to anyway.
Yeah, we'll keep an ear
And
to the ground just to see.
exactly. And then yeah, the big thing I'm looking forward to, Stardom catch up next Thursday at 7. And get to see fucking Micah versus Suzu for the world title and see how that all turned out. So until then, guys, be good to yourselves and each other. Happy New Year to everybody. I hope 2024 is everything you guys want it to be. And until we meet again, tune in and peace out.